In a world where animals have turned into mutated monsters, and humanity has in turn evolved to control them, the aspiration of many is to become a strong monster trainer. Gao Peng also shares that same aspiration, coupled with a broken ability known as the Monster Pet Evolution System, knowing all weaknesses of every monster in existence. It's time he took over and tamed some monsters. 3 years ago, the living beings of Earth face a sudden and unprecedented change. Out of seemingly nowhere, they evolved into all sorts of new forms, from elemental attributes to heightened physicality and even just growing to giant sizes. However, this sudden mutation occurred only in animal and plant life. Human beings were left unchanged and unable to keep up with these newly evolved beasts. Nature played the reverse Uno card on humans. To prevent a global extinction and maintain a peaceful society, they too awakened a special ability not long after. Humans awakened the ability to control the very monsters threatening their existence. Okay, that's actually pretty fair then. With this new power, they gained the power to command even the most dangerous of monsters if they met the requirements. The people who possessed this power came to be known by a special name. In Class 3 of Chang'an 3rd Senior High School, head teacher Marong Chu Yi is currently telling her students about this exact phenomenon. The ones able to control monsters are known as Imperial Ambassadors. She speaks of how the world entered a new era after humanity awakened this power. With a warning that all this info will be on an upcoming test, she tells her students about a monster trainer exam scheduled for the next day. Any interested students are welcome to watch with their parents. With that announcement made, she dismisses her students for the day. Out of these students, we are following Gao Peng, an 18-year-old young man who studies at Chang'an 3rd Senior High. It is his personal dream, no, his goal, to become an Imperial Ambassador. As he walks through an alley on the way home, he thinks of a certain issue he's been facing lately. Not too long ago, he started seeing a strange interface, almost like the guide window in a video game. Going through day-to-day life, he often sees it pop up. While the system identifies itself as the Monster Evolution System and asks Gao to make good use of it, he's doubtful if it's even real. With how much stress he's been under in recent times, it wouldn't be surprising if it was just some really detailed hallucination. I might have a solution to that. Sleep, damn it. As he enters his apartment building and makes his way up the stairs, Gao suddenly comes face to face with a giant spider on the landing. From the sheer detail of it, even Gao can't dismiss it as a hallucination anymore. Hell, he doesn't even know all of that stuff. Looking at it, Gao remembers the gray disc spider is actually a pet raised by an old lady called Grandma Chen who lives here. According to Miss Mirong from school, they're a pretty gentle species. Don't look like it though. Out of nowhere, the spider attacks Gao, prompting him to dodge and run up the stairs. So much for being gentle. As he's fleeing, Gao just narrowly dodges a web shot at him by the spider. Turning his head to take a look at his attacker, Gao is terrified by how quickly the spider has caught up with him. In his panicked state, he suddenly recalls something from the system window earlier. It stated the spider's weakness is fire. Thinking fast, he pulls a lighter out of his pocket. Lighting it up, he throws the thing at the spider in hopes of stopping him. And it does, for about half a second. Turns out the flame from a single lighter is too small to stop a giant freaking spider. Between the crazed pursuit of the spider and his system window, Gao can figure the creature is angry at him for some reason but can't imagine why. Either way, he's confident that he'll be safe as long as he makes it to his apartment. As long as he can get there, Big Purple can protect him, whoever that is. Making his way up the last floor, Gao reaches his apartment door right as the spider makes a leap for him. With a fraction of a second to spare, Gao calls out to Big Purple to save him. In response to his call, a huge purple tentacle. A huge purple tentacle smacks his apartment door open from the inside and crawls out. Standing upwards, the creature peers over Gao's shoulder at the spider, terrifying it. Oh, it wasn't a tentacle. It's just a huge centipede thing. Confident now that he's got this Big Purple to back him up, Gao looks down at the spider and asks if it still wants to play. Terrified by the massive insect standing behind Gao, the spider quickly scurries away. Can't blame him, that thing's creepy. As soon as the spider leaves, the formerly terrifying massive purple centipede transforms and turns into a chibi version of itself. I take it back, it's freaking adorable. Threat dealt with, Big Purple, or rather, Dazi, communicates with Gao Peng. With the evolution of animals and mankind alike, an extra new ability developed. Once a monster bonds with a person, the two can speak to each other telepathically. And what does Dazi use this gift to say? The same thing all pets do really. He's hungry. That might have been intimidating a few moments ago, but in this chibi form, Dazi couldn't be further from it. You see, This is his non-combat form. All monsters have two forms. One is their combat form, which is suited for, well, combat. The other is a form that reduces the monster's size and greatly lowers the rate at which they consume energy. By doing this, they can conserve that energy for when it's needed and even heal damage done to them to a certain degree. Fawning over his pet like any smitten owner/master, Gao gives Dazi some head pats and tells him he'll get to cooking. While Dazi goes to place Gao's bag on its cabinet, Gao himself steps into the kitchen. Here, his true skills shall shine. In mere moments, Gao Peng puts every last shred of his culinary talents to whip up an insanely delicious-looking meal. No, really, forget the centipede. I'd eat that. With hearts in his eyes, Dazi's only problem now is eating slow enough that he doesn't choke on his own food. Can't blame him. Meanwhile, Gao takes a look at the status window the monster pet evolution system shows for Dazi. One thing in particular that he sees, however, shocks him into a frozen stupor. According to a specific part of this window, Dazi can be promoted from a normal quality monster to an elite quality one. In this new world, monsters are divided into three main ranks based on their potential. From top to bottom, they are perfect quality, elite quality, and ordinary quality. If Dazi can evolve from normal to elite quality, maybe he can even go all the way to perfect. At that rank, he'll be able to break through the legendary barrier and rise to the rank of leader. In his excitement over this new opportunity, Gao starts doting on Dazi, much to the confusion of the chibi Pede. Deciding to get a better idea of this new option, he opens the promotion requirement panel in Dazi's status window. Inside, he finds 3 core items that are required to initiate the promotion process. While 2 of them, Yin Shengzhen Grass and Thunder Wood, are fairly easy to get with a little money, the third item is the problem, a Thunder Crystal Core. Being created with the bodies of fallen monsters, crystal cores are already extremely expensive. Even common attributes ones are worth 8 credits. Rare ones like the Thunder Core easily hit 10 credits and above. In the unified global currency system of the New World, credits are a premium currency of ridiculously high value. Each credit point is worth 10,000 affiliate coins, which are the basic currency. For reference, when Gao Peng's parents passed away in an accident, the state paid him 20 credits as compensation. To this day, he's managed to live off just 9 of those, still having 11 left over in his account. While that means he has enough to get the Thunder Crystal Core, he'll have almost nothing left afterward. Dazi will be promoted, but how is he supposed to get through day-to-day life at that point? Suddenly, he has an epiphany. If the info in the monster pet evolution system is really accurate, and it has been so far, then he can use it. He can use it to become a monster trainer. Monster promotion has been a mystery to trainers around the world, but Gao can see everything about them with his own eyes. Using this ability, he can become the top monster trainer and make all the money he could ever dream of. Remembering what head teacher Murong said about tomorrow's monster trainer exam, Gao jumps into action. Quickly, he logs into the school's website and registers himself as an examinee with just minutes to spare. The next day, Gao Peng can be seen knocking on the door of his neighboring apartment. Dazi stands at his side, the two of them waiting for the neighbor to answer. After some time, said neighbor finally comes to the door. This is Tang Tang, a woman who's on friendly terms with Gao due to their living arrangement. With a smile on her face, the beautiful woman asks Gao what he needs from her so early in the morning. Gao Peng tells Tang Tang that he's going to take the monster trainer's exam today. As such, he'd like to request that she look after Dazi for a few days while he's gone. Hang on. A few days? What kind of exam is this exactly? Tang Tang happily accepts Gao's request and tells him not to worry about the exam. With a blush and smile on his face, Gao sincerely thanks her and tells her he'll be able to take his exams with proper peace of mind thanks to her. Turning around, he rushes out of the building while promising to treat Tang Tang to dinner when he gets back. Alright bro, has some decent game, damn. Once Gao's gone though, Tang Tang's entire demeanor does a 180. With a condescending look in her eyes, she stares down at Dazi and speaks venomously. How exactly did Gao Peng end up with a pathetic little bug of a monster like him? Angered, Dazi leaps at her to attack, but Tang Tang is prepared. With an almost practiced ease, she switches back to her earlier friendly demeanor and pets Dazi to calm him down. Later, Tang Tang dials a number on her phone and calls someone saved as Old Man. As soon as he picks up, she reports to him about Gao Peng having become the master of a monster. She tells him that it's an ordinary quality purple-backed yellow-clawed centipede. Geez, that is one hell of a mouthful. Without missing a beat, the old man on the line has an even more exaggerated version of Tang Tang's earlier reaction to Dazi. He starts complaining about how low the potential of such a beast is and asks Tang Tang to talk to Gao about this matter. In response, Tang Tang makes a huge reveal. Gao Peng is just like the old man, his grandfather. Even though he seems to not care about much, the boy is far too stubborn to listen to anyone else. Not when it comes to something he does treasure. And the purple-backed yellow clawed centipede is certainly treasured by him. After all, it was left to Gao by his late parents. Putting that aside, she switches topics and asks the old man if his work still isn't done. In her opinion, they should just kill all those disobedient to them and replace them with loyal workers. There's no shortage of them after all. Hang on a minute. What the hell exactly do these people do? Brushing it off as just her thinking out loud, she tells the old man not to worry about Gao Peng. As long as she's here, he won't be in any danger. Over in his super fancy office fit for a CEO, an intimidating-looking old man can be seen hanging up his phone. Turning to his assistant, he tells her to relay some orders to the labs. As she leaves, the old man stares at a picture of him and his grandson Gao Peng when he was still just a child. Smiling at it, he makes a promise. In just a year, everything that he has to stay here for will be dealt with. Then, finally, he'll be able to return to his precious grandson. After that, no one will ever be able to hurt him. Over in Chang'an City Monster Division, Gao stands in the midst of thousands, if not tens of thousands of monster trainer hopefuls. It would seem pretty much everyone around is eager to become one. After all, monster trainers are a pretty hot commodity. Suddenly, he hears someone calling out his name. Turning to the voice, he's surprised to see a friend of his, Li Zigong. Along with him are his sister, Li Hongdu, and mother, Zhang Hong. It seems Miss Hong is here to take the exams as well. They ask if Gao is here to watch, only to be shocked by his actual plans. Placing her hand on his shoulder, Miss Hong just tells him it's good for youngsters to be ambitious, as she encourages him to become Chang'an's youngest monster trainer. A sour little man interrupts them. Walking their way, he starts talking down to the group and asks if they're even fit to participate here. While Zigong gets mad, Gao just mocks the guy back, making him turn away and leave in anger. As he leaves, Zhang Hong explains who he is. Wang Shu, son of the Wang group who has failed this exam 4 times already. Seeing such young examinees probably just made him feel jealous and hurt his ego. Suddenly, the entrance doors ahead start opening. Out steps a suited-up man with an eye patch on his face. This is Feng Shu, the chief examiner of the Chang'an Monster Trainers Division. Inside the building of Chang'an City Trainers Division, the exam to weed out the incapable has begun. As the examinees all take their seats in a large hall, Feng Shu takes his place up front at a dais on stage, speaking into the microphone. He explains the test format to everyone. The exam is divided into 2 stages. One is the written test, while the other is a physical one, meaning a martial arts battle. Here, they'll be taking the written test first. Call me crazy, but how's Gao planning to pass the physical? He's kind of scrawny. Furthermore, Feng Shu explains what the written test will be exactly. On the large screen behind him, 3 videos will be shown one by one. In each video, a monster will be shown for a set amount of time. The task of the examinees is to identify each monster by its physical appearance alone and write down everything they know about it. With that said, the examination shall now begin. As the screen lights up, a large aquatic monster can be seen swimming around in the ocean. Before anyone can really get a proper sense of what it is though, the video ends. Looking at his watch, Feng Shu announces that they have 30 minutes to think of and put down their answer. Naturally, pretty much the entire examination hall devolves into chaos. The examinees are already breaking down how unfairly difficult this seems to be. Annoyed, Feng Shu simply declares that anyone who makes further noise will be expelled from the exam without exception. Luckily, that shuts them all up. Unlike the others though, Wang Shu, the spoiled rich kid from earlier, just has a smile on his face. After all, despite this year's test being the hardest in recent years, he already got the questions in advance. The power of corruption. Freaking disgusting. Turning to his left, Wang Shu is suddenly shocked when he sees Gao Peng, the very boy who mocked him outside. What's more, the boy has a smile on his face and looks more confident than ever. To Gao Peng's eyes, this might just be the easiest test he's ever taken. Thanks to the system plus his own subconscious knowledge boosting its capabilities, he can see everything about the concerned monster, from its name to the things it likes and eats, and even its weakness. One after another, Gao Peng jots down everything he knows about each of the 3 monsters. The storm dolphin first, followed by a mighty gorilla, and finally, a Psyche mantis. Once the exam ends and Feng Shu calls out for the collection of their papers, Gao Peng is fully confident that he's aced it. He better have. Bro had the whole encyclopedia as a heads-up display. An hour later, all the exams have been graded and their marks tallied. Up from his spot on stage, Feng Shu tells them he will now announce the names of the examinees who have passed the first stage. As he calls out name after name, including Zhang Hong and Wang Shu's, Gao is starting to get nervous. Finally, the list of names is finished and Gao still hasn't been called. Seeing this, Wang Shu instantly starts mocking him, happy that the one to offend him has failed. At least, that's what they all assumed. But as Feng Shu speaks once more to ask who Gao Peng is, the tables turn completely. Looking at Gao, Feng smiles at him and congratulates him on getting a perfect score. Yeah, okay, that makes more sense. As the room breaks down into equal parts envy, awe, and surprise, Gao Peng turns to one person in particular. Looking Wang Shu in the eyes, he reintroduces himself and apologizes for letting Wang down by surpassing him. Trash talk could use some work, but it's not too bad. With the exam entrance numbers having been cut down from thousands to a mere handful, they're all led to the location of the second stage. Feng Shu takes them through a handprint locked door and into a large, circular empty arena. Like, large, you could probably put a few houses in there. As everyone gathers near the center of the arena-like room, Feng Shu starts explaining their task for the second stage of the monster trainer exam. In the rooms around the edges of this space, there are monsters provided by the association waiting for them. Their task here is one that will span over the course of an entire week, should they choose to use the entire time limit. They must improve the quality of the monster, that is to say, evolve them to go up a rank within a week. Never mind my concerns then, Gao should ace this. All the materials required for such a task will be provided by the association and paid for in full. However, anyone who fails to improve the quality of their monster will have to pay a hefty penalty. The market price for the resources they use, they'll have to pay that entire amount. And considering the dilemma Gao was facing not long ago regarding the resources for evolving Dazi, well yeah, that'll probably make anyone but the richest individuals go broke. On top of that, if they go over a certain amount with the resources they take, that'll also be counted as a failure. With that in mind, they need to be careful with how they go about this. With a clap of his hands, Feng Shu summons another official. Li Jin, supervisor of the Chang'an Monster Division, walks over with a solid red-brown box in his hands. Inside this are rune cards for the examinees to pick at random. By doing this, they can be assured that there is no unfairness and their assigned monsters are fully based on their luck. At least, that's the idea on paper. In practice, it seems things are quite different. When Gao Peng's turn comes up and he puts his hand into the box, the beginnings of a scheme to sabotage him are revealed. As Wang Shu smirks at him from behind, Li Jin carries out his part in said scheme. Using a tiny invisible chameleon monster under his control, he has a specific rune card shoved into Gao's hand from inside the box. As he walks past, Li Jin's lips slightly turns up in smug and sinister joy. Yeah, this ain't looking too great for our boy. Zhang Hong and Gao Peng are sharing their rune numbers with each other when the announcement is made for them to head to their assigned rooms. With a strict face, Feng Shu declares the physical exam to have officially begun. Outside his assigned room, number 10, Gao meets Zhu Yan, a sincere man who explains he's the one in charge of room 10. Anything that Gao needs will be provided by him during the exam. As he swipes the room card and enters, though, Gao is left speechless by what he sees. A caged beast engulfed in a shadowy aura of fear and anger. Quickly viewing the creature's status window, Gao is shocked by the poor condition of the monster. A red river ape, to be precise. Turning to Zhou Yan, he asks just what happened to make the ape's condition so pitiful. With an uncomfortable look on his face, Zhou explains that the ape has been experimented on and abused in the process so much that waste and conflicting energy has gathered in his body. The way he is now, he should have already been put down, but he was the only monster the association had left for the exam. Or rather, that's what he's been ordered to say. In truth, there are plenty of other monsters under the association, but Li Jin purposely brought the Red River Ape here and sabotaged Gao to be assigned to it. All of this is to satisfy the Wang family, who contacted Li Jin due to Wang Shu's complaints about Gao. Knowing all this and feeling regretful over the situation, Zhou Yan tells Gao that the ape most likely can't be promoted, so he'll fail. If Gao would like, though, he can make arrangements to have him take the physical exam next year and carry over his written exam results. What a bro. Hope he has a great life. With the advantage he has, though, Gao is determined to get through this task no matter how hard it seems. After telling Zhou as much, he's left to his own devices. Walking up to the cage, Gao sees the state of the ape and feels disgusted by the thought of what he must have been put through to become like this. People really can be crueler than any monster. You said it, my guy. As Gao gets close, the ape starts howling in rage and even more so, fear of being abused yet again. To its shock, he simply puts his hand through the cage's bars and pets its head. With a comforting smile, Gao tells the ape that he'll definitely help it evolve. Eager to get started, Gao opens the Red River Ape's status window once more to get a look at the promotion requirements. What he sees, however, shocks him to the core. This is something he's never even thought to be possible. For the Red River Ape before him, there are not one, but two promotion paths. While one will bring about a normal evolution, the other is something else entirely, something darker. The normal evolution's path requires far too many resources to stay within the exam's limits, though. Taking that into consideration, Gao's only real option is to try the ultimate evolution and take a risk. Thanks a lot, Li Jane, you scumbag. According to the system, the dark lesions on the ape can be advanced to absorb the power of yin energy. Using this process will allow a chance for the ape to evolve into a new species entirely, with the lowest quality being refined. Clicking on the path, Gao takes a look at the exact details of the process. First of all, the ape must eat a black candle herb half whole with each of 3 meals a day for 3 days. These names aren't the best translated, are they? Then, after the 3rd day, it must consume an elite-level undead monster crystal core. Finally, 8 luminous powder must be added into sulfuric acid water in pairs along with 1 skeleton mushroom or 2 grass knots. When Gao hands this list of items to Zhu Yan, the man can only wonder what the hell he's trying to do. Every single item on Gao's list is a highly toxic material. Is he planning to train the ape or kill it? Gao just smiles and tells him to have some faith. After all, a strong disease requires a strong cure, doesn't it? I don't think that's how that works, but for plot reasons, we'll let it slide. 3 days later, several of the other examinees failed the exam and been booted out of the facility. From someone who was left a smoking mess to a girl who just straight up failed and an older fellow who made a miscalculation in his formulas. Each of them has struck out spectacularly. On the other hand, Gao Peng and the Red River Ape under his care are doing better than ever. With the consumption of black candle herb half-hauls, the ape's external wounds have all been healed pretty much entirely. Not only that, but the black candle grass has brought the ape's spirit and condition to a peak of sorts. Even the undead monster core is starting to take effect. All that's left now is the sulfuric acid water bath. Yeah, that sure sounds fun. Opening his hand, Gao looks at the key to the ape's cage given to him by Zhou Yan earlier. While most association monsters are docile, the ape's mental state is highly unpredictable. As such, Gao has been told to free it at his own risk. Sure enough, that's really his only option if he's going to finish what he started. After making the ape promise to behave, Gao puts the key into the lock and turns it before taking a few steps back. As the cage opens, the ape instantly comes barreling out, rushing right at Gao. As soon as it reaches him, the ape jumps onto Gao and hugs him. Guess he's a good boy after all. Petting the beast's head, Gao tells it to follow along as he heads to the bathroom. Here, he unveils the toxic vat of sludge he's prepared in the name of a bath. Seriously, that looks like it vaporized anything that touches it. Already terrified by its appearance, the ape decides to test it out. Plucking a hair off its own butt cheek, it throws it into the bath, only for the thing to instantly be disintegrated. Called it. Horrified by what he's just seen, the ape begs Gao to not put him in. Gao can only watch on, impressed by the creature's intelligence. Putting a hand on its head in a comforting gesture, Gao smiles at the ape and assures it that this is for the best. It just needs to be brave for a bit, hearing this and wanting to make Gao proud. The ape steps into the bath with a resolute face. As soon as he steps in, a miniature storm of smoke and darkness engulfs the entire room. Up above, the abnormally high smoke levels trigger the facility's fire alarm. With the fire alarm blaring out, the security team for the facility quickly pinpoint where it was triggered from. Seeing it to be coming from room 10, they grab a fire extinguisher each and rush towards the room. Behind them, the other examinees follow along as well, interested to see just what's happened. Among them is Wang Shu, who is overjoyed at the thought of something bad having happened to Gao Peng. Boy, are you in for a surprise, you spoiled brat. Reaching room 10 in mere moments, the security team kick the door clean off its hinges and enter to take care of the fire. Except, when they get inside, they see that there is no fire, only an absolute crap ton of black smoke. From amidst the said smoke, Gao Peng turns around to see the security team and expresses his surprise at their arrival. Addressing Zhu Yan at the front, he asks what brings the man here at this time. Zhou explains what happened and that the fire alarm's been going off for a little while now, much to Gao Peng's embarrassment. The young man explains that he can get really single-minded whenever he's focused on something that holds his interest. That's pretty much exactly what happened here, and he never even realized the alarm was going off. Geez, how is he even still alive with such little awareness? Turning back, Zhou Yan informs the others over his radio that room 10 is clear. While he asks them to dismiss the false alarm, the other examinees who followed the security team have finally caught up. Peering in from the corner of the room's entrance, they look at Gao and conclude he's just too young and inexperienced. He probably just messed something up that caused the alarm to go off. They do note something confusing though. There's no monster in his room. None are happier at this revelation than Wang Shu, who believes Gao's experiment has failed. Almost as though to refute this exact thought, a large, ghastly, skeletal hand suddenly emerges from the tub of toxic materials. Grabbing onto the corner of the tub, this hand pulls out the head and body of a brand new monster. From the tub, a monster emerges unlike the likes of anything the people there have seen before. A giant skeletal ape with a purple flame surrounding its entire body in a muscular coat. In its eye sockets and over its skull, an even darker flame burns brightly. Susanna Monkey. I repeat, Susanna Monkey. Nobody showed this to Kishimoto. From the entrance, Feng Shu and Li Jin stand in shock at what they're seeing, having just arrived as well. Gao simply reads out the notifications from the system, which inform him that the evolution is complete. The Red River ape has evolved into an elite-quality battle-bone dead ape. With this, Gao's suspicions are confirmed. As long as he has the right materials in the future, he can promote pretty much any monster at his own discretion. That aside, he swiftly gets busy admiring and checking out the ape's new form for now. Between the much larger body, the metal-like bones, and the rock-solid gas around its body, it really has become an incredible specimen. This is a sentiment that's shared by the observers at the door. Li Jin is practically drooling as he speaks of how this is a new type of monster that's never been seen before, and on top of that, it's even a rare undead monster, making it even more valuable. Meanwhile, Feng Shu is just looking on at Gao Peng with an almost proud smile on his face. While the monster's new form is certainly amazing, nothing is more incredible than the monster trainer hopeful who has made it happen. Realizing Examiner Feng is present, Gao turns to him and instantly starts explaining that he has completed the task assigned for the physical exam. Feng's smile simply widens at the boy's enthusiasm, and he tells him he's really proving himself worthy of being the first-ranked examinee. Suddenly, the MC feels his shirt being pulled at from behind. Turning around, he sees the ape tugging at his clothes. Smiling up at the now much taller monster, Gao pets his finger and speaks to him. Meanwhile, Li Jin is, as usual, scheming. Does this guy never get tired of being a scumbag? At present, he's thinking about how monsters promoted in the exam are usually given to the association's employees as rewards. But considering how rare and seemingly powerful this monster is, he's determined to have it for himself. Before he can come up with some diabolical plan to make that happen, though, Feng Shu speaks up. Having seen the interaction between Gao Peng and the ape, he can tell that the monster is quite dependent on Gao. That aside, they've clearly formed a bond in the past few days that can't simply be overlooked. With all these factors taken into consideration, Feng Shu makes a decision. Extending his hand towards Gao, he tells the boy that he'll give the ape to him. From the sides, Zhou Yan and Li Jin are both flabbergasted by this decision, having never seen such a thing happen before. Gao Peng himself, on the other hand, is left speechless. The only word he can manage to get out in his current position is me. Can't blame him. That's a really weird spot to find yourself in. Gao Peng expresses his surprise at Feng Shu's decision. In response, Feng tells him that the monster he's evolved the ape into is a completely new and unrecorded species. While its stats are unknown, it's clearly the product of a successful evolution. As such, it's certainly far from a loss for Gao to receive it as his own. Yeah, I don't think that's the part he was surprised by Big Man. At Feng Shu's words, Gao decides to take a closer look at the ape's new status window and is stunned by what he sees. With the evolution, he's already at level 11. But now, being an elite quality monster, as soon as he crosses level 20, the ape can be promoted to an epic class monster. Hell, if he didn't know any better, he'd assume the ape already is an epic class off of appearance alone. Dan right, Susanna Monkey is cool as hell. Coming up to Gao from behind, Zhou Yan grasps his shoulder and tells the boy to accept. The ape seems to want to stay with him anyway, so what's the harm? Of course, a certain couple of individuals are strongly opposed to this idea. Stepping up to Feng Shu, Li Jin speaks out against the offer of giving the ape to Gao Peng. He tries to cite the association's rules to have the monster reserved for an association employee. On top of that, he even admits that the Red River ape had already been experimented on 6 times prior to this exam. Perhaps one of those is responsible for this promotion. Wang Shu is quick to jump in and throw his own 2 cents into the conversation too. He yells about how the monster should have already been eliminated. So there's no way someone as young as Gao could have brought about its promotion. And there's more on number 2. Taking over from Wang Shu's mini rant, Li Jin tries to build a proper argument, but the spoiled daddy's boy just butts back in. With a furious expression, he yells out that Gao Peng must have cheated. Naturally, Feng Shu just asks them how they even think that could be done in this sort of setting, and for the task set before them. Realizing Wang's blunder, Li Jin tries to salvage their argument by taking a different approach. He claims that the difficulty of the ape's promotion was far beyond the level that the exam is supposed to be at. As such, it's likely that Gao simply knew the required method from some previous experience out of sheer luck. That's a pathetic argument. Feng Shu sees right through it as well, thankfully. Turning his way, he asks Li Jin if he's seriously asking to penalize Gao for showing skills superior to the test they gave him. Instantly backtracking, Li Jin tries to make more excuses, but at this point, Feng Shu isn't interested in listening to his nonsense. Turning to Gao, he simply asks the boy to go ahead and show off his skills as a monster trainer to shut them up. Full of confidence thanks to Feng's support and his own knowledge, Gao proceeds to mock the living hell out of both Li and Wang. He then explains just why the Red River ape was brought to such a pitiful condition. Their experiments were forcing yin energy onto it when that is the exact weakness of Red River apes. This is something that neither Li Jin nor Wang Shu knew, so they can't pretend to be superior to him anymore, especially after Gao goes on to describe the insanely innovative method he used to promote the ape. Thoroughly impressed with Gao, Feng Shu walks up to him and tells the boy he'll be granting him an intermediate monster trainer certification rather than beginner. Unfortunately, he'll have to travel to the Yangjing headquarters to get it, since it's a bit beyond his own authority. With this, he turns to Wang Shu and Li Jin to make a shocking declaration. He knew about their backhanded methods and cheating ways all along with Zhu Yan's offer to testify against them. The two have no way out of the hole they've dug themselves into. Wang Shu is banned from taking the exam again for 3 years, and Li Jin is fired altogether with no chance of ever working again. Thank God for that. Was getting real sick of them. So were the others, apparently. The two are escorted out to cheers from all the other examinees who were sick of their ways as well. Meanwhile, Feng Shu asks Gao to join him in his office for a cup of tea. Apart from apologizing for the mess that today's been, he also has a small favor to ask. Following President Feng's instructions, Gao Peng gets his intermediate monster trainer certificate from the Yangjing headquarters with Dumby at his side. Dumby is the name he's given to the undead ape that is now under his care. Thank God, I was running out of ways to refer to him without a name. Kind of a rude name though, gotta say. Stepping out of the building, Gao reads through the certification booklet and sees something interesting. He'll get 30 full points added to his college entrance exams for having one of these. Thanks to the monster trainer exam, he's now managed to not only get an elite quality monster, but also a great profit and perhaps most importantly, an identity token, as he boards the bus that will take him home. Gao has to admit he's quite pleasantly surprised by how efficient the association is. Normally, an organization of their scale is much more inefficient and you need connections with people like the president to get anything done. As it turns out, Feng Shu wanted to ask Gao Peng to represent Chang'an City in the World Monster Trainers competition. Due to the worryingly low number of competent trainers in Chang'an, they've never had an even remotely noticeable ranking in the competition. Now, however, with the level of potential that Gao has already displayed, Feng Shu is confident that he can make waves in the tournament if he agrees to participate. With it having only been 3 years since the world changed, pretty much everyone is eligible to participate, from the elderly to the middle-aged and even youngsters like him. If he takes part on Chang'an's behalf, their ranking is sure to skyrocket. Unfortunately, Gao is pretty hesitant to accept. After all, he's just become a trainer in the first place. Participating in a global tournament right off the bat, that will put anyone's nerves into a blender. Luckily, Feng Shu knows just how to get him on board. Either that or he just got lucky and he mentioned it offhandedly. He tells Gao that even just ranking in the tournament's top 10 will earn a participant a reward of 10,000 credits, far from an insignificant amount. That's all Gao Peng needs to hear really. Getting out of his seat, he instantly changes gears and tells Feng he'll happily participate. After all, the greater the power, the greater the responsibility. Anyone else hear gunshots? Might want to check on Uncle Ben. Back in the present, Gao is second-guessing his decision. As he ponders whether participating in this tournament is really worth it, a passenger on the bus slowly approaches Dumby. Curious about how his bones feel, the man reaches forward to grab one, only for Dumby to wrap him up in a cocoon of strings of some sort. I'm not really sure, to be honest. Turning towards Dumby, Gao pets the undead ape and tells him this is all he can do to support him and Da Zi. With how much the two of them need to eat, it's his responsibility to provide for them. Meanwhile, the rest of the passengers can only watch in awe at how casually Gao has calmed down the elite quality monster and freed the guy in the string prison. Later, Gao and Dumby are walking home after getting off at their station. As they're walking, Dumby suddenly shoves Gao off the street and turns to face what he senses as a threat. After getting up and walking back towards the ape, Gao thanks him for worrying about him but assures Dumby that there's no danger. After all, the one he senses is just the other member of their little family, Da Zi. Except he's different now. Very different. Looking at the centipede, he can only feel horror at the extremely fattened up worm crawling his way. What the hell did Tang Tang do to him? From the direction Da Zi just came, Tang Tang appears, walking towards Gao the second she sees him. She tells him that Da Zi and her are here to pick him up. In response to his question about Da Zi's state, she tells him she's just made him healthy and strong by giving him lots of good food. After all, he was way too skinny before. So, this is what they call a feeder. It's terrifying. Taking a look at Da Zi's stat window, Gao's eyes linger over the words extremely overnourished. Yeah, there's no way this can count as healthy. That aside, she asks how Gao's exam went. In response, he gives her a quick rundown of everything that happened. More than anything, Tang Tang is shocked by the fact that he's jumped straight to an intermediate trainer from the start. Smiling warmly at him, she tells him his growth rate has really surprised her. Taking that into consideration, she decides it's time to have a talk with him. Looking him in the eye, she asks Gao if he knows why monster trainers have such a high status. It's because no matter how strong or weak the monsters they use, they're still monstrous. I mean, yeah, isn't that why they're called monsters? The hell is she on about? Skipping over whatever that conversation was, we see Gao Peng back in his apartment. Here, he's sitting to perform the Imperial Monster's secret technique. With this, all damage received by a monster trainer can be transferred to their monster instead. Though the range is limited and the technique can only be activated by the monster's own choice, it's quite a formidable technique regardless. In the first place, a monster's defensive power is far superior to a human's, so activating the move is basically akin to invincibility against normal attacks. And as a monster upgrades and evolves, their defense and vitality only get stronger and stronger. After learning the move with Da Zi, it felt as though the two were connected in a way. Almost as though by an invisible thread of sorts. Sitting on his sofa, Gao finally completes the ritual he's performing and the contract is completed. He has to admit, it's quite strange that Tang Tang was able to secure the scroll for it so casually. It's almost certain that she must have a pretty impressive background. Turning his eyes downwards, Gao is treated to a sight that greatly troubles him. It's Da Zi, still in the extremely obese state that Tang Tang's care has left him in. When Gao tries to tell him as much, Da Zi simply talks back to him. In response, Gao has Dumby bring him a mirror. Placing it in front of Da Zi and forcing the centipede to take a proper look at himself seems to do the trick. The purple monster is left petrified by just how fat he's become and lies down on the floor, depressed. Feeling bad, Gao tells Da Zi not to feel bad for himself right now. He should get up and do some proper exercise so all this extra body fat can be lost. If he does, then Gao will give him a quality upgrade and promote him the way he did Dumby. In his mind, Gao pictures the current super fat Da Zi in an upgraded form with wings. Yeah, not a chance. He has to lose that weight first. The next day, Gao Peng joins Tang Tang to head to her company. With his new monster trainer certification, she's offered him a job there that he's more than happy to talk. On their way to the company, Tang Tang tells Gao about her previous business endeavors and how they were terrible failures. Looking at her current company though, Gao can only marvel at how amazing it is. Not only is it located in the center of downtown where the rent is famously high, but it's also quite a luxurious building. As they walk inside, Tang Tang talks about the pay rate Gao will be receiving for his work here. Surprisingly enough, the pay is much higher than market value for trainer services, but Tang Tang simply brushes it off. If it were anyone else, Gao would suspect this to be some sort of trap. But Tang Tang, the lady who's taken care of him ever since he was orphaned 3 years ago? No, he's sure she wouldn't do anything that could harm him. He'll just have to make sure to make loads of money in the future and repay her kindness. Moments later, they're greeted by a cute young lady by the name of Shun Chuan Chuan. This is the receptionist of their company. After introducing the two to each other, Tang Tang tells Chuan Chuan to show Gao around properly. She has some other things to deal with, so she'll be going on ahead. Exasperated with her antics but still happy to be here, Gao turns to Chuan Chuan. She tells him to follow her so they can get started with his registration, and the two head to her office. While Chuan Chuan punches in his information on her computer, Gao thinks about the rates he's charging for his services. Considering the fact that his services will almost always guarantee a promotion unlike other trainers, he feels it's reasonable enough. Not to mention he has to make a lot of money if he's going to pay back Tang Tang one day. Chuan Chuan asks him if he's sure about those rates, since they're about triple the maximum charge for normal trainers. Right as Gao's about to reply, a man charges in and starts making demands of Gao. He says that he can forget 3 times, he'll pay 10 times the maximum charge as long as Gao can cure his monster. With a panicked and rushed expression, the man, Mr. Ma, demands that Gao Peng cure his monster. If he can do it, he'll gladly pay 10 times the normal rate. Though he's surprised, Gao doesn't miss a beat in responding to the flustered gentleman. He tells him that just the triple charge that he's registered himself with is fine, especially since this is only his first order. Hearing this, Ma asks if he's truly confident in his ability to cure the man's monster. With a disarming smile, Gao tells him to at least show him the monster in question first. Once he's seen what the problem is exactly, he can offer an accurate answer, desperate for a solution to his problem. The man decides to go along with it for now. Quickly, but carefully, he pulls out his monster from its carrier in its non-combat form. Said monster is a purple mouse with a terrible injury in the side of its body. In a terrified voice, Ma asks once more whether Gao can cure it or not. Never heard of patience, has he? Taking a look at its status window, Gao sees the creature as a purple lightning rat of elite quality. Suddenly, he sees a warning notification from the system telling him to deal with the dangerous mutations that are conflicting with each other as soon as possible. Turning to Ma, Gao demands to know what he fed the rat to cause such a dangerous reaction within it. He admits that he fed the monster a blood jade mushroom in an attempt to make it mutate and evolve, but he never expected something like this would happen. Ignorance ain't innocence, pal. Really stupid move. Luckily, Gao was able to get a cure from the system after getting all the facts. While the rat is in fact in the process of evolving, the blood attribute of the mushroom and the rat's own lightning attribute are stuck in a conflict for dominance that's tearing its insides apart. With the system's suggested method, he'll be able to switch the conflict of the two attributes into a complementary coexistence that'll conclude the rat's evolution. Turning to Chuan Chuan, he asks her to bring him 5 shadow fruits, a red maple heart, a pair of thunder gold leaves, and 1 blood bat monster crystal core. Man, they really suck at naming things in this world. While Chuan Chuan rushes to get the requested items, Gao turns to Ma and reminds him of the rules for this kind of service. All the materials that are about to be used will be paid for in full by him. The client, only concerned with the health of his pet, Ma just says it's no problem. Once the requested materials are brought to him, Gao takes them and the rat to the treatment room. Here, he prepares a pot of stew over a stove and the proceeds to hold a butcher's knife over the rat. What? Horrified by what they're seeing, Chuan Chuan and Ma watch from the side. When Gao picks up the rat and plops it into the stew though, Ma rushes forward in fear after offering him a spoon of rat soup. Gao breaks down laughing and tells him it's just a joke. This isn't a stew or soup at all. It's a medicinal bath prepared with the materials he requested earlier. It's just on the stove so the heat can help the rat absorb the nutrients in the medicine. Sure enough, 10 minutes later, the pot's lid is blown away as a purple blur shoots out and makes a mess of the whole room. Thanks to Gao's method, the conflicting mutations within it have harmonized and the rat has evolved into a perfect quality lightning blood rat. A monster with dual attributes. He tells Ma that with a little training, the rat can even rise to a leader-level monster. Overjoyed at his monster's healthy recovery and promotion, Ma thanks Gao profusely. Once the matter of fees is settled, he asks Gao if he can make an appointment for another of his monsters tomorrow. Unfortunately for him, Gao has classes tomorrow, so he can't do that. As he's walking out, Ma asks just what class he's taking when he's already such an impressive monster trainer. Turning his head, Gao tells him he's a 3rd year in high school before walking away. Rooted in place, Chuan Chuan and Ma can only shiver in fear of just how impressive Gao is, even just as a student. Later, Tang Tang can be seen sitting in her apartment while fiddling with a little golden ball. This is a crystal core of considerably good quality. Turning to her own personal monster, she instructs the creature to send the stuff over for her. What is she? a mafia drug dealer. Crawling across the outside wall of the apartment building, her monster reaches the window of Gao Peng's apartment. Silently, it drops the crystal core through the window and onto the floor. Coincidentally enough, or rather perhaps intentionally, the crystal core lands right in front of Da Zi. Curious about the sudden appearance of this strange item, he crawls over to take a look at it. And then, without any regard for safety or his own health, he chomps down on the thing like it's the tastiest thing he's ever seen. Almost instantly, an intense reaction takes place and Da Zi starts shivering in agony. All the while, Dumby simply watches from behind, terrified for his sibling pet. Down on the street, Gao is returning to his apartment after doing some shopping for his monsters. With 15 pounds of cedar pine needles, he should be able to feed Dumby for a solid month. Since he's only just evolved to elite quality, Gao plans to give him some time before trying the next promotion to perfect quality. On the other hand, Da Zi's promotion is a matter of concern for him. Because of the crystal cores he needs to promote him, it probably won't be an option for quite a while yet. Well, is he in for a surprise? As Gao nears his apartment, he suddenly feels a sense of distress through the telepathic link with his monsters. Panicking, he drops the groceries in his hands and rushes back home at full speed. Slamming his apartment door open, Gao yells out for Dumby, terrified that the monster is in some sort of trouble. However, the ape is just fine. The distress signal he sent was because of the state Da Zi is currently in. On the ground in front of him, the little guy is rolling around in pain as he simultaneously drools and foams at the mouth. As he watches this happen, the system pops up to tell Gao just what is happening. According to the notification, Da Zi is in the process of evolving after consuming a large amount of blood and flesh of the lightning Vajra centipede along with a monster crystal core. Shocked by this information, Gao Peng can only wonder just where the hell something that expensive would even come from, of course. This must be the work of Tang Tang. Sure enough, the woman appears in his doorway with his dropped groceries in hand, proving that she's been watching him. I can't decide if that's more wholesome or creepy, leaning towards creepy. Turning to face her, Gao Peng asks why in the world she would do this without even so much as asking him first. All she says in response is that he wouldn't have accepted it if she asked in advance. After placing down his groceries and nervously scolding him for being reckless, she scurries backwards and enters her apartment with a rushed goodbye. With her gone, Gao sets his sights on Da Zi. Firmly smacking the centipede's head, he tells him not to just eat whatever he sees in the future. With that, he sets about finding a way to speed up Da Zi's evolution, so he doesn't have to keep suffering like he currently is. Luckily for the centipede, the system provides info on just the thing he needs. After digging through his possessions for a bit, Gao finally finds what he needs, a medium-grade purple poison flower. By grinding this into a medicinal juice and feeding it to Da Zi, the evolution should be completed. Well, that's certainly convenient, almost like the plot demanded it. Sure enough, as soon as Gao blends the flower up and feeds it to Da Zi, he evolves into an elite-quality purple-backed lightning centipede at once. Despite the evolution, though, the now much larger centipede collapses onto the floor, exhausted from the ordeal it's just been through. Seeing Dumby worried about him despite the rivalry between the two pets, Gao assures him that Da Zi is just tired and he'll be fine. While Da Zi lies there resting, Gao goes about feeding Dumby the food he got for him earlier. Later, Da Zi awakens to the sight of his master and brother both asleep on opposite sides of the couch. Having an idea, the centipede goes to grab a blanket and heads towards the couch. While Tang Tang watches from the window and worries about what's coming his way, Gao finds a blanket draped over him by Da Zi, who wraps himself around his master for cuddles. Didn't think I'd die from cuteness today, but here we are, sayonara folks. Never mind, I'm back. In the principal's office of Chang'an 3rd Senior High, said principal can be seen arguing with a government official over an important matter. Said matter is the recently suggested reform of the school. While the principal is heavily opposed to putting his children in any form of danger, the government official finally lets slip why this must be done. While people their age are considered children in peacetimes, the incoming war will force them to be the main defensive force for the country. Their situation at present is at a turning point. Soon enough, the technologies of humanity will no longer be a threat to the ever-evolving and vicious beasts that have been mutating out in the wilds. Unlike the monsters in cities, their mutations are far more violent and battle-focused in nature. If they wait to reform their system till then, it really will be too late. Meanwhile, in class, Gao Peng finds himself the center of everyone's attention, greatly confusing him. That is until a friend of his reveals that his exploits in the monster trainer exam have been reported in the newspaper. Thanks to that, he's practically a celebrity now. Blushing in embarrassment at the praising words of the students around him, Gao happily takes it all in. Then his friend asks him if he can make a small request, which Gao instantly denies. Damn, either they're really good friends or not at all. Can't be an in-between with an instant reply like that. Right as the friend's about to make a big deal about it, head teacher Murong appears out of thin air behind him. With a smack to his head from her rolled-up paper, she yells out for the students to settle down and listen to her announcement. Reminds me of my old teachers. As everyone settles down, she makes the announcement. From this moment onwards, schools all around the world are undergoing an urgent reform. From here on out, the second year of high school and up will have a new course taught on monsters. On top of that, they'll also be having a special recruitment channel for students to be recruited into the army. This is a joint effort between the Union Military and the Union Ministry of Education to create new imperial ambassadors. Those students with the best records can be recruited directly to the top military academies. Military coaches are scheduled to arrive soon, and all the students who are interested in joining are to begin training this afternoon. As such, anyone who wishes to be a special student must come to see her after class to sign up. While the class redescends into chaos as they discuss the possible reasons for this, Miss Murong asks to speak to Gao Peng in private. Out in the hallway, she begins by congratulating Gao on his achievements in the monster trainer exam. Even the principal praised him by name in a recent meeting. Taking that into consideration, they would like Gao Peng to represent the school as a freshman to the students of 7th High who will be coming tomorrow. Sweating bullets, Gao instantly tells her that kind of thing is way too high profile for him, and he'd much prefer to stay under the radar for the most part. As a matter of fact, he's actually planning to apply as one of the special students to take military training. Confused and more than a little concerned for him, Miss Murong asks Gao why he's considering such a dangerous path. With his exceptional grades and the prestige of an intermediate monster trainer certification, he can make a lot of credits with even a normal job. Hell, he can even apply to the top foreign academies. If nothing else, he can use his achievements to enter the military academy and then apply to related majors. Clenching his fist, Gao tells her that he's really grateful for her concern, but that path is too slow for him. He wants to learn more from actual combat training and grow stronger as quickly as he can. Besides, he can take both exams at the same time, so he doesn't plan on missing either opportunity. Smiling at her student in defeat, Miss Murong tells him she'll respect his decision, but she really hopes he'll consider her suggestions. Man, it's always so nice to see a wholesome teacher who actually cares about their students in these series. They're way too rare. Later in the afternoon, the special students are all gathered in the yard outside to meet the military coaches. While they're waiting, Gao runs into the friend from earlier, Tan Chanjin, and the two end up having a rather petty argument. Okay, I still can't tell if they're really good or really bad friends. Right on cue, an armored tank pulls up to the yard and the soldier in command, a colonel, steps forward. Standing behind the days on stage, he begins speaking. First and foremost, he congratulates them for having the guts to come here at all. And then he puts them down, telling them that they don't have what it takes to become an imperial ambassador and detailing the humiliating reactions they'll have when they see a true monster out in the wild. As the students start responding with a sea of angry and offended complaints, the colonel simply offers to show them firsthand. Before their eyes, he has his subordinates bring up a giant muscle-bound beast of a white hound with glowing red eyes. Yeah, alright, that's definitely pretty scary. Calling over his subordinates, Colonel Chen takes the wolf's leash in his own hands. Meanwhile, he orders the soldiers to set up a 10-centimeter thick 3-type armor plate for the demonstration he's planning. Once it's done, he crouches down to the wolf's level and orders it to go ahead. Before he can even finish uttering the last syllable of his sentence, the hound is already on its way to the target. Dashing towards it at insane speeds, it leaps forward and slashes away, ripping the armor plate to shreds. The students have similar sentiments running among them now, shocked by what they've just seen. From his position, Colonel Chen calls out to them, telling them this is the power of a training beast. The monsters they'll have to face in the future will be of equal or even greater strength if they stay here. With that in mind, this is their last chance to back out. Anyone who doesn't want to do this must quit this instant. With their heads bowed down in shame, dozens of students start walking away. Seeing their downcast expressions, Colonel Chen calls out to them. With a comforting smile, he assures them they've done nothing wrong. Studying is an honorable path as well, as long as they do it well. What they've done here is not deserting, but making a rational choice. Man, the adults in this are so wholesome. Well, except Li Jin and the Wangs. Screw those guys. Turning towards the students who have stayed back though, Colonel Chen takes on the appearance of a demon, with a much more vicious smile now on his face. He tells them that if any of them leave now, they'll certainly be counted as deserters. Did I speak too soon? Later that day, Gao Peng returns home after an absolutely grueling day of training under the colonel. According to him, 1,200 students will be eliminated from enrollment out of all the city's institutes in just a month's time. With a rate that high, things are bound to be. Wait a second. Where's all the cedar pine needles he bought for Dumby? After thoroughly searching the fridge, he finds a single needle still in there. Turning towards his monsters, he demands to know what's going on. Dazi gleefully gives up his brother at once, telling Gao that he ate them all while he was gone. Gao goes to scold Dumby, but the poor ape is already so ashamed of himself that he can't bring himself to be mean. Petting the monster, Gao just tells him to say something first before eating next time. Man, being a dad is tough, ain't it? Sitting down, Gao goes over the consumption rate of both his monsters once more. Dumby needs to consume 600 pounds of cedar pine needles before evolving again. Right now, he's getting quite close to that amount. The more he eats, the faster they can move on to the next evolution. Once he does evolve, though, he'll need to consume even more valuable materials. Frankly, it's going to be a real headache managing the money needed for it all. As for Dazi, he needs 200 pounds of lightning flower fruit to reach perfect quality. While that's cheaper than the cedar pine needles, it's still not for a small amount. Not to mention he'll face the same problem as Dumby after evolving. Raising a family's pretty tough. That's what I said. Well, kinda. The next day, Gao Peng arrives at school to a worrying sight. Students are all over the place, just barely able to keep control of the monsters that they brought with them. Most concerning of them all is perhaps a pig, a giant pig. Giant enough to literally be blocking the whole entrance of the building. From behind Gao, one of the military coaches approaches with his own gray wolf in tow, much like the one Colonel Chen commanded before. After seeing what the issue is, he turns to the wolf and tells it this situation is all his. With a terrifying growl, the monster stands up to the pig, scaring it out of place. With the entrance unblocked, the coach simply tells them that the show's over. Now it's time for their training to start. Over in the school's yard, the day's training is set to begin. The coach from earlier takes center stage and explains what they'll be doing today. For their first real lesson, they'll be learning how to properly command their beasts, the irrefutable most important aspect of being an imperial ambassador. If they don't have a strong connection with their beast, they'll never be able to make it obey their commands. For an example, he explains how he often buys his own silver moon wolf its favorite food and spends time playing and exercising with it. Thanks to that, their relationship has improved to a great degree and they can understand each other very well. It's thanks to this that the wolf happily listens to his commands. Moving on from that, he also explains how important it is to develop each aspect of a monster's combat abilities. Yesterday, they witnessed the Colonel's wolf smash an armor plate with just its tail. However, that isn't even the strong point of a silver moon wolf. It's simply something that became strong with months of systematic training. Similarly, another coach's wolf has an extraordinarily powerful bite force. He goes on to explain that there are currently 5 classifications of beasts: attackers, defenders, supporters, healers, and field controllers. However, the fact is that many species specialize in multiple categories. Similarly, they must train their beasts to be at least capable in all categories. For starters, they can use the training materials that have been shipped here to train bite force. Gao Peng, however, decides to train Da Zi's defensive capabilities first. The art of body transfer allows him to absorb any damage done to Gao, which is his most important asset at present. While thinking of a way to work on this, Gao remembers something he read some time ago about a species called fierce fist apes. Since they're born with very low defense, their parents train them from birth to hit tree trunks with their own bodies. Over time, they grow to move from trunks to rocks and then mountains. By doing this, their bodies naturally harden and their skin thickens. Calluses form to make a sort of armor that defends them. Considering how effective that method is for them, Gao decides to use it with Da Zi too. Pulling out a massive hammer from one of the resource crates, he prepares to squish the life out of a napping Da Zi. Naturally, the centipede takes off running, forcing Gao to chase after it. When he finally catches up to the monster, he nearly dislocates his arm just from the weight of the hammer. Yikes, maybe Da Zi isn't the one who needs training. 1 week later, Gao Peng wakes up to the sound of Da Zi smashing his door. The little guy wants breakfast, and he wants it at once. Stepping out of his room, he tells the centipede to relax and gets to cooking. As he's doing so, he has to admit, the past week's training certainly feels like it's made him stronger and faster. Even Da Zi has gotten bigger and risen to level 10. Regardless, he can't help but feel a bit depressed at the strain on his body and his wallet recently. Suddenly, his phone starts ringing, eager to be helpful. Dumby answers the call and holds it up for Gao on speaker. The person on the phone is Liu Senlin, the general manager of Blue Shield Security Company. This only confuses Gao as he's never even heard of such a company before. When he asks why they're looking for him, General Liu says he wants to talk about something that could be of great benefit to him. With that said, he asks if Gao has time to talk in person. Yeah, this doesn't seem sketchy at all. Gao Peng and his monsters have aced the monster trainer exam and land a part-time job as a consultant at his older sister's company. Now, he's undergoing training at his school from a renowned colonel and his squad to become an imperial ambassador. Though the growth of his pet monsters is certainly great, Gao Peng can't help but lament the cost of their food and upgrade materials. While pondering this one night after training, Gao Peng receives a phone call from Liu Senlin, the general manager of Blue Shield Security Company. Apparently, the man has a proposition for him. Gao Peng arrives at Fei Peng's studio for his meeting where he's greeted by Quan Quan. At her direction, he heads inside where he meets Mr. Liu, the man who called him earlier. Getting right down to business, the older man tells Gao Peng that he wants to ask him to work for his company as a monster trainer consultant. Must be pretty desperate to one high schooler. Gao tells the man to sit down so they can actually talk first. Yeah, calm down, Uncle Sam. Skeptical about the offer, Gao asks why they want him when there are senior trainers in Chang'an City, not to mention other intermediate trainers like him too. Liu tells him, however, that he's being far too modest. While there are senior trainers in Chang'an, one is the president of the Monster Trainers Association himself and the other is a full-time government consultant. When they come down to intermediate-level trainers, Liu just feels better hedging his bets on an up-and-coming talent like Gao Peng. Satisfied, Gao Peng sets his terms for a contract. He'll only work weekends with the exception of emergencies and he won't sign any kind of exclusivity contract. To Gao's surprise, his demands are agreed to almost instantly and a contract is handed over. He can only wonder who the hell this company's owner is to offer him such a lucrative contract without a second thought. Either way, it's a boon for him, so Gao signs the thing and the meeting is concluded as Quan Quan enters the room. She tells Gao that Mr. Ma, who has an appointment with him, is outside. Manager Liu understands and leaves so Gao can attend to the other man. Once he's inside, Ma tells Gao what his request today is. He has a level 3 plant-based beast known as a flower demon. He wishes to evolve this beast and enter it in a Flower King competition in about half a month's time. Gao is shocked at the fact he'd want to put such a rare and amazing beast in what's essentially a beauty pageant, but doesn't question it. Yet asking questions doesn't really pay the bills. At Quan Quan's questioning, Ma reveals that the flower demon is his second beast and he wants to give it the best life he can offer. Gao understands and charges Ma the usual price, that is, triple the market value of such a service. Once that's done, he has Quan Quan bring him a list of ingredients from their store's stock and kicks both of them out of the room. A little while and a lot of nerves from Ma later. They're allowed back in the room and find that Gao has delivered. The flower demon is now a regal-looking creature sitting confidently at level 4. Ma gloms onto Gao in his joy over the success, eliciting anger from him and a heavy blush from Quan Quan. Huh, so she's a perv then. Meanwhile, in an unknown location, a young lady disdainfully listens to her peers and their casual attitude towards life. She, however, has a set goal in mind. She will do whatever she must to find a specific person, Gao Peng. At the Chenji material shop, Gao arrives to pick up his usual order of 30 pounds of cedar pine needles for Dumby. Unfortunately, the store owner informs him that there's a shortage of the material due to an infestation of villainous spiders that appear out of seemingly nowhere in the Black Ember Forest of Chang'an City. Not only have they destroyed the crops and herbs, but they're also eating the other monsters in the area. Geez, filthy insects are hungrier than me on a cheat day. As he's leaving the store, Gao thinks of recent events. Between the college and military's collaboration, the security company eager to recruit him, and now this, it seems clear that something big is about to happen soon. Just then, he receives a call from Liu Senlin. After answering the call, Gao ends up at Blue Shield Security Company's Building 1 to meet Liu. It turns out that the new spiders, designated as brutal gray spiders, are attacking several resource sites in large numbers. As such, the government has brought together several security companies and organizations to investigate them and learn their weaknesses. Blue Shield's team will be leaving in 3 days, and Liu needs Gao to help out with strengthening their Imperial Beast reserves. If even a few Devil Mantises can be strengthened, that would be a great boon for them. He leads Gao to a floor where about 100 Devil Mantises are kept and asks him to please do his best. While Gao studies the Mantises, Liu and a junior discuss his skill level. Something Liu truly hopes is as great as he's been told since he's risking his neck for this. Thankfully, just 10 minutes later, Gao has picked out the 10 most powerful mantis suds and asked for them to be separated in a lab alongside a list of resources for each. Liu is elated at the clear proof that Gao is as impressive as he thought, perhaps even more so. That doesn't even begin to compare to how he feels a little while later, though. Before the day has even ended, Gao has perfectly evolved a mantis to a leader level 4-winged jade mantis. Liu is overjoyed at the confirmation that Gao Peng is truly a treasure he's been lucky to recruit. Damn straight, better remember that too. At the training grounds where the colonel's team is overseeing the students, Gao praises Da Zi for his latest improvement in combat ability. As he treats the little guy, he takes note of all of his fellow classmates who have already begun slacking off and aren't taking this training nearly as seriously as they should be. Just then, he's approached by a girl named Mutated. Tall tomboy Dami Mami, let's go. Mu compliments him on how well he's trained his beast and tells him what she's here for while Gao gawks at how tall she is. Since team battles will occur in the later stages of training, she wants to form a partnership with him. The only person she's seen who's as serious as her about this. At Gao's questioning, she summons her beast, Lotus Seed, a massive steel rhino with incredible defense and one of only 2 beasts of elite quality. The fact that he's incredibly timid, to a ridiculous extent actually, is overlooked by Gao for now. Du's the poster rhino for gentle giants. With Da Zi working on increasing his offensive capabilities, a tank will round out their formation perfectly. Right as Mu is turning away, thinking that Gao doesn't want her, he tells her he accepts. In her happiness, the girl rattles the life out of him with a monstrous handshake. Meanwhile, security teams have arrived outside the Black Ember Forest to work on the spider issue. Here, Manager Liu faces off against Captain Mu, who appears to be a fierce rival of his. While bickering between themselves, they give the go-ahead for a suppression shot to be fired into the forest. To their confusion, though, the devil mantis suds with Liu start acting terrified shortly after. The reason for this is revealed moments later as a giant white-furred, red-horned ape bursts out of the forest. They've drawn the attention of a Lord-level monster. This beast is none other than the Lord of the Black Ember Forest itself. As the forest's Lord Ape Beast monster thing wreaks havoc on the allied forces, the non-military members instantly start fleeing away from the beast. Bunch of wusses. Luckily, the military forces are able to keep their cool and deploy a golden killer beast, a giant bird monster with flaming breath that attacks the ape with enough intensity to make it back off. As the ape leaves the area, the security forces regroup and a military officer tells Liu to get his people together quickly. Said officer returns to his superior to complain about these civilian organizations being unnecessary when they're already here. The superior, however, tells him that with the way the world is changing, even these people need experiences like this to grow and prepare for the uncertain future headed their way. Sometime later, a team of women are working their way through the elite-class monsters in the forest, or rather, in a cave. To conserve their beast's strength, their leader arranges defensive beasts in the front and supporters in the center of their formation. As for the attackers, they're on each flank. With this game plan, they work their way through even more spiders. They eventually hear the sounds of fighting from further in the cave and rush towards them. Once they get to the fight, they find themselves on a high-up ledge that gives them an aerial view of the battle. The security forces are currently locked in a fight with a mother spider that's birthing all the pests. Though it bursts the true threats, the mother itself is a very weak fighter for her class. Liu leads the charge against it and orders for the long-range attackers to focus on the eyes while everyone else goes for the legs. When they attempt this, though, they find the mother's eyes have a shield in front of them. Well, that's just downright inconvenient. The captain of the female squad holds her position even as her comrades advise going down there and helping out. She agrees that going down there is the right thing, but something about the mother doesn't feel quite right to her. Down on the battlefield, the eye shield is finally broken and Liu orders a full-force assault. Unfortunately, right as they begin damaging the beast, it lets out a shrill, piercing shriek that incapacitates everyone on the field. Seeing the creature's aura, Liu realizes something terrible. The mother spider is evolving into a Lord rank peak monster, and they have interrupted the evolutionary process. Their only option now is to run. How about that? A realistic approach for once. Roughly 3 hours after the initial forces went into the mother spider's cave, the forces outside are beginning to grow anxious. Suddenly, they spotted Beast racing out of the forest and towards them. The military officer with them puts his guard up instantly and signals all troops to prepare for battle. Luckily, it's just a false alarm as the approaching beast is a devil mantis with Manager Liu riding atop it. After landing and catching his breath, Liu grabs the nearest government official in a rage and demands to know why they sent them to die. That was no low offense, Mother Spider. It was a damn evolving one in the process of reaching the Lord level. The military officer separates the two and asks Manager Liu to explain what exactly happened. Liu tells them about how the Mother Spider was mid-evolution and the power difference led to their forces being decimated. Even their best beasts, which they brought with them, have been lost inside the spider's cave. As if that weren't bad enough, Liu's subordinates are missing too. Turning to the government officials, the military officer angrily demands to know if their government really reported the Mother Spider as a low combat power beast. They're the government, bro. Of course they lied. To Liu's relief, one of his men actually makes it back to them as well. He tells the officers that the spider was chasing after all of them and they got scattered while fleeing. The officers discuss how they could have brought a larger force and captured this Mother Spider to be trained as an asset if they'd been given the proper intel from the start. Now though, they'll just have to wait for nature to take its course. The Black Ember Forest's leader beast, the giant ape, will have to be the one to take down the Spider Mother. Back at the academy, Gao is showing tremendous growth with Da Zi. As he thinks of the forest expedition, Liu went on with the allied forces. He worries about how the hunting environment's development is driving inflation in monster corpse prices. At this point, he has to advance his monsters to leader rank and gain his senior monster trainer certificate to keep up with their expenses. TLDR, being broke sucks, man. While Da Zi is training, Mu offers Gal a guidebook she's made to learn their beast's abilities. Amusingly enough though, that's mostly just overenthusiastic nonsense. She's a little confused, but she got the spirit. Suddenly, an announcement is made. The first phase of her training has ended and the slackers are now to be thrown out. Sure enough, everyone that showed subpar dedication is booted right out despite their protests. Now that the second phase, practical training, is beginning, they're to make groups of 5 for it. 2 particular students who are just fighting over which of their beasts is better instantly move to Gao and Mu and declare that they're a team. As the groups all familiarize themselves with each other, the instructor, Zhang Renbai, comes over to greet Gao's group. He is the one who'll be in charge of their practical training. Well, this is gonna be hell for them, isn't it? Instructor Zhang brings out a terrifyingly vicious-looking beast for them to train against as their first lesson. A level 9 steel pig. Looks more like a mammoth, but alright man, sure. Gao and Mu's new teammates find common ground for the first time in their shared fear of the beast. When they request a different monster, Instructor Zhang offers up an innocent-looking hyena instead. However, Gao Peng knows that this is actually a level 10, elite quality hairless bloodhound. If provoked, this thing is even more powerful than the pig. Plus, it has poison immunity, so Da Zi will be at a disadvantage. Gao quickly steps forward to avoid their monster actually being switched and says he'll take the pig on first. As soon as the beast's cage is opened, it rushes out with a furious countenance. Ready come all Gao and Da Zi. The two remain calm though, and Gao tells his beast to go forward. As the giant pig attempts to crush the centipede, Da Zi maneuvers himself around its legs and climbs onto its back, where he rips into the swine with a vicious snap of his jaw. After he's thoroughly bitten into the pig's flesh, it manages to throw him off. Now on the ground and in a stunned state, Da Zi is vulnerable. The two new guys show varying levels of concern that Da Zi has lost, but their worrying is unnecessary. Little by little, seemingly invisible damage is stacking up on the pig even as they speak. Da Zi has already taken control of the battle by injecting the pig with his poison. Now, the more violently it tries to attack, the more the poison will spread and mess it up. Yup, definitely main character levels are broken. Before long, the pig collapses, causing the new guys and their beasts' jaws to drop. Instructor Zhang points out that the pig's blue face indicates poisoning. He tells Gao that he's past days training, but advises to not have Da Zi use his poison too much. If he becomes too dependent on it, then he'll end up practically crippled against an enemy with poison immunity. Instructor Zhang also takes note of how Gao is raising his centipede more like a dog than anything. Hey man, dudes can be best friends with damn near anything. Next up is Skinny Sweater Vest Guide. We don't have a name yet, so that's what he'll be. After bickering some more with the fat guide, he sends his yellow-tailed scorpion forth to face the steel pig while it's still poisoned. The scorpion uses poison needle to take the pig down. But unfortunately, this knocks the beast itself out as well. Turns out it took damage from its own poison plus the remainder of Da Zi's inside the pig. Meanwhile, the fat dude's beast is perhaps even more pathetic, as it seems to have fallen in love with the pig's unconscious body. While the fat guy stops his beast, Sweater Vest heals his scorpion, and Gao and Mu have a conversation. Instructor Zhang face palms at the scene. This team is not going to be easy to lead. Dumby is sitting in front of the fridge in the apartment, constantly searching for food inside over and over as if he'll magically appear. Hey, that's what I do in the middle of the night sometimes. Gao Peng would stop him, but the little guy's actions are just too silly and cute to interfere. Just then, he receives a phone call from the number of the Monster Hunting Association. He curiously picks up and figures that it must be Yingxu calling to tell him the cedar pine needles have arrived. When he puts the phone to his ear, he hears an automated message playing to tell him that the task he posted has been completed. The items will now be arriving at the pickup location at their scheduled time. Gao Peng is happy that it's finally here and speeds out of his apartment. He's worried that if this shortage continues, then he'll need to give Dumby an alternative evolutionary route. Dad Man. As Peng collects his parcel from a delivery robot, a group of sketchy individuals are watching his every move from the shadows. They have followed the delivery truck of the cedar pine needles all the way from the Monster Hunting Association's warehouse, and they intend to rob the person rich enough to buy so many right now. One of the thugs seems uncomfortable with the plan, but their leader shuts him up pretty fast. Plus, the other thug smacks the stuffing out of his head. That can't have felt nice. Much later that night, the three thugs are sneaking their way into Gao Peng's building while wondering why such a rich guy lives in such a crappy neighborhood. As they're trying to break into his apartment, a neighbor, Tong Tong, suddenly opens her door, curious about why there's so much noise. When the thugs see her, they get scared and start making excuses, but the leader sees an opportunity. He grabs Tong Tong's door before she can go back in and strong arms his way inside with his boys. Strangely enough, she's rather accommodating towards them. Then, as the thugs lock the front door, her entire aura shifts, as she tells them that the soundproof material of her walls will prevent any noise going outside. A terrifying silhouette appears behind her. Her beast, the chameleon, is ready to fight. As expected, the thugs all but crap themselves. Though the thugs are terrified by the chameleon at first, the boss quickly regains his bearings and bum rushes Tong Tong with a knife which she cleanly knocks out of his hand. Holy crap, Gao better not get on her bad side. One of the thugs quickly sends forward his hedgehog pet to help their boss, only for the thing to be eaten by Tong Tong's chameleon. The thug can do little but cry out for his prickly prick. Huh, that's wild. Should probably get it checked out. As Tong Tong is joking with her chameleon, it suddenly comes under attack from a new beast. The thug leader has brought out his bullet rat and had it shoot up the chameleon and woman. However, he's left dumbfounded when he sees Tong Tong is completely unharmed other than a tear of her dress. In a single moment, Tong Tong's countenance shifts once more, this time to that of death itself. Meanwhile, next door in his own apartment, Gao Peng is annoyed by all the screaming from his neighbors. Guess that soundproofing thing was a lie then. Moments later, Tong Tong calls someone named Old Chi and asks him to have the thugs picked up and put to work at the border. The next day, Gao Peng and his team are undergoing more practical training. Right now, Da Zi is totally wiped from the exertion of trying to break a water bear bug's defenses. Sweater Vest and Fatso's beasts are down for the count too. This is a monster that has evolved to survive all sorts of harsh conditions, and that's an understatement at best. Gao considers taking one as his third beast, but realizes there's just no synergy with his other two boys. Right now, a long-range healing or flying-type beast will be much better. Off to the side, he notices Mu and her steel rhino are showing considerable improvement as well, the beast's timidity being much less than before. As he's watching, he receives a call from manager Liu where he acts suspiciously flattering and invites Gao to meet some friends together. Considering the losses from the Black Ember Forest, it's not too surprising though, so he goes with it. After school, Liu picks him up at the gates and reveals that his daughter is actually Gao's classmate, Liu Zhaoyu. When Liu asks him to help Zhaoyu with her beast if he ever has the time, Gao notes that it's a cat type, something that's fairly rare. He tells Zhaoyu she can drop by the studio on weekends if she'd like, which makes her very happy as they drop her off at home. Confused and growing a little suspicious about why they dropped her home first, Gao asks just who Liu's friends are. Concerningly enough, Liu just smiles and tells him he'll know when the person arrives. Yeah, that's not worrying at all. Gao Peng and Liu arrive at a restaurant of sorts with a landscape garden-style layout. Gao observes that whoever made this place is well-versed in both northern and southern-style gardens. To be meeting here, Liu's friends are certainly no simple people. Sure enough, once they enter the private room where the party is seated, Gao is introduced to some real big shots. Captain Song C of the Firefly Hunting Team, Captain Jiang Bu of the Sky Star Hunters, and a handful of others. They're NPCs, we don't need to talk about them. Jiang Gu instantly calls Liu out for making them meet with what appears to just be a young boy, implying he's a child. Gao can practically feel the condescending looks from all the others present as well, looking at him with temptation and doubt. Manager Liu tries to play the middleman and get dinner started, but Jiang Gu has more to say. He notices Gao's unhappy expression and puts pressure on him about it. Song Si berates him for bullying the student, and Liu butts in to try and de-escalate things. He tells them he just did make a proper appointment with Gao, so he wasn't expecting this meeting. It seems to work well enough and Jiang Gu backs off. But then, things go in a different, equally frustrating direction. After commenting on how hard Gao is to get a hold of, Jiang Gu tells Gao to do him a favor sometime with his skills. Sure enough, the other guests jump right onto the bandwagon and start talking about how they should all ask Gao for help. Seeing right through this farce of a meeting and its true purpose, Gao Peng has had enough. After he created such great value for Liu, this is how he decides to repay him. As the meal begins, Jiang Gu brings up the rumors of Gao's exceptional skills and wonders if they're true. Gao just speaks modestly and tells him he can come to the company for consultation anytime. This is where things truly reach a boiling point. Jiang Gu tells him that since they're all friends here, they should help each other without involving companies and such things. The NPCs agree with him at once, and everyone starts making veiled demands for Gao to provide them his services. Pissed off and seeing right through them, Gao gets up to leave. Outside, where everyone has followed him, Liu apologizes and offers to drive him back, but Gao tells him he already booked a car earlier. With that, he leaves, not even sparing the others a glance. As everyone else heads back inside to at least finish their meal, Jiang Gu hangs back to speak with Liu. As it turns out, this whole thing was set up by Liu to make Gao feel hostile towards organizations other than his own. This whole thing was just a plot to ensure Gao's exclusivity with Blue Shield and Jiang Gu helped things along because he owed Liu a debt. As he walks back inside, even Jiang Gu wonders how Liu could set up Gao Peng like this after all he's done for the man. He truly deserves his title of Old Fox. Yeah, not gonna lie, that's lame as hell. That night, Gao Peng is back at his apartment where he's trying to calm down and relax while watching the news. Recently, some wonder drug for beasts called Blue Devil genetic liquid was put out by the Jilanbang group. Unfortunately, its high level of toxic ingredients has led to many beasts showing mutations and injuries, so a nationwide callback has been issued for the drug. Yikes, talk about a flop. As he's watching this news report, Gao receives a call from Liu Senlin, which he picks up after a moment's consideration. As expected, Liu is calling to apologize for the incident at the restaurant earlier and says it was his fault. But we don't say, Gao tells him he's not too mad about it, but Liu keeps sucking up to him and starts saying that if they don't respect Gao, then they don't respect him. Before he can finish that sentence though, Gao hangs up on him like he's a clingy ex. On his end, Gao stands in place, frustrated. He doesn't blame those people for trying to fool him, but he's furious that he's not strong enough yet to just tell such people to shove off. As he decides to play by the rules till he's strong enough, he watches the news report about the latest winner of the Dog King competition, a young man, age 21, who has raised his wolf monster to a level 39 leader rank. That weekend, Gao is at his studio whipping up a concoction for Dumby. Once he's done, he hands Dumby a test tube and tells him to drink the contents. That crap looks gross even from here. At the same time, Zhao Yu Li and two of her friends have arrived at the studio's entrance as she's interested in getting his services. As the friends bicker amongst themselves and wonder about the lack of customers in the place, Zhao Yu wonders if the ridiculous prices here are a reason for that. Suddenly, an overwhelming pressure presses down on everyone present, hindering their varied breathing. Inside the studio, a whole new beast has appeared. Dumby has evolved once more. With this latest evolution, Dumby has become a level 16 perfect quality skeleton dead ape. Plus, he now has an acquired characteristic called Blood Silk Heart. Not gonna lie, I ain't reading all that. It basically makes him much stronger passively, and when it's used actively, he can manipulate his heartbeat. Not sure how that helps, but we'll see, I guess. Though Dumby's combat power increase is great and all, Gao can see one big problem. The dude is massive now. When he opens the studio door to ask Quan Quan for something to cover Dumby with, he runs into Zhao Yu and her friends. At first, he believes Liu has sent her here as a way to gauge his current thoughts, but his attention is diverted by the pet of her friend, a floating jellyfish-like creature. Back to Zhao Yu. Her attitude makes it clear that she has no idea what happened between him and her dad recently, so Gao treats her like a friendly acquaintance. As for her request to evolve her beast, he lets her know the price and rules and tells her he'll pay for the upgrade materials himself since he's close with her dad. Before moving on, they find that the cat beast in question is terrified by Dumby's presence and is backed into a corner. When Zhao Yu calls out to it, the cat instantly jumps right at her chest with a weirdly pervy smile. How is that even possible for a cat? Still curious, Gao turns to Zhao Yu's friend to ask about her jellyfish pet. She explains that he's a pretty harmless pet with a spatial storage skill of sorts, which essentially acts as a bottomless wallet for her. Gao recognizes the potential of such a pet instantly though, so when she tells him they're being sold in the commercial street of Wuku Square, Gao decides he's found his third beast. Later, Gao is in Wuku Square, where the jellyfish are being sold. Everyone in the area is practically head over heels for the beautiful creatures. As he approaches the vendor, Gao makes a specific request that only he can take advantage of. He asks to see all of their floating jellyfish so he can pick one himself. One of the salesmen brings Gao to a hidden room where they store their full stock of floating jellyfish. Jellyfishes? Jellyfishy? I don't know what the plural is. He explains how the floating jellyfish are recorded as having been born of a mutation from the Space Force at the beginning of the Great Catastrophe somewhere deep in the ocean. After that, they were driven to the brink of extinction by predator monsters. It's said that other than their ability to float and open a small pocket dimension, they're the worst space attribute monster to exist. Sure enough, the system's windows show Gao that none of the jellyfish here are anything special, sitting flatly at level 1 all around. That is, except for one particular specimen. The Wobuff, a very active floating jellyfish. Please don't sue us, Pokemon. As soon as Gao shows an interest in the jellyfish, the salesman tries to scam him by stating its price to be 100 credits. Naturally, Gao sees through this and offers 50 credits instead. To his dismay, the salesman agrees to that instantly, which means it's still way more than what he should be paying. Get scammed, son. Now with the Wobuffet jellyfish in his possession, Gao observes its full status windows, which show a dual affinity for space and wind along with elite level quality. Gao decides to name the little guy Silly, who let this idiot cook. After returning home, Gao introduces Silly to Da Zi, who instantly runs to the bedroom and slams the door behind him in jealousy. Not willing to have any of this behavior, Gao lures him back out with promises of his favorite treat and then whoops his cheeks once he comes out. Classic Asian parent move, that one. With Da Zi down for the count, Yao moves on to the next order of business, forming a contract with Silly. As he attempts to form the contract with Silly, Gao finds that the floating jellyfish's mental plane is even smaller than Da Zi's was when they started out. Plus, his mental state is incredibly restless, making Gao feel like he's bullying the little guy. In order to remedy this situation, he decides that for now he's going to spend some time bonding with Silly so that he can grow attached to them and lower his guard. As his first attempt at this, he decides to take Silly to school with him tomorrow. What could go wrong? Am I right? The next day, Mu and the other two stooges are dumbfounded by Gao's appearance. He has shown up to their training wearing Silly as a hat. For the love of God, make him stop cooking. Even the ladies passing by are making fun of his goofy as hell getup. Gao demonstrates Silly's spatial storage ability by pulling a cold water bottle out of him and offers it to Mu. Unfortunately, she's still stuck on just what the hell that is on his head, so she turns it down. After Gao explains what exactly it is, Mu asks him if he's seen the monster for today's training. A purple gold scorpion with an extremely intimidating look about it. Mu asks if he'll still be going first today like he usually does. The other student trainees nearby overhear this and start complaining about how he'll get the bonus points for being the first challenger of the day as usual. One of them does realize though that his actions only benefit them as a guide on what to do. Much to their shock, however, Gao says that it's unfair for him to always take the first go, so he'll let someone else have it today. Smooth. As soon as he says this, a young man steps up with his pet beast, a giant chicken with a rainbow tail. Who let this kid out of daycare? It's a child. Gao recognizes the kid's beast as a chicken dragon, the only elite level beast here other than Da Zi, though it's only normal quality and lower level than Da Zi. Gao turns to his centipede boy to have him observe the match, but finds Da Zi busy thirsting over a snack. After whacking the crap out of the little guy to make him pay attention, he watches as Instructor Zhang signals for the match to begin. Almost instantly, the chicken dragon is pierced by the scorpion's tail, but luckily, Zhang tells them this scorpion isn't poisonous, and it only penetrated the muscle. Since the chicken dragon is relatively unharmed, it jumps into action and pecks the life out of the scorpion. While the chicken's master is certainly overjoyed, Gao notices something else. True to Gao's observation, the scorpion recovers from the chicken dragon's attack while it's still right above it and launches forward with its pincers too. Oh my god. The scorpion has crushed the chicken dragon's family eggs. May God rest the souls of all those lost children. Every male in the vicinity immediately grasps at their balls in solidarity with the chicken's pain as it collapses in front of the scorpion. Before it can do any further damage, Instructor Zhang sends in his wolf to stop the beast by way of intimidation. Once the chicken dragon is out of the battle cage, it runs off in shame, leaving its master to chase after it. Meanwhile, Instructor Zhang addresses the people who were complaining about Gao always going first and asks them if they still think he's choosing him over more capable people. Naturally, they all back right off and admit that those with better grades and scores really do make more sense to go first. At Zhang's questioning look, Gao steps in with his goofy jellyfish hat and centipede to take a scorpion on. Da Zi enters the cage and takes a vertical stance to tower over the scorpion as they prepare for the match. Outside, Mu discusses the advantages of both beasts there with Gao. While Gao agrees that the scorpion is dangerous and probably holding back, he has faith in Da Zi and all the training they've done. As the match begins, Da Zi deftly evades all the scorpion's strikes as Mu cheers him on. Also, looks silly's got a crush. Totally unrelated, just thought it looked funny. Finally, the scorpion gets close to landing a pincer attack on Da Zi, but the centipede dodges and body slams it hard enough to send it hurtling down. Following up quickly, Da Zi traps the scorpion in a coil formed by his body. Gao and Silly both have smiles on their faces as they observe the solid victory. After Da Zi's incredible display against the scorpion, Mu is gushing the praise for both the centipede and Gao, who she believes was frozen in place because of his confidence. Gao plays it off and goes along with her assumption to maintain his dignity, but the truth is, he was absolutely terrified to the point his heart rate shot up. From behind him, Instructor Zhang calls out for Gao to call his beast back at once. They don't have many monsters to use for training in the first place after all, and if Da Zi eats this one, Gao will have to pay for reimbursement. Sure enough, Da Zi is currently chomping away at the scorpion's hide. That is one hungry boy. In the background, several students look on in fear at what Da Zi is doing and worry that he's too cruel and undomesticated. Gao just whistles once to call his beast back, and Da Zi comes to him instantly, scaring off the students in his path. Gao uses a handkerchief to wipe the blood off of Da Zi and caringly tells him not to just eat anything since he could get a bad stomach. Plus, he's scaring people. He should stick to insect beasts since they're both nutritious and tasty. At his side, even Silly is doing his part in wiping off Da Zi. Little guy is actually adorable. Unfortunately, Gao's words set the other students off even further, and they start getting mad and saying that there should be a limit to cruelty. Mu tries to console him, but Gao shows he doesn't need it. He speaks out to everyone else and asks them if monsters in the wild instead of these cages will show them any pity or keep a limit on their cruelty. He tells them they're here to learn how to fight as viciously as their enemies, so anyone with that half-cocked attitude should quit now. Right as the students are getting even angrier at this, Instructor Zhang cuts in and reaffirms that Gao's words aren't untrue. That aside though, he has something else to announce now that he has their attention. Since basic training is no longer enough, they'll be conducting a 1-week-long field training as of tomorrow. The price for registration is 5 credits. However, Zhang mentions an alternative when some show concern over the cost. They can sign a contract with the military alliance that involves them working for the military for 8 years. Plus, if they get admitted to a military academy, their 4 years there will count towards that total too. So the arrangement is pretty ideal for students like them who will have to do 4 years of mandatory service anyways. Lastly, Instructor Zhang informs them they'll also have to sign a death certificate if they sign up. At a student's question, he clarifies that they may not die, but even if they suffer a potentially fatal injury, they'll be removed from the training at once. With the announcements over, Mu turns to Gao Peng and asks if she can swing by the company tomorrow. The two share a fist bump as he tells her he'd be honored. Wife her up right goddamn now. A convoy of military vehicles can be seen racing across a flattened, rough road running through the middle of a thick forest. Inside one of these vehicles are Gao Peng and a few of his classmates, while the others are all occupying themselves with the beautiful sights outside, from the mountains to the plant life and the beasts. Gao has something else on his mind. When he left his home to come on this field training trip earlier, he knocked on Tong Tong's door only to get no response. On top of that, she's not answering any of his phone calls either. Realistically, he knows she's quite strong, so she should be fine. But even so, Gao can't help but worry. To some extent, he wonders if this has anything to do with a secret she's never been able to tell him. Just as he thinks that, their vehicle screeches to a sudden stop and sends many of the students flying forward in their seats. They have arrived at their destination. Once everyone's out of the cars and gathered together, the instructors explain what's going to happen. In the valley ahead of them, only normal and elite level monsters have been left to roam, while leader levers will never appear as every inch of it has already been cleared by them. Now, each student has been provided with a watch containing a positioning system and emergency button, and their task is to survive in the valley for a full week. If they quit at any point in the middle of the training, they'll be considered as having given up. Well, yeah, thanks, Captain Obvious. At one student's question about fixed supply points, the officer explaining their task tells them about safe houses in the valley that are made of a special steel. Only monsters of leader level and higher can break into these, so if someone can find a safe house early on, they could very well ride out the whole week in there. Really turning the whole thing into a camping trip then, eh? Once the gates have been opened and the students start rushing in, Gao joins up with Mu. Together, the two walk at a leisurely pace while everyone else races ahead. Gao starts taking note of the birds in the area and the various rich monster species that must live in these wilds. As he does so, Mu praises his mentality of already observing the environment instead of hurrying like the others. Her image is shattered though when Gao admits that that's not the case at all. He was just waiting for everyone to pass because it was too crowded with them here. Well, that's reasonable, even if it's a bit underwhelming. That aside, it's time for them to move on ahead now though, so they grab their packs and get going. Internally though, Gao is concerned. If he's not mistaken, there was a figure in a tree canopy just now watching them. As day one of the field training gets underway fully, Gao and Mu explore their surroundings and eventually come across a camouflaged safe house. Inside it, they find a bunk bed along with enough rations to get them through the full week if they really stretch them out. However, Gao fully believes that anyone who needs to do that might as well not even be here. As he's taking stock of the rations, Mu brings out and equips a full-body protective suit that's stored here as a defense against mosquitoes and other toxic bugs. Holy milkers, man, what are those? Mu advises that Gao put one on as well, but he tells her he'll just stick to herbs and repellents. For now, he thinks they should go out and find some meat since he doesn't want to live off dry rations alone. With the safe house secured, they can use it as their base and have Lotus Seed clear a path to it in his full-sized form. Once they're outside, they follow behind Lotus Seed as he clears a path through the forest. Gao explains their first priority is finding a source of water. As they're looking for one, Mu finds herself being affected by the strange fragrance and rotten smell in the area. Luckily, she's brought to her senses when Gao grabs her forearm and motions for her to be quiet, signaling towards a tree up ahead. He tells her to have Lotus Seed ram it. Though she's confused, Mu trusts Gao's judgment and has Lotus Seed do as asked. Sure enough, a green tree snake falls out of one of the branches and Gao explains that its flesh contains a toxin that only monsters can eat. Thanks to his damage transfer contract with Da Zi though, Gao realizes he can actually eat these snakes too since the poison damage won't affect the centipede. While fantasizing about eating delicious snake meat, he hears a rustling nearby but writes it off when Mu calls out for him. She's found a freshwater source, and boy is it a big one. Right as Gao is talking about how useful this will be, he feels something wet hitting his pant leg. Looking down, he sees a green frog floating in the water that's just spat on him. Disgusting little son of a gun, ain't he? For now, Gao decides to ignore it since they've got more important things to worry about, like how to clean the pond efficiently. Right then, the frog spits on him yet again, prompting a look of silent fury from Gao that just makes the frog smile. Annoyed by the frog's actions, Gao hawks a mean spitball right back at the frog's head. Yeah, a real mature big guy. Gao instantly feels overjoyed at having his revenge and takes a victorious pose, much to the confusion and concern of his companions. That's not to last much longer though, as the frog lets out a shrill scream that echoes all over the clearing. Before they know it, it's joined by dozens of similar calls from all directions. Turning to Gao, Mu concludes there must be multiple frogs then. The view Gao has of what's behind her not only confirms this, but also terrifies him completely. Quickly, he grabs her by the hand and makes a mad dash for the tree line as a literal army of frogs fires spit attacks their way. The duo barely manage to make it out of that scene from hell thanks to Lotus Seed covering their behind. Once they're in a safer area, they take a little while to catch their breath. Once that's done, Gao reevaluates their information of their surroundings. Behind the woods to the north is that pond with the hell frogs. To the west is the gate they entered from, and there are no large beasts between there and here. To the south is a dense forest with tracks of large monsters and too thick of a tree line for Lotus Seed to move through. Finally, to the east, there's a slope which leads to a spacious meadow with signs of herbivores. At Mu's question of what to do next, Gao gets a gleam in his eyes and tells her it's time to cook. Lord no please, he's been cooking vomit since day one. As he goes on a rant about how they should pace themselves and relax, Mu can only wonder what she's gotten herself into. When she says they should find some ingredients then, Gao says there's no meat and pulls out the green snake corpse from earlier, causing a deadpan expression from Mu. Next, even more unexpectedly, he pulls out several vials of ingredients, confusing her even more. When Mu asks why the hell he has that stuff, He just says one must always be prepared for wilderness survival. He has to be capping right now. Meanwhile, unknown to the both of them, they along with most of the other students are being watched on hidden CCTV cameras placed all over the valley. The lead officer here has taken a particular interest in Gao and his resourcefulness despite being a student with little training. This man, a colonel, orders for a focus monitor on Gao to be given to him. Back with our heroes, Gao and Mu return to their safe house only to find a new problem. The building has been locked from the inside. Ah crap. Mu angrily bangs at the door of the safe house and calls out for the people who've hijacked it to open up. Unfortunately, the only response they get is to tell them to go somewhere else. Turning back to Gao, Mu admits that they can't exactly lay claim to something out here in the wild, so they can only count themselves unlucky to have come across such people. When Gao suggests they just camp out since there are only 2 people, the voices from inside the safe house call out again. They tell them to hurry and go somewhere else before it gets dark, injuring Mu. Before she can really give them a piece of her mind, Gao holds her back and tells her it's not worth it to be mad at such people. Someone will teach them a lesson soon enough either way. Accepting his words, Mu turns back and prepares to move on but becomes confused when Gao moves back to the safe house entrance. To her surprise, Gao brings out a chain and lock to seal the door shut and trap these people inside. At her question, Gao explains that the lock was inside the safe house when they first entered it and he stashed it in his bag in case they might need it. That's a load of plot armor and a half, but I love it. The two calmly walk away from the safe house now as Gao chuckles at the instant karma he's inflicted. In the surveillance room, the military personnel are all cracking up at what he's done as well. The colonel even comments that he has potential, while another officer admits he's better than average. His true test of survival will come with nightfall though, when monsters freely roam all over the place. Back with our power couple, they eventually happen upon a tree that's perfect for their plan of sleeping outside since there are no caves around. Since the trunk is straight and the tree is several meters high, they can build a simple shelter/bed on its bifurcated area. With Lotus Seed's help, they manage to build a bed of grass and leaves on it. To Mu's chagrin, Gao falls asleep nearly instantly, with Dazi and Lotus Seed following suit in their own spots. Deciding to go with the flow, she pulls out a blanket and lies down as well. Up in a tree branch higher above them though, a shadowy figure is watching them and comments on their lack of campfire and night guard. As her face comes into the light, the person is revealed to be Tang Tang. Right when she's about to make a move, her eyes go wide as she senses something coming this way. Well, that's pretty vague. Tang Tang watches as a dark shadow panther dashes towards Gao and Mu's position. Considering their skills though, she's sure they can deal with this. As the shadow panther tears through the trees in its path, Lotus Seed is woken up and starts making noise. Mu wakes up and groggily asks him what's wrong, only to hear Gao yelling at her to jump off the tree. Without a moment's hesitation, she obeys and leaps off onto Lotus Seed. Turning to Gao, who's next to her on the ground, she asks what happened. Gao simply tells her to look forward, where she spots the shadow panther. Worried about its unknown strength and type, she asks if they should try to fight or run. Gao, however, can see all he needs thanks to the system. After viewing the beast's level and grade, he determines that running is the wrong course of action since it will make them vulnerable and provoke the panther. Instead, as the beast leaps at him for a fatal blow of its claws, Gao calls out to Dazi and the centipede jumps in to protect him. Though the panther manages to push past him, Dazi quickly uses his electric abilities to paralyze the panther for a second and viciously bites into the beast. Gao watches with a smile and mentally praises Dazi's growth, but the panther manages to knock him away and beats a hasty retreat, as it stands on a tree branch, injured and in pain. An even bigger threat reveals itself. Coiled around the tree it's on, an absolutely massive green snake emerges from the shadows and eats the panther whole in one snap of its jaws. What? That flip. Run, boys, run. As the group flees atop Lotus Seed in a hurry, they don't realize that the giant snake isn't actually following after them. From her perch, Tang Tang comments that it's a good thing she didn't have to intervene after all since it would have blown her cover. Over in the surveillance room, the soldiers ask the colonel if they should prepare to eliminate the mutant giant jungle anaconda that's tripped their emergency alert. Unexpectedly, the other leading soldier, the commander, tells them there's no need since the giant jungle anaconda is a gentle-natured beast that won't fight unless provoked. Even then, his actual offensive strength isn't that high. Identifying this can just act as another trial for the students. If they can't even handle it, then they'll be better off quitting now while they still can. The colonel agrees with this assessment, but tells the others to have the Golden Condor team ready and on standby in case they need an emergency rescue at any point. Why was that not already done? The next morning, Gao wakes up Mu from her slumber and tells her that they'll be going back to last night's campsite to take a look around. A short discussion between them reveals Mu's hesitation and fear of the anaconda still being there and their lack of information on it. Gao tells her, though, that their lack of info is exactly why they need to return and collect any useful information that might be there. Damn, he's got ya there. Gao tells her that understanding a monster and its skill set is a vital part of being a monster trainer too, and in the changed times they live in, stagnating will only make them weaker. Damn, bro is spitting right now. Once they're back at the site and start investigating, Gao finds something that's a total game changer. Inside the destroyed bark of the tree they slept in last night is a resource known as wood space heart. The stuff is a key ingredient for evolving silly, but it's so rare and elusive he wasn't sure it was even a real thing. Eating this stuff must be what made that giant snake from before grow so huge. It must have just been trying to protect its food last night. That aside, Gao decides this is the perfect chance for him. He should take advantage of this opportunity during field training and gather as many rare materials as he can. And so, for the remainder of the week-long training camp, Gao travels the valley with his companions and finds more and more rare materials to stash away. When the 7th day finally arrives, the participants are gathered at the entrance and congratulated on completing the training. The colonel tells them the next training session here in the valley is set for 3 weeks from now, and everyone who attended this one may come to that for free. Right now, they've got a 3-day holiday before they have to return to classes. While everyone celebrates this, Gao pulls out his phone to give Tong good news. To his shock, though, the first thing he sees is a news report about a locust swarm. Well, guess the end times are here. All of Chang'an City is suffering from a downcast mood as reports come in of the battle up in the north between the military and the locust swarm. Thanks to research from Director Feng of the Monster Breeders Association, it's been discovered the locusts are weak to fire, and this has helped massively in the fight against them. However, with the swarm consisting of billions of locusts and each being at least 30 centimeters long, things aren't looking too great. While watching this news report on TV in his apartment, Gao receives a phone call from the man himself, Director Feng. After exchanging the usual pleasantries, Director Feng tells him the military has sent a batch of voracious golden toads to raise their grade. The director would like Gao to come down to the association tomorrow if he has time and help with that in exchange for considerable compensation. Gao catches on instantly and asks if they're planning to use the toads against the locusts, since they're their natural enemies. Director Feng confirms this, and Gao admits that the idea is certainly plausible. When Director Feng mentions the pay being negotiable, Gao asks him to provide a Commander-tier electric-type monster quartz crystal as his payment and agrees to come in. God, and why are these names always such a mouthful? The next day, Gao arrives at the association and is greeted directly by Director Feng, much to the shock and awe of the staff. Together, they head down to the basement level where the frogs are being kept and researched on. While they're in the elevator, Gao asks if Feng has stayed up all night due to the bags under his eyes. Feng answers that that is indeed true thanks to the current situation. Poor dude's really doing his best, ain't he? At basement level 5, the pair emerge into a large space which Feng introduces as the research center. Pointing over towards the workspace, Feng shows Gao some of the voracious golden toads in their possession. Gao observes them as he ponders their ancestry of horned frogs, which provides them terrifying jump abilities and the earth attribute. A nearby worker brings him a couple of skewers loaded with grilled locusts and tells him he can try to feed these to the frogs. Before anyone can stop him, though, Gao pops one of them right into his own mouth and munches on it while reviewing it like he's Gordon freaking Ramsay. The nearest golden toad to Gao starts going mad with anger at seeing its food being eaten by another. Sounds like me when I'm hangry. Gao is quick to reassure the creature he was just taste testing the food and moves the skewer close to the toad. In one vicious pull of its massive tongue, the toad not only eats the locust but also the metal skewer itself. Gao can only marvel at the strength of the creature's tongue and stomach to be able to digest even the skewer. Turning to Feng, he asks which aspect of the toads is required to be improved. Feng answers that it's their defensive ability and their digestion capabilities, though an offensive boost would certainly be welcome as well. He beckons Gao over to a large screen that's showing all the results he's compiled on the toads and their compatibility with certain materials. From what his research shows, the toads have high affinities with both the earth and fire attributes. After hearing out Feng's explanation about the materials he tested with, Gao cross-references it with an evolution path he knows that uses fire orchid veins. He'll just need to modify that formula a bit. From there, he proceeds to cook up, pun intended, an analogy for the toad's evolution that treats them as the main ingredient in a dish and the materials required as seasoning. Using his analogy, Feng has the idea of using red-faced demon chili as a material. He orders his disciple, Zheng, to go bring him a batch of those chilies from their warehouse. Though Zheng doesn't agree with this ridiculous analogy, he's not willing to stoop so low as to actively sabotage the process, so he does as asked. How about that, a douchebag who's actually respectable? That's pretty rare. From there, Feng goes through a complicated process to turn the chilies into an evolution solution and injects a golden toad with it. Seconds later, the toad explodes. From there, they adjust the formula used and retry the experiment several tries, only to blow 2 more toads the hell up. As the researchers begin doubting Gao's ability, the man in question speaks directly to Feng. Thanks to the system, he's known what to do from the start but couldn't risk exposing that fact. As he proposes adding a second main ingredient, Feng's hesitation shows. Gao, however, tells him to just believe in him one more time. Gao explains that they can use black soft soil as a secondary main ingredient for its property of dampness and yin nature. This will protect the toad's internal organs, while adding sparrow sulai va wood as a supporting ingredient will stabilize the whole thing. Hearing his explanation out, Director Feng has to admit that the mutual reinforcement and neutralization does sound like a plausible idea. Through some extensive testing, the lab techs and Zheng are able to determine that this approach should work very effectively. With that settled, Gao suggests moving on to live testing. Taking the new and improved solution, he steps over to a weak-looking toad and jabs the needle into it. The ensuing reaction releases a ton of smoke that fills up the room and causes Gao to step out for some fresh air after speaking to Feng. Now that he's by himself, he lets out a sigh of relief and hopes his knowledge didn't appear too unnatural. Right now, he can't let it be exposed that he knows things no normal person or monster trainer should. The way he allowed things to play out should make this be seen as Director Feng's own discovery. Suddenly, red smoke starts coming out from the research floor. Seeing this, Gao realizes the evolution has succeeded. When he re-enters the lab, he finds Zheng celebrating their success at Feng's side. Gao notes, however, that not all has gone well. In order to suit the evolutionary pathway, the toad's earth attribute has been discarded. Its muscles have been damaged and corroded, and its jumping ability has been reduced along with its evolutionary potential. Well, damn, that's a lot of bad for all the good. At the front lines of the battles in the north of Chang'an City, the military is doing its best to drive back the locust swarm. Using white phosphorus incendiary bombs, they're able to do some serious damage to the swarm, but that doesn't last long. The locusts start preparing a sandstorm attack that renders the military's attempts meaningless. With the incendiary bombs no longer an option, the soldiers march forward with their firearms, refusing to let the civilians behind them be harmed. Luckily, they're not fighting alone. Right at that moment, a swarm of giant crimson toads come to their aid. The red toads release a mysterious red substance into the air that petrifies many of the locusts and causes the sandstorm to stop in its tracks. The soldiers are shocked by this development and ask their platoon leader where the hell these toads came from. Said leader tells them this is the work of a researcher with great knowledge, so they should be thankful. Moments later, the red toads all release a massive stream of red light from their maws, burning straight through hundreds of the locusts at once. The platoon leader is overjoyed at this sight, as it means his brothers in arms won't have to risk their lives in the fight against these monsters anymore. Whoever is responsible for this is a hero in his eyes. Hell yeah, he is. After the battle in the north is over, a military vehicle arrives at Gao Peng's apartment building and spits out a full squad. As the elders of the neighborhood watch from the sidewalk, the soldiers march up to the 6th floor where Gao lives. There, Gao Peng exits his apartment to be floored by how official this whole situation seems. Stepping forward from the others, the platoon leader from the battle presents Gao Peng with a case containing the crystal core he requested as payment for his help with the toads. The leader admits that he volunteered to bring him the item since he wanted to meet Gao in person. The man gives him a full salute and gives Gao his heartfelt thanks and respect on behalf of all his comrades. It's the duty of soldiers to defend their home and country with their lives. As such, it's not death they fear, but not dying properly. Thanks to Gao's efforts, he can proudly say none of that day's sacrifices were in vain. Damn man, gotta make me cry and crap. After the soldiers leave, Gao is forced to rethink a lot of stuff. The platoon leader's words have left him thinking he should participate in more experimental projects and research if they can help the front line like the red toads did. With the system being strictly an aid, he has to raise his own strength so he can protect himself and proudly speak up as a researcher. Sensing his serious mood, Dazi goes up to Gao and gives him a hug to comfort him. Can't tell me he's not a puppy. Unfortunately for Dazi, while this definitely cheers Gao up, it also reminds him of his current objective. Using the crystal core he's just received, Gao cooks up a pot of absolutely rancid-looking soup. Shadows overtake his face as he stares down at Da Zi and utters a single command. "Drink this. Ado All Might, is that you?" Surprisingly enough, Da Zi actually loves the smell of the vile-looking stuff and chugs it down like there's no tomorrow as soon as Gao lets him. Once he's done, the spikes on Da Zi's head extend and he's engulfed in a golden light-off. Oh wait, he's being electrocuted. Cool beans. Seeing his brother collapse and fried, Dumby tries to help by grabbing some cedar pine needles from the fridge and offering them to Da Zi. This obviously doesn't work since those are his treats and the centipede is literally unconscious. Gao Peng reassures Dumby that Da Zi will be fine and they just need to leave him alone for a little while. In the meantime, he decides it's time to finally settle his contract with Silly. When he calls for the jellyfish, it floats away with a rebellious expression. Luckily, a simple bribe of juice gets him to come over in a second. Gao can only sweat drop the fact that all three of his pets are total food addicts. Quickly, while Silly is celebrating the procurement of juice, Gao pricks his finger and uses a drop of blood to make contact with Silly and enter his mental plane. While the place is still a bit weak, it's better than before and Silly is actually willing to approach him in here now. Looks like all those gifts of juice didn't go to waste after all. Once Silly is close enough, Gao makes contact with him and promises him the power to stop fearing everything. Unsurprisingly, the little guy yells out in displeasure and says he doesn't want power, just more juice. No words honestly. Gao lets out an exasperated sigh and agrees to give him lots of juice. Just like that, the contract is complete and Silly has become bound to him. The next morning, an old lady named Shuim is woken up by her parrot beast. As her eyes open, she thanks the parrot for being with her all these years and starts talking about how he's been the only reason she could get up in the mornings since her husband died. But now, after so long, it's time for her to join him as well. In her last moments, the woman sees her late husband's spirit welcoming her and the two lock fingers with a promise to never be apart again. As the woman peacefully passes away, the parrot is at her side, placing its beak on her hand. Gao Peng is woken up from his sleep one morning by the sounds of Da Zi moaning in pain. Groggily getting up, he instantly rushes to the centipede's side when he realizes what's happening. As he cradles Da Zi in his arms, he realizes the reason for his pain. Da Zi's teeth are changing, or rather, growing. Though he can only guess at the reason for this, Gao assures Da Zi that he doesn't need to be afraid. This pain is unfortunately just necessary for him to grow up. After setting him down, Gao steps out of his room and calls to Silly. The jellyfish instantly comes over and settles itself on Gao's head in hat form. Standing there, Gao calls up the system and wonders which evolutionary path he should pick for Silly. While going the support route will grant him spatial abilities and healing powers, the attack route will give him some devastating moves. Plus, if he doesn't go the attack route, Gao will always feel a bit disappointed on some level. Unfortunately, the costs of that are far beyond his reach for now, so he settles for evolving Silly as a supporter. That will be faster too, which is to his benefit. Once he's stronger, he can evolve whatever types he wants. Later, Gao steps out of his building to see a crowd gathered on the ground floor. As he listens in on their conversation, he looks upwards to see a massive soul guardian beast flying over the building. From the sounds of it, Old Lady Chen has passed away and this beast is supposedly carrying her soul to the afterlife. Oh, the old lady who passed away in bed before. Gotcha. Once he hears this though, Gao has a different concern. From what he remembers, Old Lady Chen housed an uncontracted gray plate striped spider as well. Now that she's passed away, there's a high risk of it going feral and attacking other people. As fast as he can, Gao rushes to Old Lady Chen's apartment to get to the spider before it can hurt anyone. There, his extensive knowledge on monsters allows him to find where it's hiding up in a corner of the roof. Instantly, Gao summons Da Zi, who appears in a flash and coils defensively around Gao. Seeing the centipede, the spider gets scared and falls right off the part of the roof he was sticking to. Seeing the pain and fear in the eyes of the spider who just misses its friend, Gao Peng extends a hand to pet its head and smiles at it. Without any hesitation, he tells the spider that if it would like, it can just come home with him. The end, for now. Gao Peng learns of Lady Shuying's passing and rushes to her apartment to prevent her uncontracted spider from going feral. He calms the terrified gray plate striped spider and offers it a new home with him. Gao Peng strolls about with Da Zi and the gray plate spider, and their presence sparks whispers and suspicions among onlookers. He reflects on the need for a tank-like familiar, considering it a bit absurd to use a spider as a meat shield. Yet, Gao recalls that there's a potential evolutionary path for the striped gray plate spider to become a tank, and the required ingredients don't seem too difficult. As he enters the elevator to the studio, Gao can't shake the idea of forming a blood contract and rapidly strengthening the spider. This, he believes, will supply him with a wealth of soul power. With the combined soul power from Dazi and Silly, establishing a blood contract with Dumby should be a breeze. Gao does harbor some regret for promoting Dumby's grade prematurely, as it now poses a challenge to collect the necessary soul power for its advancement. Outside the Fei Peng familiar studio, Gao unexpectedly encounters Chuan Chuan, who addresses him as Little Boss instead of her usual Master Gao. He detects her frustration as she informs him about numerous inquiries regarding his whereabouts. Anxious, Gao assures Chuan Chuan that he has time to talk today, though she remains annoyed. Chuan Chuan begrudgingly accepts the list of ingredients Gao needs. As thanks, Gao promises to make her some milk tea. In the laboratory, Gao establishes a blood contract with the gray plate spider, welcoming it into a loving home. He prepares the spider for its evolution, crafting a potion that will transform the striped gray plate spider into a formidable gray armored spider. Drawing inspiration from Silly and Dumby's names, Gao plans to name it Stripey. Gotta love the names. He hands the potion to the spider, and as it bathes in it, Gao winces in pain. Acutely aware that the pain he feels from soul transfer is but a fraction of what Stripey must endure, Gao offers words of encouragement, emphasizing that the pain will make Stripey stronger. Yeah, buddy. No pain, no gain. Suddenly, Chuan Chuan interrupts with news of a potentially rich customer. Gao readies himself to earn some money, now that he has another mouth to feed. As Gao heads to meet this new customer, he is intrigued to sense a commander-tier familiar. Gao Peng asks Chuan Chuan to watch over the spider's evolution while he attends to customers. Gao tells her to pour the test tube's contents into a nearby container when the liquid changes to a lighter color. He then greets the customer, a man named Lu Shi, who praises him. Lu Shi explains that he used to own a small herb garden, which was damaged by gray devil spiders. His garden is still being repaired. Gao guesses that Lu Shi is talking about the City East's herb garden, and the customer is pleasantly surprised that he knows about it. However, Gao doesn't see himself as that well known. Lu Shi reveals that he'd attended a military celebration banquet where Director Chen spoke highly of Gao's role in the magma fire toads research. He believes Gao is worthy as a familiar that Lu wants him to strengthen. To Gao's shock, it turns out the creature is an ebony night hound. Lu provides more information, explaining that data indicates all dog-type monsters have the potential to evolve into ebony night hounds, which is an alternative evolutionary path for them. These creatures boast jet black fur, allowing them to blend seamlessly into the night. Moreover, they can absorb various light wavelengths, making them effective nighttime assassins and ideal choices for guarding estates and gardens. Lu also acknowledges Gao's pricing strategy for commander-tier familiars and asks for the cost. Gao considers the available evolutionary paths, eliminating the most complex and resource-intensive ones. He informs Lu Shi that there are 13 options, and the customer eagerly requests the most expensive one, priced at 5,000 Alliance credits, which surprises Lu Shi. Before he can decline, Gao seals the deal. Suddenly, a loud noise erupts from the laboratory, grabbing Gao's attention. Rushing inside, he finds Chuan Chuan in tears, pointing at Stripey. The spider has successfully evolved into a gray armored spider. While Gao is pleased with this transformation, he scolds Stripey for damaging lab equipment and frightening Chuan Chuan. Gao then comforts the creature and instructs it to control its strength. To his bewilderment, the spider starts acting strangely, accidentally striking itself. Gao wonders why all his familiars seem a bit foolish, instructing Stripey to go to his office and remain quiet without touching anything. The familiar starts scuttling sideways, leaving Gao and Chuan Chuan bewildered. He asks her to order a replacement container and put it on his account. Gao also requests Chuan Chuan to gather the materials needed for the Night Hound's upcoming evolution that's scheduled for next week. Additionally, he tells her to arrange for someone to clean the lab. Enough with the orders. My man, let her breathe. As Gao leaves, he reflects on how crowded his home has become and decides it's time to move to a larger space. Gao plans to contact a middleman to help find a new house, preferably on the town's outskirts. Suddenly, he notices Stripey walking in front of him, sideways like a crab. This raises suspicions about whether Gao performed the evolution correctly. He scolds Stripey, reminding the familiar that it's a spider, not a crab. However, Gao sighs with frustration when Stripey simply stares back blankly, not paying any attention to his instructions. Gao Peng visits a property agency and is greeted by an employee named Xiao Liu, with whom he had spoken previously. Gao reminds her that he was promised a house viewing today. Xiao Liu informs him that a car is ready to take him to see a large villa on the city's outskirts, featuring a garden and clean surroundings. She hands Gao a tablet to view photos of the villa, revealing a spacious and well-maintained property. Although the villa currently lacks a basement, the agent suggests that Gao can build one around it. Curious about the location, he inquires and Xiao Liu hesitates for a moment. She eventually mentions that the villa is situated near prosperous drive-in lake, and the price is only 2,000 credits. Adding to the appeal, Xiao Liu explains that along with the villa, he'll also receive a substantial plot of land as the area isn't closely supervised. However, Gao remains skeptical, noticing unchanged plants in the background and suspecting that the photos were taken before Cataclysm. He becomes suspicious and questions if the agent is hiding something from him. Xiao Liu starts to sweat but shifts the conversation to emphasize the villa's facilities and its extraordinarily low price, claiming it's an offer nearly impossible to find elsewhere. She also mentions a road leading to the villa at the base of a hill. Gao Peng feels like he might be getting deceived and notices potential security and maintenance issues. He believes the villa is worth at least 3,000 or 4,000 credits. Gao recalls that there was much unrest after the Cataclysm and that the villa should have been in ruins. Therefore, he decides that as long as the house is at least 60% newer than the photos, Gao will consider it a satisfactory deal. When it comes to safety, he isn't too worried. Gao figures his familiars can handle any issues that might come up. He starts chuckling at this idea, but the agent interrupts him. She explains that the seller is actually losing money on this deal. Intrigued, Gao asks to see the villa in person. As they head to the villa, Xiao Liu spots Stripey and humorously mistakes it for a crab. Gao clarifies that it is a spider, and the agent laughs it off. Suddenly, he senses something amiss just as a man is watching them from behind a wall. The man disappears, leaving Gao suspicious but ultimately dismissing it. Unbeknownst to them, the man behind the wall, holding a camera, is pleased to have found the recently famous Gao Peng. Upon reaching the villa, Gao is shocked to see its dismal condition from the outside. It looks nothing like the pictures, leaving him to wonder if it's just shabby on the exterior. Upon entering, Gao discovers there's no dust inside, and the furnishings are quite nice, albeit needing some repairs. He finds it strange that the owner is selling the house for such a low price, given the apparent value in the furniture. Suddenly, someone calls Gao's name, startling both him and the agent as they turn to see a man standing at the door. Xiao Liu introduces the man as the villa's seller to Gao. The man explains that he hurried over when he heard Mr. Gao was coming. Gao asks if they know each other. The owner responds with flattery, mentioning that Gao is well known as the ace of President Feng, the hero of the last military operation. He hands Gao his business card, revealing that he's involved in the Imperial Beasts business. To sweeten the deal, the man offers Gao a 20% discount, showcasing his business acumen. The seller then inquires about Gao's opinion of the house, noting that it's cleaned monthly and that he can move in immediately upon payment of a nursing fee. Gao admits it's a tempting offer, but asserts that the house is worth at least 4,000 credits, well above the asking price of 2,000. He asks the owner why he's selling it for so much less. The seller shares that the house was originally for his parents, who retired and wanted to live in the countryside. He purchased it to fulfill their dream. But the Beast Wave tragedy changed everything. His parents never got to enjoy the house, and they suffered. Overcome with anger and frustration, the seller vents his feelings by punching the furniture. He explains that the man had planned to keep the house but decided to offer it to Gao when he learned about his interest. The seller now feels powerless, but he believes that young people like Gao are the future of Chang'an City. The man hopes that tragedies like the Beast Wave can be prevented in the future. Gao, thinking of his own parents, expresses gratitude for the seller's trust and agrees to buy the villa. It's no longer house hunters, but house and heartstrings. Upon returning home, Gao excitedly greets Silly and Dumby, but they seem unfazed by his arrival. Undeterred, Gao informs his familiars that he's brought them some delicious food. As Gao lays out the tasty spread, all the creatures gather around him, making his home feel livelier. Tong Tong appears at the door, and Gao greets her warmly. She meets the familiars and notices Dazi's upgrade, teasing the centipede, which leaves it confused. Gao pays no mind to the banter. Tong Tong then brings up the news that Gao has bought a new house. He explains that they can't move in just yet because the house needs some repairs. Tong Tong suggests he should have consulted her regarding decorations, declaring him inexperienced. She bids farewell, determined to get to the villa ahead of time. In her thoughts, Tong Tong contemplates how, when the time comes, she could easily buy the house next to Gao's. Gao, accompanied by his familiars, ventures into the forest, He's on a mission to locate the Bottle Grove, which Gao believes isn't too far ahead. Realizing it's the last day of his holidays, he decides to gather all the necessary materials today. If Gao doesn't collect the wood hollows now, he'll have to postpone it until the following week. However, Gao's focus is interrupted when he senses something approaching. Gao becomes alert, and there, perched on a nearby tree, is a level 13 gray sand bobcat. Just as suddenly, the beast vanishes, making Gao issue a warning to his familiars about his potential danger. Out of nowhere, the gray sand bobcat reappears, pouncing to attack, much to Da Zi's shock. However, its attempt is thwarted as Dumby steps in, declaring itself the beast's adversary. The sudden confrontation terrifies the gray sand bobcat, prompting it to flee, yet Dumby swiftly catches up and defeats the beast, overpowering it and causing it to bleed. Gao is astonished by Dumby's newfound strength, which seems 10 times greater than when it was a Red River ape. While he expected Dumby to be powerful after its evolution, he didn't anticipate this level of prowess. Dumby, too, is taken aback by its own abilities, leaving Gao a bit flustered. Gao realizes that Dumby hasn't had a chance to fight since evolving, and he decides to let it exercise more. Gao then urges his familiars to follow him. While Dumby reminisces about its days as a Red River ape and its first encounter with Gao, Da Zi and Gao have a playful argument about why the centipede couldn't protect him when Dumby threw it aside. Dumby, in its own way, feels a sense of emotional connection with Gao, despite not fully understanding him when they first met. Now, Gao means everything to Dumby, this ape more faithful than a dog, it would seem. After 3 hours of wandering through the woods, searching suitable areas for hollow bottle trees, Gao Peng finally stumbles upon them. He sees the same green snake from his previous visit in the hollow bottle tree area. Dumby also notices the snake and swiftly removes it from the tree, tearing it apart to reveal a green gem inside. Gao recognizes this as the core of the green tree snake, which is just a minor discovery compared to their main task of finding the spatial cores of hollow wood. Nonetheless, he smiles, appreciating Dumby's resourcefulness in obtaining the green snake core. Gao then instructs Dumby to punch one of the hollow bottle trees. It delivers a powerful blow, causing the tree to shatter instantly. Silly and Gao become exhilarated by the result, while Da Zi appears somewhat envious. Gao retrieves the crystal core from the hollow wood and asks Dumby to do it once more. Meanwhile, on the other side of the woods, 3 men are searching for someone based on information they received about a kid from a group. Their boss, accompanied by a rat familiar named Tudu, hears something unusual and follows Tudu's lead to investigate the source of the mysterious sound. As the men press forward through the forest, they hear a series of loud, rhythmic banging noises. Yao Huan, one of the men, suggests it sounds like someone boxing, but his companion dismisses the idea, stating that nobody would be practicing boxing in a forest teeming with monsters. However, their boss reprimands them, reminding them not to take the situation lightly, emphasizing their high-paid job and their responsibilities. The boss instructs the other 2 to cautiously investigate further. They peek out from behind a tree and observe Dumby striking trees with his powerful punches. My man's going all Mike Tyson on them trees. Yao Huan becomes apprehensive and wishes to withdraw, but the boss reveals Gao's picture, affirming that he is their target. However, Yao Huan is puzzled as he watches Gao searching within the shattered trunks of trees. He argues that they were paid to gather information about the kid's familiar and sees no reason to approach them. His companion agrees, referring to Da Zi, the formidable centipede, and suggesting that it's unwise to provoke them. Nevertheless, the boss urges them to stay silent and shares that they often undertake low-paying jobs because their abilities aren't sufficient to venture deep into the treacherous Black Ember Forest. He encourages his men to seize this opportunity, speculating that Gao must be dealing with some problem. The boss is curious as to why someone would create such a commotion in the forest just to measure tree thickness, and he's determined to uncover anything valuable concealed within the trees. The boss assigns Yao Huan to accompany him to confront the formidable monster, while he instructs the other man, Deng Sen, to wait until nightfall and use his familiar to control the kid. He motivates his men to take a risk, hoping to escape their miserable and challenging lives. Suddenly, Da Zi and Dumby become alerted to the presence of the intruders, causing Gao to ask what's going on. Following their gaze, he spots the men and calls for them to reveal themselves. The boss becomes tense, realizing that they might have been discovered. The boss quickly adopts an innocent tone, claiming their presence is purely coincidental, and they were merely checking to see if their assistance was required. Gao, however, grows suspicious. noticing the spiny bee and skeleton butterfly beasts accompanying the men, both adept at attacking enemies in the woods. This raises red flags in Gao's mind, and he becomes convinced that these two men have sinister intentions. Suddenly, Dumbi senses Deng Sen hiding behind another tree. The boss introduces Deng Sen as his brother and assures Gao that they mean no harm. Deng Sen emerges with his mithril playing mantis, an elite level 18 beast, which astonishes Gao due to its rare mutation. Nevertheless, Gao remains confident in Dazi's capabilities. He stands with unwavering confidence alongside his familiars, declaring that he doesn't require any assistance. The boss, smiling, decides to let the matter go when Gao makes it clear that he doesn't need their help. Yao Huan, one of the men, is shocked by their decision to leave. However, the boss explains that their cover is blown. Their surprise attack has failed, and it's unwise to make a new enemy. Furthermore, Gao is a challenging target to provoke, raising 3 royal beasts at such a young age. The boss also mentions how Dumbi made Tutu uncomfortable. He points out that Tutu's intuition has saved him on numerous occasions. The boss and his men decide to depart with a plan to wait until Gao leaves before returning to search for clues. As the men leave, Gao reflects on the situation, wondering if they would have attacked directly if Dumbi hadn't detected them. He contemplates what he would have done in such a scenario. 2 hours pass, and Gao has successfully gathered a bag full of cores weighing 2 kilograms. He calls Dazi and uses its antlers to ignite a fire. Gao proceeds to set fire to the area. He recollects that before the catastrophe, forest arson was considered a crime, but now it's permissible. Moreover, the plants have developed greater vitality and resistance after the catastrophe, so he's confident that the flames won't engulf the entire forest. Gao is content with the idea that he can easily eliminate all traces of his presence. Watching from a distance, Yao Huan notices the fire and draws his boss's attention to it. He wonders if the kid is afraid they'll discover something. The boss remarks that Gao is either overly cautious or unaware of the ruthlessness that lurks within him. Yao Huan questions whether he intends to let the matter go so easily. The boss explains that there's no conflict between them and the boy, and he would have taken the risk if there were treasures involved. The boss states that there isn't enough interest in the matter. He proceeds to make a call, instructing someone to inform Mr. Jiyan that the task is complete, and the royal beast screen data for the target has been transmitted. On the other end of the call, the person confirms the payment transfer and expresses gratitude for the cooperation. As the call ends, the man on the phone informs someone, likely his boss, Mr. Jiyan, that the trial mission has not succeeded. Nevertheless, the man appears content and seeks confirmation for the next step of their plan. He then smirks, claiming to have located Ji Hunwoo's grandson. The drama never ends. Gao returns to his house, only to be surprised by Stripey's rapid growth. Not only has its level increased, but it also appears noticeably larger. However, Stripey seems to be overindulging, consuming an excessive amount of food. Gao, curious about the creature's exoskeleton, speculates that it might possess magical properties similar to the skins of ancient beasts from novels. He encourages Stripey to continue eating and working hard while advising it to take a break for a while. Gao playfully suggests that after Stripey gains some weight, they can enjoy fried spider, which startles the familiar, causing it to back away from the can of food. Gao's intention is to prevent Stripey from overeating, as canned food can potentially accumulate as toxins in the body. Gao then reflects on the progress, feeling that he has collected all the necessary items, including the spatial core required for Silly's evolution. However, this time, all the materials require special processing. Gao heads to the Fei Peng Imperial Beast Studio and discovers that Chuan Chuan has already gone home, providing him with some much-needed solitude. The materials he has gathered are exceptionally rare and need specialized treatment involving cold storage, high temperatures, and strong acid corrosion. Gao initiates the procedure and successfully produces a potion, confident that Silly will find the taste delightful. Gao carefully pours the potion into a container, and Silly, attracted by its sweet scent, can't wait to dive in. It rushes into the container without a second thought, but suddenly, Gao is surprised as the colors of the potion start to change into a shade of green. He recalls that Silly's favorite spot is on top of his head, and starts to feel uncertain about the decision to evolve Silly in this particular direction. Gao isn't even a fan of the fluorescent green light that Silly is emitting now, but he realizes that the materials required for further evolution to epic quality are exceedingly rare. Gao is puzzled about what space-based material Huan Kongsha even is and deduces that Silly cannot be evolved any further at the moment. However, after the recent promotion of Silly, Gao senses an increase in his soul strength. He's confident that with some hard work, He'll be able to form a contract with Dumby in a few days. Out of the blue, Silly rushes toward him, determined to settle on top of his head. Despite Gao's efforts to stop it, Silly successfully finds his place on his head. Just as Gao is contemplating the oddness of this situation, he receives a call from someone, wondering if it's the decorating company that Tong Tong recommended. Gao is puzzled by the late-hour call. It turns out to be a call from Manager Li, who informs him that they're facing difficulties cleaning up the villa and need his assistance. Mutant plants need removal, or the renovation can't proceed. Gao agrees to come and learns that all the workers are working overtime. However, he questions why they would be working late into the night for his sake. Manager Li explains that is how their business is while currently being held hostage by certain individuals. Mr. Ji Yang, who's holding Manager Li hostage, abruptly ends the call. Gao finds the situation suspicious, and when he can't reach Tong Tong, he decides to err on the side of caution. Gao grabs Dazi and Dumby and rushes to the villa, with Silly trailing closely behind. Half an hour passes by and Gao still hasn't reached the villa. Not like there's any urgency or anything. Ji Yang's subordinate starts to worry that the boy might have sensed something. Ji Yang, however, tells him not to fret, as they have a meeting with Ji Hunwoo's people, and he'd rather avoid using harsh methods at the moment. Ji Yang reveals that he was genuinely surprised to learn Ji Hunwoo had a living grandson. The cunning man remarks that if someone hadn't informed him secretly, he'd have thought Ji Hunwoo led a lonely life. Ji Yang's subordinate muses that if this information gets out, many individuals would be keen to eliminate such a threat. Ji Yang agrees, explaining that Ji Hunwoo has no one else, and his grandson is young. Moreover, the Southern Sky Group has become a formidable entity with numerous high-level factions. The subordinate inquires why they don't just kill Gao directly instead of resorting to multiple attempts. Ji Yang elaborates that there are likely people secretly protecting him. Acting impulsively could alert Ji Hunwoo, and their goal isn't to eliminate Gao, but to use him as leverage. He asks his subordinate if they should really believe themselves qualified to contest for control of the Southern Sky Group. Ji Yang admits that killing Ji Hunwoo's grandson would provoke his furious retaliation. Besides, the ultimate victors will be those truly deserving of the position. Ji Yang goes on to explain that the research institute he's affiliated with isn't even at the top, and there are at least 30 others at the same level. What's more, there are numerous security agencies alongside research institutions. Even if the sole heir of the Southern Sky Group perishes, the position wouldn't automatically fall into Ji Yang's hands. He notes that in a sense, Gao is like a prince who's likely to inherit the throne in the future. Ji Yang emphasizes that the distinction between friends and foes is not straightforward in this world. When he gains benefits to expand the laboratory tonight, Gao might not accept his surrender in the future. Ji Yang notices that it's nearly time for Ji Hunwoo's people to arrive. He instructs his familiar to control Manager Li and proceeds with caution. Ji Yang, claiming to be a dedicated researcher rather than a barbarian, has his butterfly familiar release a white substance. Manager Li falls unconscious and Ji Yang tells him to rest, implying he won't be part of the upcoming events and won't witness Ji Yang's success. However, a commotion in the sky grabs their attention, and Ji Yang's subordinate urges him to look up. They are astonished to see Ji Hunwoo himself approaching. Sometime earlier, in the Chang'an military district, the Golden Divine Hawk, which had been asleep, suddenly became alert and signaled a warning. Guards speculated if the Black Ember Forest Ape was on the loose, but the chief informed them that it was someone from the Southern Sky Group arriving in Chang'an. He instructed the guards to remain at their positions while he declared that a storm was coming. Now, Ji Hunwoo stands before Ji Yang, who has already lost his men. Ji Yang claims he is Gao Peng, but Ji Hunwoo cautions him to choose his words carefully. The coward retracts his statement and pleads for an opportunity to explain. Ji Hunwoo asks who revealed information about Gao Peng to him. Ji Yang insists he didn't disclose anything but it's a program. Unless he deciphers the program in time, it will broadcast news about Gao to all Southern Sky Group employees. Ji Hunwoo refrains from forcing Ji Yang to disclose the informant and gets ready to leave. However, Ji Yang stops him and admits that it was Secretary Liu who divulged the information. Ji Yang states he only sought more funding and never intended to harm Gao. He asserts that with increased resources, Ji Yang can benefit the Southern Sky Group. Ji Hunwoo prepares to depart, offering him a chance to see the fruits of his labor. Ji Yang acknowledges his error and tries to stop Ji Hunwoo, but a scream echoes through the area surrounding the villa. Ji Hunwoo eliminates Ji Yang, refusing to be threatened by anyone. He instructs his team to investigate Ji Yang Yilong's activities and determine if the program he set up can be neutralized. Ji Hunwoo acknowledges that in a worst-case scenario, he might need to reveal information about Gao Peng earlier than he had planned. Tong Tong arrives and kneels before Ji Hunwoo, addressing him as her teacher. She recalls the chaotic times when Ji Hunwoo returned from overseas, and the group had to find clues on their own so Gao could grow up in peace, despite the shadow of his parents' death. While their group has since stabilized, Ji Hunwoo believes there's no rush to bring Gao back. He thinks that giving Gao the freedom to grow independently will better train his willpower. Ji Hunwoo informs Tong Tong that he needs to go somewhere and leaves the cleanup to her. Later, Gao, accompanied by his familiars, arrives at the villa and notices the absence of Manager Lee and the workers. He observes strange claw marks on the ground. Suddenly, Tong Tong approaches him and comments on his growth. Gao is initially alarmed but quickly realizes it's Tong Tong. He shows little concern, which upsets her. She warns him not to drop his guard easily. However, Gao responds that if he has to be cautious around her, he'd be completely left alone in this world. Gao begins to mention something about being an orphan, but Tong Tong interrupts him. She drops a bombshell, revealing that he's not an orphan because his grandfather is alive. Tong Tong explains that during the cataclysm, Gao's grandfather was stranded on a foreign island with trusted aides. It was challenging to survive on the tropical island without any military presence. Ji Hunwoo had a stroke of luck, surviving the cataclysm by training several familiars on a tropical island. Gao Peng is quite impressed by his grandfather's resourcefulness. Tong Tong reveals that Ji Hunwoo loves Gao deeply and entrusted her with his care. She explains that Ji Hunwoo has his reasons for not visiting. Gao responds maturely. He understands that his grandfather might be testing him, preparing his grandson for future responsibilities, and wants him to grow independently. Gao is confident that his grandfather's intentions are to protect him while allowing him to flourish. Tough love, if you may. Gao expresses curiosity about Ji Hunwoo's familiar, but Tong Tong suggests that he'll learn about it in due time. Meanwhile, Ji Hunwoo stands proudly on his dragon beast familiar, confident that his grandson comprehends his intentions and awaits the right moment. The following day at school, a large crowd gathers on the grounds due to an incident. Two students, one of whom had become a monster trainer cadet, engaged in a violent altercation in the morning. The student attacked with his familiar, nearly killing the other student. The instigator had a history of being bullied for his perceived weakness, with the victim being his primary bully. The students debate the morality of using such extreme violence. Meanwhile, Gao Peng ponders the school's and military's response to the incident and contemplates the potential removal of training grounds from the school premises. Elsewhere, the school's principal confronts the military colonel, loudly asserting that familiars are more dangerous than prohibited sharp tools in schools. He argues that training within school boundaries is unreasonable and unfair to students without familiars. The colonel tries to assure the principal, who eventually calms down and apologizes, citing concerns for students' safety. The military man stands and assures him that he'll convey the message to higher authorities, though he's uncertain of the outcome. As the colonel departs, he mentions that there are no safe places anymore, and such incidents must be dealt with through legal means. The principal is left with a sense of defeat after their conversation. In the Changnan military region, the colonel briefs the chief instructor about the recent incident at the school. However, the chief instructor points out that similar incidents of familiars attacking humans have been happening worldwide, emphasizing that it's not just their city facing these challenges. He mentions how civilians in Wuxia are assisting the police to maintain peace and stability. The chief instructor assures the colonel that the World Allied government will take action to address these issues. Back at the school, Instructor Zhang addresses the students, reprimanding them for bullying their peers. He announces a new policy starting the next day. Familiars will be prohibited from entering the school and will need to remain with their respective training groups. Gao attempts to remove Silly from his head, but it is resistant. To persuade it, Gao playfully mentions the deliciousness of jellyfish wolfberry soup, causing Silly to dismount and offer Gao a glass of orange juice instead. Instructor Zhang goes on to inform the students about the upcoming college entrance exam, which is just 2 months away. He emphasizes the significance of the next 2 months of training and explains that outstanding performance in the exam can open doors to major organizations. Students with exceptional talents will receive specialized training, surpassing that of regular students. Instructor Zhang shows students the pattern for the college entrance exams sent to various base cities worldwide. The exam will consist of 3 rounds. The first round will be standardized across the country. Students will engage their familiars in combat against monsters. They can choose the tier and grade of the monsters, but not their specific attributes. Overcoming a monster with attribute disadvantages will earn them a 10% bonus. Points will be awarded for defeating monsters, 10 points for normal tier, 50 points for elite tier, and 500 points for Commander tier. Excellent grade monsters will provide a 50% bonus, while perfect grade monsters will offer a 100% bonus. Additionally, the number of monsters challenged cannot exceed the number of monsters the student possesses. Instructor Zhang explains that only a select number of students will advance to the second round. The second round will involve a real combat survival mission in the wilderness, broadcast live. Students who meet the requirements for this round will have the chance to gain admission to prestigious universities. The details of the third round will be disclosed after the students qualify for the second round, and Instructor Zhang concludes his motivational speech. Gao contemplates the opportunity he has as a sophomore to participate this year. Gao realizes that he needs to promote Stripey to enhance its capabilities. Instructor Zhang then introduces a mutant dead leaf locust and inquires who wants to go first. Gao believes that Stripey, being at a similar level as the dead leaf locust, is the perfect opponent for training. He ponders why Stripey is acting timid when he knows that locusts are natural prey for spiders. Gao recalls Stripey's aggressive behavior during their last encounter and wonders if this timidity is a stress response. Gao raises his hand, asking the instructor to go first. Instructor Zhang is surprised to see another familiar with Gao and advises him that it's more beneficial to focus on training one familiar to the commander tier before raising another. Gao acknowledges the instructor's wisdom but can't reveal this unconventional method for promoting familiars. He encourages Stripey, noticing that it has grown fatter. The spider proceeds, though it appears hesitant and pleads with the locust not to attack. The other students grow impatient, and Gao reflects on the contrasting personalities of his familiars. Dazi was aggressive from the start, whereas Stripey displays timidity. He understands that Stripey needs to gain combat experience to grow. Suddenly, the dead leaf locust makes a move, snatching the spider off the ground, which concerns Gao. However, Stripey uses its spider silk to thwart the locust's attack, impressing Gao. The locust eventually breaks free from the spider's silk, and Stripey shifts to a defensive stance. A student praises Stripey, but Gao feels dissatisfied as it's not taking the initiative to attack. Frustrated, he steps in, trying to motivate Stripey to climb the cage and launch an attack. However, the familiar finds climbing too challenging. Gao grapples the frustration but realizes that training familiars is a demanding process. He acknowledges Stripey's defensive nature and calls it back. Fearing being abandoned, Stripey becomes aggressive and starts attacking the dead leaf locust, injuring it severely. While other students appreciate Stripey's abilities, Gao becomes concerned about its well-being. The system warns of Stripey's aggression and the potential damage it could cause to the familiar if it continues. Gao intervenes, holds Stripey down, and apologizes, assuring the familiar that they are partners and he won't abandon it. Stripey's aggressive state is restored to normal upon hearing Gao's words. In fact, Gao had noticed Stripey's condition earlier and asked Instructor Zhang to allow him into the cage, impressing the instructor with his fearless approach. He wishes that someone with Gao's talents would consider joining the military. After a week of training, Stripey finally loses weight and is no longer afraid of combat. Gao consults with Instructor Zhang to develop a defense strategy for Stripey, realizing that he can't rely solely on the system. Stripey reaches level 13, and Gao acknowledges that he needs to take things slowly due to his inexperience. However, Gao feels it's a waste to discard Stripey's exoskeletons, which he has learned are valuable as medicine. Gao decides to fry them, even if they might be poisonous. The dish turns out to be delicious, and Gao offers it to his familiars. Dazi enjoys it, but Stripey is apprehensive, as the dish reminds it of something. Gao then decides to attempt forming a contract with Dumby, given his increased soul strength. The contract is successful as Dumby agrees to become his familiar. Later, Gao departs on a train for the second wilderness training, feeling confident with Dazi and Dumby by his side. During the journey, he overhears a conversation among some individuals who were previously locked in the safe house by him. They discuss their desire to seek revenge on him but are unsure of his identity. Upon arrival at the destination, Gao realizes that Dumby's aura is intimidating other familiars. He asks Dumby to suppress its aura, which some students interpret as Gao being arrogant. He now ventures through the valley, riding on top of Dumby, and he's opted to go solo this time, not teaming up with Mu. Dumby reassures Gao that it will protect him, a phrase it learned from a children's show. As they explore, something darts in front of them swiftly, and Gao wonders what it was. He realizes that it vanished in the same direction as the pond where they encountered green-skinned frogs previously. Gao decides to change direction, but is confronted by the giant jungle anaconda. He begins to suspect this might be the anaconda's territory, considering it's their second encounter with the creature. Even the green-skinned frogs seem to fear the giant jungle anaconda, and their attempts to attack it prove futile. Despite the monster's level being only 20, its strength seems equivalent to that of a commander-tier monster with a higher level. Gao observes that the green-skinned frogs never disrupted the ecosystem's balance due to the presence of this giant anaconda. He decides it's best not to provoke a creature of such magnitude and opts for avoiding a conflict. After the giant anaconda departs, the frogs and tadpoles who went into hiding attempt to return to the pond. However, Gao captures them and prepares to cook them for a meal. Just your typical valley picnic, right? Suddenly, Dazi senses something and becomes alert. A black-light horse with a level 14 and excellent grade appears. Gao is impressed by it and considers the horse as a potential mount. However, he refrains from collecting it, remembering his commitment to his current familiars. When Gao looks back, he realizes that his food has disappeared. Upon questioning, Dazi pretends ignorance and blames Dumby. However, Dumby steps in, asserting itself against the accusation, which makes Gao proud. Suddenly, Dumby snatches Gao off the ground, leaving him shocked. The giant jungle anaconda reappears, attempting a sneak attack once again. Dumby comes to the rescue, saving both Gao and Dazi from the anaconda's attack. Gao acknowledges that they might have been in grave danger if Dumby hadn't reacted in time. He's frustrated by the unprovoked attacks from the anaconda. Gao turns to Dumby and inquires if it can defeat the monster. The ape springs into action, climbing the trees to position itself behind the snake and catch it by surprise. Dumby initiates its assault, slightly injuring the giant jungle anaconda with its first strike, followed by a more substantial blow. Gao is thoroughly impressed by Dumby's combat skills as it keeps relentlessly attacking the anaconda. However, things take a turn as the monster goes berserk, and Gao senses the impending danger. He urgently warns Dumby about the anaconda's trump card. The snake seizes Dumby off guard, launching an attack. Gao anxiously questions his familiar if it can still stand. All of a sudden, Dumby places its hand over its heart and starts applying pressure. Gao realizes this is the blood thread heart, a supernatural gift awakened after Dumby's advancement to the epic grade. It allows the creature to control the enemy's heart from a distance, which visibly agitates the snake. But before the anaconda can retaliate, Dumby increases the pressure to a point where the snake starts bleeding out. With a final powerful punch, Dumby finishes off the giant jungle anaconda. The military personnel watching this spectacle are left amazed. The chief inquires about Gao's background, but it's encrypted. He's taken aback by the lack of clearance for this information. The chief starts contemplating how to approach Gao, realizing that recruiting him might be a challenging task. He instructs his subordinate to ensure Gao's safety and prevent any accidents from occurring. Gao instructs Dazi to cut open the snake, and the slicing is unexpectedly smooth, resembling the tearing of soap paper, which surprises him. As the snake is dissected, they discover a thick vine within it. Gao now comprehends why the monster appeared to float. Dazi hands him the core crystal, and Gao praises its performance. However, he notices that Dumby's heart has been damaged due to the activation of the blood thread heart, leaving it weaker. Gao informs Dumby that the heart can regenerate, and its capabilities depend on how well it trains after regeneration. Suddenly, a loud noise resonates, and Dazi identifies it as the big one they previously encountered. Gao recognizes it as Mutiang, who possesses the lotus seed. He hurries for the commotion. Meanwhile, the girl Wen is injured, and Wei Wei is assisting her. Mu is locked in combat with a giant worm monster alone. She instructs the lotus seed to block its path, and then carries Wen as they try to flee. However, another worm blocks their escape. Just as Mu believes their situation is dire, Dumby and Dazi emerge to engage the worm, coming to their rescue. Gao directs Dumby and Dazi to handle the other worm as well. Mu expresses her gratitude for saving her life, but Gao reminds her that they are friends and helping one another is their responsibility. An announcement is made that the Wild Valley simulation training has concluded. Mu inquires if anything unusual has occurred, and Gao confirms her suspicions, noting that such earthworms appearing is uncommon. He suggests returning and regrouping, leading the way, which leaves a positive impression on the women. Later, Gao reflects on what the instructor told him. A new and formidable type of monster has emerged in the Daily Desert, prompting man-eating worms to migrate to their location. However, Gao has communicated with Director Feng, who informed him that the government is working on a solution. Subsequently, students from the safe house block Gao's path. He offers them advice to avoid seeking conflicts. Gao is somewhat disappointed that they've brought 4 low-level monsters to confront him, suspecting that Dazi can handle the situation on its own. Gao assures the centipede that he doesn't underestimate it. However, The leader of the group releases a black raging Kong, equipped with a weapon. Gao is puzzled by the choice to equip the familiar when their bodies are inherently potent weapons. The raging Kong readies for an attack, but Gao confidently calls upon Dumby to teach the little monkey a lesson. Dumby lightly taps Raging Kong on the head, a simple hit that sends it scampering away. Akin to a child being bullied, Raging Kong seeks refuge behind its owner, who scolds it. The boy decides to withdraw for the moment, initially underestimating the strength of Gao's familiar. Before he can even muster an apology, Gao departs from the scene, leaving Kong's owner in a state of embarrassment. His friends attempt to console him, and he instructs them to leave, wiping away Raging Kong's tears. The boy encourages his familiar to train harder, with the determination to challenge Gao Peng in the future. Back at the studio, Gao is now preparing for Stripey's evolution. He's gathered all the necessary materials and instructs Stripey to submerge itself in the container. While the system has provided guidance, Gao must source the materials and perform the operation independently. This time, the process involves boiling the materials in a large pot, with Stripey assisting in the refining process after the grade increase. Meanwhile, a group of thieves attempts to break into the studio, believing it to be unoccupied. Their aim is to steal some experimental materials with significant black market value. They employ a small insect-like creature to breach the bulletproof glass door, causing a loud noise that captures Gao's attention. Every professional thief's tool of choice, naturally. Gao checks the surveillance camera, but it appears the lens has been obstructed. Uncertain of the intruder's intentions, whether they're there to commit theft or harm someone, Gao contacts the police to report the situation. Simultaneously, the thieves search for valuable items and notice light coming from the laboratory. Driven by greed, they enter the lab in hopes of finding valuable materials. Inside, they spot Stripey in its container and prepare to smash it, assuming it to be a valuable item. As the thieves attempt to damage the container, Gao watches them from hiding. He becomes concerned that if they succeed, Stripey's evolution will be disrupted. Gao decides to buy some time and casually appears in front of the thieves, inviting them for tea. One of the two thieves strikes Gao with a hammer, causing him to fall unconscious. Just as the thief begins to boast about his actions, Stripey's transformation into a shield demon armored spider is completed. The thieves have moved on to steal valuable materials when Stripey launches a fierce counterattack. After some time, the police arrive at the scene and are immediately greeted by the scent of blood. They discover the lifeless bodies of the thieves on the floor and interpret it as a gruesome double homicide. Gao approaches the officers, and they instruct him to lower himself and raise his hands. Gao explains that he is the one who had called for help as the victim. The police take him to the station for questioning, and he becomes the subject of an investigation. Gao is pressed with questions about the deaths, which he maintains were acts of self-defense. The interrogator, however, becomes increasingly agitated, particularly regarding Gao's continued actions against the thieves even after their deaths. Gao points out that it was the thieves who initially attacked him, showing his head wound, which is now bandaged. Just as the interrogator's anger escalates, there is a knock on the door. Tong Tong enters the room, accompanied by the police chief. He advocates for Gao, asserting that his actions were in self-defense, and urges the police to release him. And they do. Let him go. That was easy. Once he leaves the police station, Gao questions Tong Tong about whether her grandfather, Ji Hunwu, knows about the situation. She confirms that he does, and he was very concerned, even suggesting a hospital visit. Gao reveals that most of his injuries were absorbed by Stripey, and that he had caused the head wound himself. Without it, Gao fears he might have been charged with murder. Tong Tong commends Gao's resourcefulness and advises him to get some rest while she handles the aftermath. In the evening, while lying in his bed, Gao is suddenly ambushed by an intruder. He narrowly avoids the assault but is startled to discover that the intruder is one of the thieves from earlier. The thief informs Gao that he has emerged from hell seeking vengeance. The thief continues to attack with a knife, demanding to know why Gao didn't stop Stripey when he was still conscious and capable of handing them over to the police. However, Gao remains undaunted and responds that one must be cruel to survive in this harsh world. Abruptly, the other thief, now headless, assaults him from behind. At that moment, Gao awakens, realizing it was all a nightmare. He contemplates whether it is fear or guilt haunting him, but then he recalls an inspiring quote, and it reignites his determination. The following morning, the military colonel addresses the gathered students at the training ground. He discloses that the world's top 12 monster trainer organizations and monster trainer leagues have united, implementing strict control measures on trainers. Furthermore, the Monster Hunting Association and Monster Breeder Association are now affiliated with the Monster Trainer League. Familiars are officially categorized into ordinary, Elite, Commander, and Lord tiers, and individuals can apply for certificates according to these tiers. The Colonel announces that the first Monster Trainer college entrance examination will be in tandem with intensified training difficulties. He further reveals that the challenge for the day is to defeat an elite tier skull-winged blue bat, with the reward being the right to keep the defeated monster. A student named Chen Hunxiao, whose familiar is an electric luster bear at level 18, volunteers to go first. Gao observes that the bear is a decent familiar compared to others. The luster bear enters the cage and displays aggression, but the skull-winged blue bat pays it no attention. The bear readies itself for an attack, yet the bat effortlessly defeats Chen's familiar with a single strike. The medical team is summoned for the injured bear, and Gao is impressed by the swift and powerful attack of the blue bat. The colonel then asks if anyone else is willing to try. However, all the students back out, leaving the instructor frustrated. Just as the situation becomes tense, Gao steps forward and offers to be the next challenger. Dumby enters the cage and the battle commences. It strikes the blue bat, drawing blood. Even the students from the safe house are impressed by Gao's familiar. The owner of the Raging Kong encourages his own familiar to work harder, but it becomes fearful. Meanwhile, the battle between Dumby and the blue bat rages on. One student comments that if Dumby could fly, the situation wouldn't be so tense. However, Gao has already devised a strategy. Dumby's stats are superior to the blue bat's, so the plan is to wear the monster down. This tactic begins to work as the blue bat's attack frequency starts to dwindle. Just when Gao believes that Dumby only needs to wait for an opportunity, that moment arrives. Dumby attacks the blue bat from behind, forcing it to the ground. The monster is severely wounded, and Gao's familiar emerges as the victor. The instructor awards the blue bat to Gao, who promptly announces that he's selling it for 500 Alliance credits. And that is how entrepreneurs are made. Mu expresses interest in purchasing the bat. Gao tries to dissuade her by explaining that skull-winged blue bats are not highly regarded and are primarily skilled at bullying non-flying monsters. However, Mu is determined to buy the bat and has already transferred the credits to Gao. He is delighted by her wealth and offers her a discount if she chooses to level up the bat's grade through him. In the evening, Gao strolls along, captivated by a transport truck equipped with remarkable, cutting-edge features. Dumby shadows him, while Gao declares his intent to acquire his dream vehicle, a sleek and formidable steel Black Dragon Series 3. He envisions how this vehicle can comfortably accommodate all his familiars. Gao remarks that the truck's style exudes strength and authority, aligning perfectly with his persona. Tong Tong suddenly appears, holding a rather ordinary-looking cat familiar. She shares that it's a run-of-the-mill cat, emphasizing that it was filthy when she found it, despite its remarkable level 36 commander status as a Night Shadow Cat. Gao is genuinely impressed by her familiars, but the cat, somewhat offended, walks away, displaying a hint of attitude. Gao playfully comments on the familiar's attitude, and Tong Tong dismisses it as a minor quirk. She inquires why Gao hasn't moved to his villa yet, to which he responds that he hasn't found the time. Tong Tong encourages him to make the move, citing his current situation's inconvenience, assuring him that he can return home anytime. As Gao heads back, he becomes emotional gazing at his parents' photograph, expressing his determination to live independently and support his grandfather after the college entrance exam. The day of the Monster Trainer's examination finally arrives, and Gao arrives at the venue in his impressive new truck, leaving everyone else's truck. "I'm sorry." With confidence, he proceeds in line with his familiars. At the entrance, the guards check admission tickets and confirm contracts with familiars using a special light. One student is stopped as the light turns red, indicating a missing contract. The student's familiar turns aggressive and bolts, but reinforcements in the form of Silver Moon wolves are summoned. The situation escalates as the student pleads to retain his qualification, despite it being his father's familiar. Despite the student's pleas, the military personnel stand firm, disqualifying him and instructing him to return next year. Gao is astonished by the audacity of attempting to cheat in this critical examination. Gao receives his nameplate and contemplates that success in this exam depends on individual strength. He's designated in a 5-plate and wonders about the area assigned to lower-tier familiars. Although Gao deems it impossible to have one at this stage, he notices the presence of 7 others with commander-tier familiars in Area A, confirming the competition. Gao's attention shifts to a girl with a black anaconda familiar and a guy with rare tiger-type familiar. This revelation surprises him, as tiger-type familiars are notably scarce. He observes that Area B accommodates elite-tier familiars, while Area C is designated for normal tier ones. Even though Dumby is elite tier, it possesses commander tier strength. Gao is exhilarated to be surrounded by other commander-tier familiars, despite feeling like a husky amidst a pack of wolves. This moment marks his entrance into the top 8 monster trainers of Chang'an City, located in Area A. The military personnel closely watch the 8 most formidable young candidates in the city. Nevertheless, the instructor points out that 2 of them, aged 20 and 21, aren't particularly strong. Colonel retorts, stating that their significance lies in being the sole 8 contestants possessing commander-tier familiars out of a staggering 30,000 trainers. The chief instructor issues a reminder of the cataclysmic signs detected a decade ago, emphasizing that they initially underestimated the severity of the situation. To prevent widespread panic, they've maintained the official narrative that the changes only began 3 years ago. The chief instructor passionately insists that they cannot afford any mishaps during the exam, as these students represent the city's future. The soldiers reassure him that the security personnel are highly trained, and every area of the examination is monitored. Meanwhile, Gao readies himself for his battle, facing off against a level 22 lakeside giant scorpion. He strategizes, directing Dumby to target the monster's vulnerable sides. As Dumby attacks, the scorpion defends itself, showcasing impressive reflexes. Gao quickly realizes the vast difference in their power levels. In a surprising turn of events, Dumby's level suddenly increases to 21, promoting it to the commander tier. Gao is ecstatic, but this development results in both creatures reaching a standoff. In a one-on-one encounter like this, one can't deploy more than one familiar. The lakeside giant scorpion, having close-range water ability, exploits this. Just as Gao ponders his next move, Dumby acquires a new ability. Gao instructs the ape to use its remaining blood threads to strengthen its legs and joints, leading to Dumby gaining the bone-hardened skill. This significantly boosts both its defense and attack capabilities. Gao now believes Dumby's assault will overcome the scorpion's exoskeleton. Although Bone Harden may not be as strong as fire or thunder, it perfectly complements Dumby's fighting style. The ape confidently attacks the scorpion, inflicting substantial damage, while the monster retaliates, leaving Gao stunned. Nevertheless, Dumby maintains the upper hand. Suddenly, Dumby strikes a vital point, securing victory. It lifts him up, expressing gratitude. Gao attributes the success to Dumby's diligent efforts, playfully mentioning Dazi's jealousy due to their hug. The centipede also approaches for a hug, but Gao stops it. His focus shifts to the girl with black anaconda familiar, visibly uninjured. Gao can't help but marvel at their exceptional skills. Meanwhile, the military observers also shift their attention to the girl, offering their praises. Colonel divulges her connection to the Junhang family, though one of the soldiers fumbles her name. The chief instructor intervenes, correcting them by revealing her name as Jun Mo Yi. The military personnel engage in discussions about her unique educational path, noting that she never attended school after her senior year but instead brought tutors to her home. To their amazement, she's a trainee of the New World Allied Government's Black Flag Division. Their admiration for Jun Mo Yi grows, but one soldier mentions Gao, acknowledging his exceptional talents. The colonel proudly discloses that Gao is his student, highlighting that he's Chang'an City's youngest monster breeder and played a vital role during the Dead Leaf Locusts incident. Another soldier recognizes Gao as the one recommended by Director Feng. As the soldiers applaud Gao's accomplishments, the chief instructor observes with satisfaction, commenting on the merits of having such a remarkable grandson. Meanwhile, Jun Mo Yi completes her examination and gains permission to depart early. Before leaving, she takes notice of Gao, who has just triumphed in a match using Dazi, leaving her quite impressed. Gao's third fight is subsequently announced, pitting him against a level 16 Dead Leaf Mantis. He proceeds with Stripey, who holds an elemental advantage with its Earth attribute against the Wood-type Mantis. However, Gao is taken aback when the Mantis begins imitating human behavior, displaying the intellect of a young child. He's confident that this match will increase Stripey's confidence, give him its higher level. The duel commences, with the Mantis showcasing peculiar moves that bewilder Stripey. Gao's unease grows as he notices the spider's expressions. Stripey thinks the Mantis is dancing. Gao informs that it is trying to attack, and the spider becomes sad that the monster isn't playing with it. Suddenly, the Mantis takes flight, leaving Stripey perplexed and mistaking it for a mosquito. Stripey ensnares the Mantis in its silk web, questioning Gao about the opponent's weakness. The Mantis breaks free and assaults Stripey, inflicting harm. This prompts the spider to retaliate fiercely, ultimately winning the match. With this victory, Gao's examination comes to an end, and he's instructed to leave. Outside, a long queue of participants remains impatient, with only Jun Mo Yi having emerged thus far. Just then, the door opens, and Gao makes his grand entrance, striking a pose with his familiars. Later, he returns to his villa, only to find it transformed into a chaotic mess. Upon entering his villa, Gao is nearly stricken with shock as he discovers the chaos within. Alarmed by a noise, he instructs his familiars to apprehend the intruder. Without any prompt, Dumby positions himself protectively in front of Gao, while Dazi apprehends the intruder, asking to eat it. To Gao's surprise, the intruder turns out to be a bird-like monster. Unexpectedly, Tong Tong arrives and sheds light on the situation. She explains that the bird is a housewarming gift from Gao's grandfather, then departs in haste. Gao is taken aback when he notices a villa next to his, realizing that Tong Tong must have had it built in just a few days to provide him with protection. Curiosity piqued, Gao requests Dumby to lift the bird, only to find that it's a red-crowned crane with just one leg, initially appearing unconscious. The bird suddenly springs to life, launching an attack. Gao decides to playfully pretend that he intends to have the crane for dinner, and in response, the bird calms down. Gao soon recognizes it as a flaming red crane of epic grade, brimming with excitement, knowing it will ascend to Lord Tier as it matures. Meanwhile, Dazi and Dumby entertain dreams of consuming the crane, but Gao offers it mealworms to eat, much to Dazi's irritation. Gao names the crane Flamey and attempts to establish a blood contract with it. Originality at its finest. As he delves into the bird's consciousness, Gao gains access to its memories and is saddened to witness Flamey's loss of its mother. The bird asks Gao if he can help it seek revenge. Gao reassures Flamey that by forming a blood contract, the bird's struggles will become his own. The contract successfully takes hold, but Gao finds himself trapped within the bird's consciousness. In a surprising turn, the collective knowledge of his familiars combines, granting Gao a new life-saving ability known as the Elemental Barrier. Gao recalls witnessing someone else use this ability, guessing that it might be a result of Dumby's promotion. In the midst of his thoughts, he encounters mysterious words advising monster trainers to let their familiars handle battles while they remain hidden. Gao begins to contemplate various aspects of monster trainers, blood contracts, and the existence of other trainers in different locations. He soon dismisses these thoughts, focusing on the impossibility of teaching life-saving abilities to others. Gao comprehends the significance of Tong Tong's request to keep the Shifting Constellations ability a secret, realizing that it would draw undue attention if others discovered his capability to transfer it to someone else. He can't help but ponder whether Tong Tong and his grandfather hold greater influence than he initially thought, leaving him apprehensive about assisting his grandfather. Gao is relaxing at his villa while Flamey trains hard. He detects the deep-rooted hatred within the crane, driven by a desire to avenge its mother. Gao's worries have eased of late, thanks to the limitless credit card granted by his grandfather. His tranquility is interrupted by the realization that the exam results should be out. Gao attempts to log into his account only to discover that his grandfather has already logged in and is checking the results. To Gao's astonishment, he learns that he scored 710 points and secured the top rank in Chang'an City. Simultaneously, Gao receives a call from an unknown number, informing him about the upcoming second round of the examination, scheduled for 15 days. He's provided with the time and venue. Concern grips Gao as he contemplates the newest contract formed with Flamey, preventing him from taking the crane to the exam. Just then, Tong Tong arrives, making Gao suspect that his grandfather may have pre-planned everything. He inquires if Tong Tong can care for Flamey during his absence, and she happily agrees, pledging to ensure the crane's well-being. In another villa within Chang'an City, a boy grumbles about securing second place, deeming it unfair. A woman explains that Gao gained 10 bonus points in his last round. Frustrated, the second-place participant resolves not to let this go. The day of the second examination arrives, and Gao makes his way to the venue. To his surprise, he discovers that only 8 participants have reached this stage. The instructor reveals that the second round will transpire in Sun Mountain National Forest Park, the base city of Jiangnan. This time, participants will contend with real, untamed monsters. The instructor assures them that the forest has been scouted by top monster trainers, with no Lord-tier monsters present, but no fewer than 500 Commander-tier monsters roam the area. They're provided with flare guns for emergencies, and as it's a pristine forest, participation is optional. 2 participants opt out of the exam upon hearing this. Jun Mo-yi confidently steps forward, registering for the exam. The military personnel announces that only 6 participants will represent Chang'an City, as candidates from the Huaxia region will also join. He extends his best wishes to all, and a participant named Wang Zhenshan approaches Gao. Learning of Gao's top rank, Wang becomes elated, deeming themselves as the muggles among the participants. unlike those with rich, political, or powerful monster trainer backgrounds. Gao decides not to reveal his true background. Wang mentions that some companies approached him after the exam for recruitment, leaving Gao wondering if his grandfather or Tong Tong intervened on his behalf. Wang boosts Gao's confidence and introduces his familiar, named the God Ant. The system, however, displays a different name, a Golden Devil Ant at level 21. Gao wonders how the system assigns names and whether it possesses precognition abilities. The military personnel announces the arrival of airplanes, signaling the participants to prepare for departure. Participants dash toward the forest, and Gao is grateful for the shifting constellations technique that grants him this swift advantage. Among them, another participant rides a stellar white pig, its owner struggling to maintain control. Meanwhile, Tong Tong is watching the live broadcast of the exam. Flamey, having enjoyed some extra fish, has plumped up and eagerly awaits Gao. When he appears on screen and is declared one of the popular candidates for the top 12, Flamey becomes visibly excited, anticipating Gao's success. Back at the exam venue, those who fail to reach the forest entrance are swiftly disqualified. Before they enter Sun Mountain Forest, candidates are provided with backpacks containing food and water. A military official informs the group that out of the 197 candidates, 150 have signed up for the second round, cautioning them about the forest's dangers. On the other hand, the civilians of Jiangnan discuss the candidates, aware of the ongoing event. As the exam begins, Gao marvels at the impressive array of familiars surrounding him. Participants are presented with consent letters, acknowledging the potential risks, including a 10% mortality rate. Gao gazes at the form apprehensively, realizing that in the event of his death, 1,000 alliance credits would be given to his family. This second round introduces a point system, with target pillars set as the objectives. The official then announces that the top 12 candidates from this round will advance to the third round, and those who excel will receive a title. The battles are set to be broadcast live, leaving Gao contemplating the prospect of a prestigious title. The second round kicks off, and candidates are instructed to reach the target destination within 20 minutes. Gao takes off with his familiars, but suddenly, Stripey shoots its silk web towards a tree, surprising him. A special program dedicated to the second exam is underway, featuring guest Duan Wu, a powerhouse from Didu. Most of the candidates have ventured into the heart of the forest, with Jun Moyi currently holding the highest score. The program host seeks comments about Jun Moyi, but Duan Wu provides insights on her familiar, the Black Anaconda, much to the host's irritation. She manages to maintain her composure and proceeds to investigate the lowest-ranking participant. It turns out to be Gao, who is leisurely resting with his familiars. The host comments on his seemingly zen-like calmness, but Duan Wu dismisses it as mere laziness. Meanwhile, in the forest, Gao rouses himself and decides to explore the outer regions, deeming them less dangerous at this point. As he delves deeper into the Sun Mountain Forest, Dumby detects one of the point pillars ensnared by vines. Gao realizes that he can earn points by destroying the pillar, but is unsure about dealing with the seemingly stationary ghost wood vines surrounding it. He knows that the vine is merely feigning stillness. Gao instructs Da Zi to attack, and although the vine initially resists, it eventually succumbs to the heat, shifting its position to encircle Dumby. Gao knows that these vines typically ensnare their prey before lacerating them, but it will struggle to pierce Dumby's tough bones. Gao commands Da Zi to swiftly dispatch the vine, resulting in a surprisingly easy victory. He confidently recognizes the prowess of Dumby and Da Zi. Gao directs Dumby to crush the pillar, earning 150 points and bringing his current score to 199. He then instructs Dumby to search for the valuable monster core. Suddenly, an announcement declares the elimination of a fourth contestant. Gao ponders whether the elimination could be due to reasons beyond a monster encounter. Elsewhere, military personnel recover the lifeless body of a candidate. Gao encounters another candidate with a giant monarch scorpion as his familiar. Surprisingly, they treat each other with respect and avoid any conflict. Meanwhile, on the program, the host discusses the absence of rules prohibiting candidates from fighting among themselves. Duan Wu elaborates, explaining that during such exams, it's not uncommon for participants to resort to actions like killing and looting. The forest lacks any protective rules, making it a place where survival can be quite challenging. On the other hand, Gao continues to explore the depths of the forest and instructs his familiars to remain vigilant for any suspicious movements. They suddenly sense a threat but discover it's a false alarm, caused by a unicorn rabbit. However, the rabbit is swiftly killed by an unseen attacker from a distance. Gao realizes that they are ill-equipped for long-range combat and decides it's best to retreat. He begins running with his familiars, putting some distance between the attacker, but they are still targeted. Dumby steps in to shield Gao from the attacks. Just as he is about to be hit, Dazi also intervenes to protect him. The centipede absorbs a heavy blow even with the elemental barrier active. Gao instructs Stripey to use its silk to temporarily halt the monster's advances. Meanwhile, the military personnel monitoring the situation discuss the need to prevent the dream stick insect from continuing its assault on the trainers. A soldier mentions that White Rose is en route to provide assistance. The captain expresses frustration as one person has already lost their life, and the individuals who believed a real-life experience was best for the candidates are now anxious. One soldier comments on Gao's seemingly cowardice, but the chief counters that it's a strategic decision. Bias much? Meanwhile, the dream stick insect closes in on Gao. He knows the monster's weakness lies in a white spot on its abdomen, but decides that running is the better option. The monster attempts to attack Gao, but Stripey defends him and urges him to escape. Frustrated, Gao informs his familiars of the weak spot and instructs them to attack. Dumby prepares to confront the dream stick insect. Gao is concerned as his familiar appears stuck and unable to launch an attack. However, he soon realizes that Dumby is worried about its companions. Encouraging his familiar, he urges it to attack without concern. In a surprising turn, Dazi becomes angry, vowing not to allow the monster to bully its friends. White Rose arrives to provide assistance but remains airborne on her familiar. Gao instructs Dazi to climb up the monster's abdomen, but the stick insect injures Dazi with its spear-like limb. Dumby becomes furious, severing the monster's limb and attacking with it. However, the monster fights back, knocking Dumby aside. Gao realizes that the monster's combat strength still exceeds their own. He ponders his next move as both Dazi and Dumby are wounded. Gao directs Dazi to target the monster's white spot with electricity, but the attack narrowly misses. Gao decides that Dumby will act as a distraction while Dazi tries the effective attack once more. White Rose inquires whether she should intervene, and upon receiving the command to exterminate, her familiar, a military-level 38 light albatross, swoops in to eliminate the dream stick insect. Gao is astonished by the power of her familiar as it carries away the monster, bringing relief to the situation. A soldier remarks on Gao's possession of 2 commander-tier familiars, but the captain notes that defeating the monster would have been a formidable challenge. Another military personnel questions the captain's decision to exterminate the monster, as they were not permitted to intervene without an emergency signal. The captain clarifies that the higher-ups want to ensure the number of monster trainers does not decrease. Back in the forest, Gao is surprised to find that his familiar's injuries have already begun to heal. Stripey has a broken leg, and Dazi expresses a sudden desire to consume it. Despite the spider's disappointment, Dazi claims it will recover faster after eating. Stripey offers his broken leg to the centipede, and the familiars shoot disapproving glances at Gao. As they move forward, another candidate is eliminated. Gao resolves to find food for Stripey. At night, they all sit down to eat, and Gao discusses the importance of lasting the longest in the exam. He plans to head toward the forest's outer edge to destroy the point pillars, as most candidates are concentrated in the center, taking it easy for now. Gao feeds Stripey a roaring wind mountain beast to boost its level, regretting not having had enough time to train it. He notices Stripey's skin is already starting to harden, and the skin shedding process should be completed the next day for leg regeneration. Gao encourages his familiars to rest well and expresses his appreciation for them all. The following morning, Stripey awakens full of energy. Having reached level 20, Gao is overjoyed to see Stripey fully healed and its leg regrown. He anticipates that with Stripey's next promotion, he'll have 3 commander-tier familiars. Their quest to find more point pillars continues as they discover valuable items and destroy the pillars along the way. While exploring, they come across a pond where Gao spots blue-skinned frogs resembling their green-skinned counterparts. To his surprise, the frogs suddenly start spitting, and Gao is thoroughly disgusted. What is spitting performance? It's then that he notices a drone camera hovering above them. Meanwhile, on the TV program, the host expresses amazement at Gao's rise to the 15th rank. Duan Wu is impressed, highlighting that the top 15 includes participants who have already been eliminated, which means Gao has a chance to advance to the 3rd round. The host also notes that Jun Moyi currently holds the 2nd place, and most candidates have gained points by defeating monsters. After 15 days, the exam concludes, bringing relief to Gao. While they may not have found many point pillars, Stripey's promotion to the commander tier allowed them to defeat numerous monsters. Gao feels content, knowing he has given his best and will have no regrets. Finally, the results are announced. and Gao Peng secures the 11th rank. In a hotel in the base city of Jiangnan, an influential figure scolds his son for failing to secure a spot in the top 12. He is disappointed that his son won't be participating in the Alliance Youth Monster Trainer General Assembly. The boy suggests using his connections, but the man becomes irate, instructing his son to lie low and avoid hanging out with rubbish friends. A few days later, as Gao walks around, he receives news that the Youth Monster Trainer General Assembly has been postponed for 3 months due to unsatisfactory performances. The age limit has been extended to 20 years and 3 months, granting participants additional time to improve. Suddenly, Gao is approached by one of the candidates, Wang, along with some others, including Jun Mo Yi. They invite him to join them for dinner. As they depart, another man stops Gao and hands him 1 million alliance credits for his time. He proposes they go to a cafe to talk. W accompanies them, and the man, despite his nervousness, emphasizes the importance of caution. In the cafe, he presents Gao with an offer. The man reveals that someone is willing to pay Gao a sum of money greater than the reward for the first-place winner if he withdraws from the competition. To demonstrate his sincerity, the man shares inside information about a trainer from Mei District who has formed a contract with a Lord-tier familiar. Gao acknowledges that the person offering this deal must deeply care for their child. However, he prioritizes advancing to a higher level rather than monetary gain, stunning the man with his decision. The end, for now. Gao Peng has secured 11th rank in the second round of Strongest Youth Monster Trainer examination. Excited as he is, things take a sudden turn when a suspicious man offers him a huge sum of money to withdraw from the competition. Nonetheless, Gao Peng has firmly denied the offer, prioritizing advancement to a higher level instead of monetary gains. My man got priorities. Gao's determination to stay in the competition surprises the man. After Gao's departure, the man hurriedly makes a phone call to inform someone that the young participant declined their offer. He ponders the fact that his client prefers direct action over negotiations, but as a mere messenger, he remains detached. Suddenly, the man realizes he's alone in the cafe, and his surprise deepens when 2 imposing individuals, each accompanied by formidable familiars, appear at his side. He is ready to play his trump card, demanding to know who set him up. However, one of the men addresses him as Mr. Zhang and reveals they have control over his familiar, proposing a cooperative effort. Zhang starts to grasp the gravity of the situation as they escort him to meet someone. He complies only to find Ji Hunwoo and his secretary waiting. Without warning, she tosses a card towards Zhang. Gao's grandfather then reveals the card contains 5 million alliance credits. Zhang feels compelled to confess his efforts to persuade Gao to withdraw from the competition. He can't help but wonder about the connection between the high-status man and the young child. Zhang faces questioning from Ji Hunwoo about Gao's response. He divulges the truth, and at that moment, Zhang begins to recognize Ji Hunwoo's true identity. Just then, Gao's grandfather inquires about the man's next steps, issuing a chilling threat involving his sister. Zhang's younger sister, Xuan, arrives holding a man's hand and reveals that the old grandpa had invited her to meet her brother. Ji Hunwoo had even enticed the little girl with promises of ice cream in exchange for hiding from her brother until now. Damn, this old lad is something else. Xuan worries that Zhang might be upset with her, but Ji Hunwoo reassures the kid. Xuan steps away at his request, and Zhang assures her before she leaves. Once the kid departs, Zhang's frustration boils over, and he begins shouting at Ji Hunwoo, stating that he hasn't achieved anything with Gao. Ji Hunwoo calmly takes his seat and inquires if Zhang is interested in working for him. To the man's surprise, he's not met with harm, and Ji Hunwoo explains that killing people is an inefficient approach, urging Zhang to spill everything. He proceeds to detail everything to Ji Hunwoo, revealing that the mastermind behind the offer to Gao is none other than the mayor of Jinling's base city, Han Yanming. Ji Hunwoo expresses disappointment, as he had anticipated a more significant issue when he learned someone was investigating Gao. His secretary suggests dealing with the mayor, but Ji Hunwoo declines, believing that Gao should handle it himself. However, he catches Zhang off guard by stating that he, too, considers the competition a waste of Gao's time. Ji Hunwoo then reflects on how it has been 4 years since they last met. Meanwhile, back at Gao's home, he ponders the identity of the mastermind behind these schemes. Despite his concerns, Gao decides to set them aside and go to sleep. A sudden knock at his door startles him, and he cautiously inquires about the person's identity. A voice from the other side suggests that it's not good for a young man to oversleep. Gao Peng recognizes the voice and opens the door, revealing his grandfather, who greets him with a smile. Ji Hunwoo embraces Gao Peng, the reunion after years filled with emotion. Gao's grandfather takes a seat and commends his performance in the competition. Yet, Gao humbly admits that he felt lacking, especially since he remained on the periphery. Ji Hunwoo, however, appreciates this strategic choice. He offers his unwavering support, and Gao raises the subject of assisting him with the Southern Sky Group. But Ji Hunwoo shifts the conversation toward the offer to withdraw from the competition. He informs Gao about Han Mingyan, the mayor of Jinling Bay City, and reveals that the withdrawal offer was merely a courtesy before a war. Gao is concerned, prompting his grandfather to explain that the mayor plans to falsely accuse him of a heinous act using a girl to tarnish his reputation. Ji Hunwoo reassures his grandson of his support and motivates him to press forward. With a bit of teasing, Ji Hunwoo eventually gets to the main point, expressing his hope that Gao is ready to give up his participation in the Alliance Youth Monster Trainer General Assembly. Surprisingly, Gao readily agrees and prepares to contact the organizers. Ji Hunwoo is taken aback and questions if he has no objections. Gao, however, trusts that his grandfather must have solid reasons and is willing to hear them out. Ji Hunwoo emphasizes that since the cataclysm 3 years ago, the gap between individuals has narrowed significantly. Age no longer holds the same advantage, as everyone now stands on an equal starting line. Ji Hunwoo encourages Gao to aim for the title of the strongest monster trainer without the youth qualifier. Gao is astounded by this revelation, and his grandfather explains that it's an era of ambition, where conflicts are inevitable. Gao's grandfather urges him to be more ambitious, believing that participating in the competition would be a waste of time. Gao then asks Ji Hunwoo about his stance in the looming conflict, whether he aims to maintain order or disrupt it. Ji Hunwoo's response is vague but reassuring. He will protect Gao. Ji Hunwoo then offers to recommend Gao as a judge in the competition 3 months from now, encouraging his grandson to work hard during this time period. Gao becomes excited at the prospect of being a judge. After a while, Gao finds himself in the airport lobby of Chang'an Bay City. He decides to take care of some matters here before heading straight to Yuzhou. Gao is confident in his system and believes it's best to apply to Yuzhou University. Being closer to his grandfather is another motivating factor. As he ponders these plans, his phone suddenly rings. Director Feng is on the line, seeking Gao's assistance with something important. He agrees, mentioning that he also has some business at the association. However, Feng surprises him by revealing that he has left the Monster Breeder organization. In response to Gao's inquiry, Feng explains that the organization has undergone significant changes and is now a subsidiary of the Monster Trainer League. Changing the subject, Feng discloses that he now works for the military and extends an offer for Gao to join him. While the pay might not be substantial, it can be compensated with rare materials. Gao requests him to get to the point, promising to evaluate whether it's within his capabilities. Feng proceeds to explain that there's a commander-tier monster within a colony of Shachuman man-eating earthworms from the Dali Desert, and it's on the verge of evolving into the Lord tier. Gao inquires whether the military plans to capture it, to which Feng assures him that their role is solely to prevent other monsters from interfering in the evolution process. Gao is aware that there's already a Lord-tier desert ruler, and he suspects that the military aims to capitalize on the spoils of a battle between 2 Lord-tier monsters. Curiosity piqued, he questions Feng about why he has tasked Gao with this job when there are more powerful trainers within the military's ranks. Feng elaborates, revealing that it's his own plan, and it doesn't sit well with the higher-ups in the military. He relies on his personal connections for support and assures Gao that a few military trainers are on his side, with the promise of aid from the Golden Deity if everything goes smoothly. Gao then inquires about the timing of the earthworm's evolution. Feng, clearly excited, loudly proclaims that it's due within the next 2 days and offers his assistance whenever Gao needs it. After the call ends, Gao contemplates that this battle exceeds his current capabilities, but he acknowledges that observing it will be an opportunity to expand his horizons. His attention is then drawn to the presence of Tang Tang, who has come to receive him, accompanied by Flamey. Gao is taken aback by the sight of his familiar, which is transformed into what appears to be a chubby, penguin-like creature. Gao Peng embarks on a journey into the outskirts of Chang'an. With him are Feng, Tang Tang, and a few other companions. Feng warns them that if they proceed any further, they will enter the territory of the Lord of Dark Ember. Gao is astonished by Tang Tang's formidable familiar, a level 39 Shadow Japolura with the special characteristic of a shadow assassin. It dawns on Gao why his grandfather sent her to assist him. Among the other helpers, Feng introduces Li Qing, whose familiars include a level 24 thorny ironhide boar and a level 21 poison-blooded green snake, as well as Qin Yi, whose level 27 flaming bird joins them. Upon reaching a certain point, Fum advises everyone to stop to avoid provoking the man-eating earthworm monster, which is likely cautious due to an impending level breakthrough. They come across a multitude of earthworms, leaving Gao stunned. Feng is satisfied, explaining that the man-eating earthworms will naturally protect their leader. Curious, Gao asks if Lord of Dark Ember is the creature's actual name. Feng clarifies that they use this name because the monster rules over the entire Dark Ember forest. For example, if the desert ruler dominated the Daily Desert for an extended period, it would be called the Lord of Daily. Feng cautions everyone to be vigilant, as other monsters might seize this opportunity for sneak attacks. Gao senses something approaching and is surprised to see a massive rooster. Feng casually remarks that chickens feed on earthworms, so the soon-to-be Lord Tier man-eating earthworm must be tempting. As the rooster attacks the earthworms, Feng asks Gao to observe how the chicken easily bypasses the earthworm's defenses. However, the man-eating earthworms suddenly disappear, leaving Gao confused. He questions where the earthworms have gone. Feng explains that they have the ability to burrow underground, and the Commander Tier monster must also be hiding beneath the surface as it undergoes evolution. He commends Gao for his talent but adds that he still has much to learn. Gao, however, is wary of appearing too experienced. The situation takes a dramatic turn as the earthworms manage to catch the rooster's leg. Feng asks Gao to observe how, when the earthworms collaborate, the chicken becomes trapped. Eventually, the rooster falls victim to the earthworms. Gao comments on the chicken's lack of combat, but Feng assures him that this is just the beginning. Tong Tong urges them to remain quiet as a formidable presence approaches, a terrifying level 40.5 violent female spider. Its statistics ring a bell with Gao, and upon a closer look, he recalls that this might be the same monster that Lu Senlin and others battled. Their mission ended in failure, resulting in many casualties, but it led to the female spider's promotion being interrupted, leaving it as a deformed, half-promoted Lord Tier creature. Feng confirms this and explains that the military believed the spider would be slayed by the Lord of Dark Ember by now, which prompts him to suggest they stall for time. Gao is initially shocked by the idea of facing such a formidable foe, even if it's deformed. He questions Feng's decision but begins to reconsider when he observes Tong Tong's calm demeanor. She agrees to take action but conditions her involvement on acquiring the horrifying violent female spider. Feng hesitates, thinking that stopping the spider would be challenging enough. Tong Tong announces her plan for herself and Gao to confront the spider, while the others prevent other monsters from interfering. Feng and his companions are taken aback by this bold move. However, Tong Tong stands firm in her decision and releases her cat familiar, Softy, to test the spider's reactions. At least someone has the balls. The female spider moves in to attack the earthworms but finds itself halted by Softy. Feng admires the cat's sharp claws, but Tong Tong notes that it's insufficient. She remarks that Softy has only managed to cause surface wounds without damaging any vital organs. Tong Tong's Shadow Japalura seizes one of the spider's legs and hurls it to the ground. However, the female spider quickly recovers and attempts to strike Softy, who narrowly escapes. The monster then begins launching a web-based attack. Gao grows increasingly concerned. While the spider can't harm Softy, they struggle to execute effective counterattacks. Gao instructs Dumby to utilize the blood thread heart, which the skeleton begins using on the spider, temporarily suppressing it. However, Gao is alarmed as the effectiveness of the attack dwindles rapidly. Determined to buy time, he resolves to keep stalling. Suddenly, the ground trembles and Gao wonders if it's an earthquake. To his surprise, the recently transformed Lord Tier Shachuman man-eating earthworm emerges from below the ground. It violently assaults the female spider, much to Feng's excitement, marking this successful promotion. Gao can't help but smirk, recognizing that this newcomer is no ordinary spider. It's a level 41 Shachuman man-eating earthworm, a genuine Lord Tier monster. Once again, it readies itself to attack the female spider. However, Feng grows concerned. He desires a confrontation between the Lord Tier earthworm and the desert ruler to reap the rewards. But the earthworm decides to dig and escapes through a tunnel. The spider goes on the offensive at the spot where the earthworm vanished but fails to find any trace. Gao remarks with satisfaction that the spider has lost track of the giant earthworm in its fury, and Feng shares his joy in the mission's success. Li Qing draws their attention to the spider, which has started behaving oddly, going in circles. He speculates that it might have gone mad after its prey escaped. Tong Tong confirms this, explaining that the female spider expended a significant amount of energy, leaving it hungry. The spider gathers the earthworms intentionally, encases them in its web, and consumes them. Gao admits to Tong Tong that he doesn't believe they can capture the spider. However, she reassures him, claiming Gao hasn't seen anything yet. Show off much? Softy and Shadow Japoler are prepared to attack the female spider, launching violent assaults together. At first, they inflict light injuries, followed by milder ones. Gao insists that the spider is still formidable, urging them to adopt a more patient strategy. But Tong Tong reassures him, stating that the spider can't escape now. Suddenly, a vulture appears in the sky and lands on the ground. Gao is shocked to see a Lord Halo, a bird-type Lord tier monster known as the Blood-Eye-Bearded Vulture, a level 42 creature. Phone raises the alarm about the Lord tier vulture, cautioning everyone that it might be drawn by the earthworms, but is currently fixated on the spider. To their astonishment, the vulture bows down to the spider instead of launching an attack. Tong Tong explains that it is mourning for the fallen monsters, leaving Gao perplexed. She jokes that the vulture might have watched too many movies. Amid the confusion, Li Qing nervously questions whether the vulture is Tong Tong's familiar. She responds casually, noting that women should have means of self-defense. Gao contemplates that, at this point, he wouldn't even be surprised if his grandfather had a dragon as a familiar. Little does he know. The Lord tier vulture then approaches the spider, standing still as it gazes at it. Tong Tong, with some irritation, remarks that the vulture is returning to its old habit, sparking curiosity among everyone. Tong Tong clarifies that the vulture thinks of itself as a scavenger and struggles to consume live prey, so it's in the process of adjusting its mentality. This revelation astonishes Feng and his men. Tong Tong then instructs her familiar not to eat the spider but to wound it severely. Once the vulture comprehends that the spider isn't meant for consumption, it soars into the sky with great speed and returns to attack the monster with full force. The vulture easily overpowers the spider, leaving Feng shocked at how easy it was to subdue a pseudo-lord tier monster. Tong Tong orders her familiar to disable the spider's leg tendons, and the vulture carries out the task. Satisfied that the monster can't escape, she declares her mission accomplished. Gao informs Feng that they intend to take the spider with them, leaving the men astonished and perplexed. Later at Gao Peng's villa, he assesses the heavily injured female spider, rendering it useless. Gao inquires of Tong Tong if she has any interest in the spider, but she declines, deeming it unattractive, and suggests giving it to Ji Hunwoo as a test subject. This response brings a hint of disappointment to Stripey, but Tong Tong reassures the creature that she wasn't referring to it. Gao extends an invitation to Tong Tong to stay for dinner, but she has to find someone to take care of the female spider. As Tong Tong departs, Gao enters his villa, where he's enthusiastically greeted by Dazi. The creature circles around Gao, yearning for pork ribs, which unfortunately aren't available. Dazi then has a clever idea and points at Dumby. Intrigued by the suggestion, Gao starts preparing a large pot of soup. He calls Dumby, who assumes that Gao has something delicious in store for it. Dumby is overjoyed that Gao still remembers it even though it can't eat. However, to its surprise, the skeleton is asked to take a bath in the soup to enhance its flavor. Gao is content that the temperature poses no issue for Dumby, sparing him the need to purchase ingredients for pork rib soup. Gao instructs his familiars to enjoy the soup while Silly comforts Dumby. Later, Gao's excitement builds as a new journey awaits him in Yuzhou City. Gao boards a flight bound for Yuzhou and arrives in the city. He quickly observes that the airport in Yuzhou shares similarities with Chang'an's but boasts more advanced technology. Accompanying Gao is Tong Tong, who informs him that his grandfather won't be able to pick them up due to some prior commitments. She assures Gao that there's nothing serious happening with his grandpa. Meanwhile, Ji Hunwoo finds himself facing off against a giant sea monster, and he's infuriated that such a minor threat has interrupted his reunion with Gao. The sea monster suddenly launches an attack on his ship, prompting orders to take cover. However, Ji Hunwoo confidently directs his familiar, White, to handle the situation, declaring that he needs to return to his grandson. The White Dragon fiercely battles the sea monster and ultimately defeats it. The logistics team is instructed to speed up their work because the corpse of such a monster holds significant value. Subsequently, the Blue Monkey team is ordered to prepare for action, attaching hooks to the monster and initiating the dragging process. Elsewhere, the military observes this battle scene, but one soldier remarks that every time they witness nothing more than a mysterious fog. Their leader, a shrewd-looking man overseeing the situation, comments on Ji's cunning nature. At the same time, Gao and Tong Tong arrive at the Southern Sky Group. While she speaks with the guard, Gao notices a lower-tier white demon plant familiar on guard duty and considers it a bit of a waste. Tong Tong encourages Gao to relax and treat the place as his home, just as a woman behind Gao starts laughing at him. Tong Tong questions the woman's amusement, but she walks away with a man, referring to Gao as a country boy. The man beside her advises her to ignore the duo and hurry, emphasizing that they need to meet someone important. Gao playfully teases Tong Tong about not being recognized, and she retorts that it's because she has been in Chang'an for 2 years. Then, Tong Tong warmly greets a man, addressing him as Old Hun, which catches the attention of the snarky man who had mocked them earlier. He wonders how she knows the secretary. Hun recognizes Gao and warmly greets him as well. He invites the duo to accompany him to the top floor, where Chairman Ji is waiting. The ignorant man from earlier overhears this and becomes visibly concerned because there's only one Chairman Ji in the group. Gao takes the opportunity to have a good-natured laugh at their expense. The lady becomes upset, but Gao calmly mentions that he doesn't hold grudges and prefers to settle things on the spot. They proceed to meet Ji Hunwoo, who is delighted to see Gao Peng. Hun takes the initiative to arrange accommodation for Tong Tong, with Ji Hunwoo's approval. Once they're alone, Gao inquires if his grandfather has something to tell him and is informed that he will temporarily work for the Southern Sky Group. Gao expresses concern, feeling it might be too soon, but Ji Hunwoo counters that he needs to learn how to manage the group since he'll be in charge in the future. Gao remains apprehensive, causing Ji Hunwoo to wonder if he's been too harsh. Nevertheless, Gao's grandfather instructs him to go to the HR department and start from scratch. He informs Gao that he will be transferred to the research department after 2 days, where he'll be given a special lab. Ji Hunwoo also offers Gao the option of temporarily concealing his identity, suggesting that young people these days like to play down their capabilities. Gao assures him that he has no interest in such deception. Ji Hunwoo expresses pride in having Gao as his grandson. At this moment, Hun knocks on the door and informs them that the arrangements have been made. Ji Hunwoo instructs Gao to accompany Hun, who will show him a different kind of battlefield. As they enter the HR department, Gao notices something unusual. Hun asks him about it, and Gao smiles, revealing that he has just encountered some familiar faces. Ironically, the arrogant lady and the man who had mocked him earlier are standing in front of him. Hun introduces the man as Cao Xiang, the head of the marketing department, who bows and apologizes to Gao for his earlier presumptuous behavior. Gao shakes Ko's hand and casually brushes off the incident. He admires Ko's apparent ability to set aside his ego for the greater good, even if it means putting Gao in an awkward position. Cao hurriedly departs, offering to share a meal next time. Hun inquires about the matter, and Gao explains that it was a minor issue, and that Cao Xiang made it a bigger deal than necessary. Gao then asks Hun whether Cao is genuinely this composed or if he's expert at controlling his emotions. Hun suggests Gao figure it out himself and proposes they head to the Baiyi district to handle recruitment there. En route to Baiyi, Hun provides context, explaining that Baiyi is one of Yuzhou's districts that has struggled with economic development. He elaborates that many people lost their lives during the cataclysm, which drastically altered the social structure. Those who remain in Baiyi are individuals who have had difficulty adapting to the new circumstances. When Gao inquires further about the district's name, Hun shares that it's called Baiyi because it used to attract people from various professions seeking employment before the cataclysm. Before Hun can delve deeper into the topic, they arrive at their destination, the Baiyi district branch responsible for human resources management. Gao observes some peculiar individuals nearby and inquires about them. Hun explains that they are at the Baiyi district's recruitment hall and playfully refers to them as Baiyi's best, though in reality, they are individuals who have lost hope in their future prospects. Hun then introduces Gao to Section Chief Wang from HR Management Headquarters and Branch Manager Su. Both greet Gao respectfully, addressing him as Young Master and Head Gao. Gao requests that they use his position title as they are all colleagues. Ya says the grandson of the wealthiest and strongest man alive. Hun assures Gao that while the place may seem a bit disorganized, it makes management easier and offers a good opportunity to develop skills. After Hun departs for other tasks, Gao requests Wang to give him a tour. The section chief takes Gao to the branch's warehouse and the training center for familiars. Since Wang continues to address Gao as head or young master, Gao playfully threatens to deduct his salary if he does so again. When the section chief repeats the title, Gao surrenders. He inspects the equipment and inquires if every branch has similar resources. Wang confirms but mentions that they are seldom used. Other departments like security and the Central Security Bureau have more advanced facilities and conduct field training in the forest. Gao intends to inquire about the recruitment of workers, but the section chief reassures him that subordinates will handle everything, leaving Gao with little to worry about. As Wang takes his leave, Gao wonders about the tear stains on one of the equipment pieces. He calls Flamey and contemplates that once it reaches the commander tier, it will solve his problem of not having a flying-type familiar. Gao asks Flamey if it can still fly and instructs it to navigate through some rings. Flamey takes flight, showcasing impressive speed, but accidentally collides with one of the rings. Although Gao is initially disappointed, he encourages Flamey not to give up and keeps motivating it to try again for improved control. Eventually, Flamey successfully flies through the rings without mishaps, and as it lands, it unexpectedly starts breathing fire. Gao is astonished as his flying-type familiar is promoted to level 21. Flamey's promotion creates a dazzling spectacle as it continues to soar surrounded by flames. Flamey has now reached level 21 with a perfect grade. Its fire resistance has significantly improved, and its unique ability allows its feathers to detach from its body and cause fiery explosions. Gao remains somewhat uncertain about this newfound ability, understanding that the explosions don't originate from the feathers themselves and can be quite powerful. However, he's worried about the potential consequences for Flamey, as this ability consumes its feathers. The thought of his bird familiar without feathers horrifies him, but he also playfully teases Flamey before preparing to leave, asking Dumby to accompany him. The skeleton hastily drops the dumbbells he was using in response. Later, under the cover of night, a young boy emerges from a hole in the training ground, accompanied by his rat familiar. He is about to begin his practice when a voice interrupts, inquiring about how long he has been coming to this place. The startled boy turns to find Gao standing there with Dumby. He begins to apologize, but Gao dismisses it and kindly asks him not to enter through the hole again. The boy apologizes for using the equipment and walks away disheartened. Gao reflects on how not everyone in the Bai district has lost hope, and some still yearn for a better life. He stops the boy and offers to help him obtain an identity card for coming there anytime. Gao assures the boy that if anyone questions him in the future, he should mention the name Gao Peng. The next morning, as Gao trains Flamey, Wang arrives with the boy, who now has an identity card. Gao inquires about the boy's name, which he reveals to be Li Junzong. Gao instructs the boy to wash his familiar and commence training. Li Junzong's familiar is a level 4 blood scavenger rat, albeit with a mild injury. Wang explains that the boy is fortunate to have found a monster in the sewers and tamed it, as it would be challenging to survive otherwise. Gao is taken aback by this revelation, and Wang clarifies that many monsters in Bai district reside in the sewers and survive on discarded waste. Gao inquires further about the underground monster situation, wondering if these monsters are allowed to reproduce unchecked. The section chief explains that the monsters used to surface, but some were hunted down by monster trainers, causing them to retreat underground for safety. This revelation raises Gao's concern, but Wang reassures him, mentioning that Yu Zhao has a unique solution to the issue. Chairman Ji has a familiar that resides in the sewers and preys on these underground monsters. Gao finds this contrast to Chang'an City intriguing. Li Junzong returns and shares his story, explaining that while city dwellers are afraid to enter the sewers, he ventured there in search of food. In doing so, the boy encountered the injured blood scavenger rat, which has become his companion and helps him find food. Gao contemplates this information and discusses the ongoing recruitment challenges they face for their factories. He offers Li Junzong the opportunity to work for him, promising a salary, food, shelter, and access to the training center. Li Junzong expresses his heartfelt gratitude. Later, upon returning to his dormitory room, Gao is astonished to discover that Dazi and Stripey have been rapidly promoted. He speculates if his grandfather provided them with rare ingredients, resulting in such swift growth. Gao also notices that Silly has reached level 20 but is restricted by its grade. Gao recalls that Silly gained a wood-type healing attribute after evolving into a wood spirit jellyfish. Curious, he decides to test this ability on a lab rat. However, Gao becomes disappointed as Silly only manages to heal a small portion of the rat's injury after half an hour. Silly appears unconcerned, much to Gao's frustration. Nevertheless, he resolves to increase Silly's level since the materials Gao requested his grandfather to collect are ready. As he contemplates Silly's growth, Gao notices Dumby gazing out of the window and inquires about its state of mind. Dumby expresses a desire to return to its hometown, revealing that it misses its offspring. Dumby's a family man, I see. Gao is taken aback as he was unaware that his familiar had already become a father ape. In response, Gao announces their plan to visit Dumby's hometown the next day. Gao continues his journey by sailing through the Red Sand River in Chuanshu on a ship. Curious about the presence of monsters in the river, he questions a sailor, who assures Gao that their ship is safe due to the king red carp's scales affixed to the bottom, which deter monsters from attacking. The sailor explains that they offer some monsters as tribute in return for the king red carp's protective scales. Gao is intrigued by this practice, reflecting on how it would damage the government's reputation if it were to become public knowledge, revealing its inability to safeguard its citizens. He considers the discrepancy between small-based cities like Shuanshu, which rely on lower-tier familiars or monsters, and larger cities like Yuzhou and Chang'an, where monster trainers are more common. Finally, they reach their destination. As they arrive, Gao consults with Dumbi to see if the place is familiar. It recognizes a location and recollects the time it was captured. Following a trail, Dumbi senses something from a few months ago. Gao offers words of comfort but notices Dumbi suddenly reacting to a sound and dashing off. Gao instructs Strippy to follow, and they find themselves at a waterfall. Dumbi is moved as it spots its family bathing in the water. Gao encourages Dumbi to rejoin its family, reminding the skeleton of its previous role as the tribe's king. However, Dumbi hesitates due to its nature as a non-living being. Gao insists, suggesting they observe from behind trees. As they watch, Dumbi becomes emotional, feeling powerless and unable to protect his offspring. Gao asks Dumbi if it wants to bring its daughter back and assures it a wonderful life. Still, Dumbi declines, valuing its daughter's freedom in the forest, but itself expresses happiness with its current life. Suddenly, the apes are attacked, and Gao realizes that they are facing hunters. Dumbi rushes forward to defend its family. Miss Zhou, 10 minutes prior, hunters were on the hunt for Red River apes, and one of them expressed doubt about their value. Their leader, Li, explained that Miss Zhou of the Zhou family had developed a taste for these apes, tripling their market price. The hunters finally located the apes and took their first shots, believing there were no powerful monsters nearby. However, Li missed his shot initially, and the group was suddenly alerted by a noise. Currently, Li has ordered his familiar to handle the situation while the others hide. Unfortunately, his iron-backed wolf familiar is swiftly defeated and killed by Dumbi, who appears as a formidable gold-type commander-tier monster. That skeleton is the goat. Dumbi initially frightens the apes, but when it embraces its own offspring, the hunters grow fearful, concerned that Dumbi might be aligned with the apes. Li decides that they lack the equipment to face a commander-tier monster and advises waiting. Just then, Gao arrives, riding Stripey, and the hunters, who are hiding in a tree, get excited to see a monster trainer. They feel confident that he has come to their aid and sought his help. Gao remains seated atop Stripey, seemingly ignoring the hunters. Meanwhile, Dumbi reassures its daughter of protection, and Gao assures Dumbi that he will watch over its offspring. He assigns Flamey and Dazi to guard the young ape. Among the hunters, one of them shouts that the monster trainer is allied with a gold-type monster. Li scolds the loud hunter for drawing attention to their presence, especially as Dumbi has now located them and is closing in. It fiercely strikes a tree, ripping it from its roots, causing the hunters to fall to the ground. Li believes he has broken his ribs. He notices that his comrades have already been captured by Dumbi and decides to attempt an escape. Gao, finally taking notice, instructs Strippy to catch the escaping hunter with its spider web. As the hunter is captured, he pleads for his life, explaining that he is his elderly parents' only surviving son after his brothers died. The hunter paints a dire picture of his family, claiming they would all starve without him, and offers to provide all the apes he has killed. In shock, Gao questions whether the hunter was not capturing the apes to make them into familiars. The hunter trembles as he reveals that the reason they are hunting these seemingly worthless monkeys is that the second daughter of the Zhou family desires their hearts for her familiar. This infuriates Gao, who is appalled that these hunters are killing apes to satisfy the desires of the powerful Zhou family in Yuzhou City. The other two hunters quickly shift their allegiance and begin praising the Red River apes to win favor with Gao. One of them exposes Li's plot to raise the prices by killing the apes before other teams. Gao directs Dumbi to handle the situation as it sees fit and heads to the riverbank to await the resolution. Li starts berating Dumbi, cautioning it about the power and influence of the Zhou family. However, Dumbi gathers the Red River apes and declares a tooth-for-tooth vengeance. The apes become agitated and prepare to attack Li, while Dumbi carries its daughter on its back. Meanwhile, at the riverbank, Gao calls his grandfather to discuss his conflicted feelings about what just transpired. Ji Hunwu asks Gao if he regrets his decision, to which he expresses uncertainty. His grandfather reframes the question, asking if Gao would stop his familiar if given another chance, to which he confidently responds, no. Ji Hunwoo explains that this answer reveals the truth and playfully calls Gao a faker. He advises him to be ruthless in the competitive outside world, emphasizing his desire to see Gao succeed rather than fall victim to others. Who needs philosophical debates when you have family chats like these? Ji Hunwoo also offers to bring the remaining apes to Yuzhou and provide them with land to inhabit. He then ends the call. Gao decides to inspect the red carp. The sailor informs him that it's essential to address the monster as king because it can understand their language. He shows Gao the location where people offer their tributes, explaining that the monster bestows its scales in proportion to each person's offering. Suddenly, a disturbance ripples through the river and the lower-tier dragonblood red sand carp emerges. The gathered individuals prepare to retrieve their tributes. The monster consumes all the offerings and dispenses its scales. A man instructs others to collect the scales according to their sacrifices to avoid injuring the king red carp. Gao is fascinated by witnessing the seasoned lord use his powers and finds its hydrokinesis as mystical as it sounds in fairy tales. He yearns to get a closer look at the monster and wonders about the identity of his grandfather's lord-tier familiar, eagerly wishing to touch it. In South Africa, Lusaka. A dire emergency unfolds as a high-energy spatial reaction agitates the white-bellied space worm, indicative of a probable spatial rift. To investigate this anomaly, a red-spotted falcon and a white-bellied space worm are dispatched. A monster trainer rides atop the falcon, racing to the location, filled with apprehension about the gravity of the situation. Their fears are confirmed as a peculiar monster emerges from the rift, swiftly dispatching the monster trainer. Meanwhile, at Ji Hunwoo's villa on the outskirts of Yuzhou, Yao watches the news report on the spatial rift incident alongside his grandfather. He inquires why such a grave situation seems to bring an air of optimism. Ji Hunwoo casually responds that in today's world, danger exists everywhere. These temporary spatial rifts used to appear during the early stages of the cataclysm, but have been absent for the past 2 years. Consequently, strong individuals view this as an opportunity to acquire new familiars, particularly from other worlds. Ji Hunwoo explains that the allure of new power is exciting and suggests that Gao should appreciate this now. He hands Gao an access card to the villa's laboratory and mentions that most of the materials he needs have been procured. However, Ji Hunwoo advises Gao to seek out the advanced-level monster breeders in the company for guidance. Gao expresses his gratitude, reflecting on the fact that his grandpa remains unaware of his unique system. Ji Hunwoo then advises him to rest in the villa for 2 days. When Gao inquires about seeing his familiars, his grandfather instructs him to locate White by himself. After searching the entire house and failing to find White, Gao eventually heads to the backyard lake. He decides to put the matter aside and indulges in a refreshing bath in the lake. While Gao is enjoying his bath, an unexpected development occurs. He starts floating in the air. Totally normal, everyday occurrence, right? Perplexed and alarmed, Gao calls upon Flamey for assistance. Flamey, however, is trembling with fear as it spots something lurking beneath the water. It hastily flies without looking down. Just as Gao is trying to comprehend the situation, Ji Hunwoo arrives and casually instructs his familiar to be gentle with his little master. Gao is bewildered by his grandfather's words, but before he can react, Flamey arrives and rescues him from the ridiculous situation. As Gao turns around, his eyes widen in astonishment when he sees a white dragon emerging from the sea. This magnificent creature is a level 50 Lord tier white aquatic dragon with a perfect grade. It possesses 2 passive skills and 3 remarkable evolution paths. Gao can't contain his excitement and exclaims that the white aquatic dragon easily surpasses the dragon blood red sand carp. He admires the dragon's passive skills that enhance its speed, agility, and the power of its claws and scales. Though Gao isn't overwhelmed by its aura, so he decides to touch the dragon. However, the white dragon suddenly glares at him, halting his approach and filling him with fear. Gao backs away and excuses to withdraw, but the dragon intervenes, blocking his path with its claws. It issues a challenging gaze, causing Gao to abandon his plans to touch it. Realizing he has to focus on raising Silly's level along with Dazi and Stripey, Gao retreats to the villa's laboratory. He begins preparing a serum that's tinted red. Gao contemplates whether this serum will change Silly's color, recalling that the previous one had turned it green. As Silly sniffs the serum and then takes a dip in it, Gao notices the fragrance resembling that of a green apple. Silly emerges from the serum with an even brighter green hue, now a dimensional jellyfish with a perfect grade at level 20. Gao tries to console himself, thinking that in low light conditions, the color change won't be apparent. However, his familiars find the situation quite amusing as Silly lands on his head, leaving Gao in a state of mild embarrassment. Gao arrives at the Baiyi District Branch's training center and is pleasantly surprised to find Li Junzong there, punctual and hardworking. He's content that helping the young boy wasn't in vain. Gao initiates Flamey's training and observes how its flames have grown more potent. However, training a fire-type familiar in the midst of summer feels like a form of self-inflicted torture. Wan, the section chief, joins them and reports that the recruitment process for orphans and single-parent children has commenced as Gao had requested. Gao delegates the task of monitoring their work to Wang, who commends him for providing these children with employment opportunities. Gao, however, reminds him to prioritize character over capability when hiring. Suddenly, he notices a crowd gathering in the area. Wang explains that there was a monster attack at the factory, and the missing workers' families have come seeking information. Gao decides to intervene and heads over to the discussion, where he questions Ji Yang, the security supervisor, about the status of the monster. Su, the manager, informs Gao that the missing workers have been found, albeit with serious injuries and no fatalities. Ji Yang, however, reveals that the monster has retreated into the underground sewage system. Gao inquires about the state of the underground defensive installations and urges immediate repairs if they are damaged. To his shock, Gao learns that there are no defensive measures in place, only an alloy gate for waste discharge. He admonishes Ji Yang, but the security supervisor is disgruntled. Gao decides to take matters into his own hands and asks Ji Yang to guide him to the location. The security supervisor, despite his initial reluctance, complies and takes Gao to the factory yard where the monster disappeared. Gao, familiar with his grandfather's own familiar living in the sewage system, believes that it must have already eliminated any dangerous monsters. However, Ji Yang is determined to handle the situation and assures Gao that his devil mantis familiar can adapt to any environment. Gao explains that he trusts Ji Yang's abilities but emphasizes that even familiars have limitations. He advises Ji Yang to oversee the factory while he investigates. Underground, Gao cautions his familiars that this isn't a game, although he himself remains surprisingly composed. As they progress, Dazi senses something, and they encounter a large cockroach that lunges at Gao. Stripey steps in to block it with its web, and Dazi stuns the cockroach with an electrical shock. Stripey, drawn by the scent, expresses its desire to eat it, and the spider goes for the cockroach. However, it unexpectedly takes flight, only to be set on fire by Flamey, which mistakes it for a disc. Gao is impressed by Flamey's fiery skills. As they approach the alloy gate's passcode machine, Gao guesses that the monsters likely passed through when the gate was opened to discharge waste. He ponders what drove these monsters to go against the flow and the gate. As the alloy gate opens, Gao is met with an unsettling sight. Several pairs of eyes locked onto him, leaving him filled with worry. An army of cockroaches surrounds Gao, accompanied by an eerie sound. As the monsters close in on him, he swiftly commands Stripey to engage the attackers, instructs Dazi to watch their rear, and urges Flamey to unleash its fiery might. As his flames engulf the cockroaches, Gao spots a plump cockroach, issuing orders and realizes it must be their leader, responsible for the sound. He orders Stripey to target the leader first, and the spider clears a path through the smaller cockroaches, ultimately killing the larger one. The cockroaches, now leaderless, disperse, and Gao begins to suspect their involvement in the factory incident. Suddenly, he notices that something seems off with Stripey. There's movement in the spider's mouth, and Gao identifies it as a dark dot or a parasitic sub-body. He instructs Flamey to remove it, and the bird carefully cleans Stripey's mouth, successfully removing the parasitic sub-body. Gao takes a playful jab at the spider for not maintaining good oral hygiene, while Flamey expresses its disgust by puking. Meanwhile, the parasite flees. Gao informs Dazi that they will use its keen sense of smell to track down the main body of the parasite later. Just as they're about to continue their pursuit, the sewer rumbles, and Dazi senses a formidable presence behind them. However, Flamey says it doesn't have bad intentions. Suddenly, a monster of level 39 appears there but goes away after seeing Gao. He is somewhat relieved, knowing they wouldn't stand a chance against such a powerful monster. Gao speculates that it must belong to his grandfather. He contemplates how laughable it would be if Shi Hanwu discovered his adventure in the sewer. Gao then asks Dazi if it remembers the parasite's scent, explaining that he needs to make amends for the emotional turmoil. They follow the distinct scent and eventually locate the parasitic sub-body. Gao directs Flamey to block its path, while Dazi moves in for an attack. However, an unexpected intervention occurs as a red rat-like monster, carrying the main body of the parasite, materializes out of nowhere and assaults Dazi. Gao promptly orders the centipede to electrocute the rat-like monster. As the electric shock courses through it, the rat discards the parasite and scurries away, leaving Dazi bewildered. Gao deduces that this parasitic relationship resembles a form of symbiosis, and the Dark Daughter can't forcibly control its host. Regardless, Gao is content as he only needs the parasite's abilities, not its thoughts. He approaches the sub-body, asserting that resistance is futile. Gao emerges from the sewer and promptly instructs Wang to arrange for the repair of the ground crack. He hands the parasitic sub-body to Dumby and tells the other familiars to take a break. Dumby is puzzled by the presence of the Black Daughter as it hops onto it. Gao finds it somewhat foolish for the parasite to be seeking blood and flesh on a skeleton. Dumby clenches its bony fist, seemingly ready to eliminate the parasite. Gao intervenes and instructs Wang to place the parasite in a bulletproof glass container. Just then, he receives a call from Ji Hunwoo, who requests his presence. Gao explains that he hasn't completed his task yet, but his grandfather reveals that Gao's personal laboratory is now ready. Excited by the prospect, he agrees to return immediately. Upon Gao's arrival, Ji Hunwoo leads him to a cave concealed behind the lake at his villa. Gao is astounded to find the laboratory and comments on its lavishness, thinking it might be too extravagant. His grandfather then demonstrates that the laboratory's door can be opened simply by touching a beam of light. Gao is taken aback by the high-tech setup, and Ji Hunwoo inquires if he finds it satisfactory. Gao's grandfather offers to build a new laboratory if he isn't satisfied, but Gao assures him that he is very pleased with the current setup. Ji Hunwoo proceeds to introduce Gao to Deng Yimiao and Xu Heming, the only two advanced monster breeders in their company. Xu Heming expresses his frustration at being interrupted during an experiment, prompting Ji Hunwoo to raise this month's experiment budget by 20% to pacify him. Gao is introduced as an intermediate monster breeder, and Deng Yimiao commends his achievement at such a young age. Ji Hunwoo humorously advises against praising Gao too much, lest he become arrogant. He encourages his grandson to seek guidance from the advanced breeders in any experiment. However, Gao has different plans and shares his intention to create evolution regions. He explains that he can produce experimental regions for the evolutionary paths of some familiars Gao has discovered, which can boost the Southern Sky Group's reputation and profitability. Ji Hunwoo lauds his idea, leaving Gao suspicious of his grandfather's sudden praise. He assumes that the advanced breeders must be secretly mocking him, as even they struggle to produce a stable evolution agent. Determined to prove himself, Gao begins the experiment and presents the results to his grandfather and the breeders. He names his reagent Bloody Butcher and discloses its ingredients. Gao selects a common ape-type monster, the Black Raging Kong, as the test subject. Xu questions about the already available matured reagents required for the ape's evolutionary paths. However, Deng states that Gao's reagent could be very successful because the ingredients are easy to obtain. Gao aims to make a lasting impression, emphasizing that the experiment is intense and requires a significant amount of anesthetic. He injects the ape with the reagent using a machine, and an unprecedented reaction unfolds before the amazed breeders. Deng feels he can find useful aspects in the experiment, even if it were to fail. The unconscious ape evolves into a level 10 blood-raging Kong, surprising everyone. Deng acknowledges Gao's exceptional method and confirms that such a monster has never been discovered. He requests Xu to test the evolved monster with a soul crystal obsidian. Deng explains that the crystal can determine a monster's grade below the Lord tier, and the crystal turns blue, indicating an excellent grade. Ji Hunwoo observes some other reagent tubes and becomes concerned about the potential danger if the public learns about Gao's talent. He strictly prohibits the advanced breeders from sharing the experiment's outcome, declaring it a company secret. Ji Hunwoo then asks his grandson to name the evolved monster, and Gao chooses to call it Blood Raging Kong. It's all in the branding. Gao has named the three reagents he created Earth Type 1, Petrochemical Type 1, and Royal Reagent. Gao proceeds with the second experiment, already having injected the petrochemical reagent into a giant ant. He explains that it's common for monsters in their early stages to lack long-range attacks, and while it's challenging to change their agility, it's relatively easy to enhance their defenses. The ant evolves into a stone heart ant at level 7, astonishing Xu, who notes that it's also an excellent grade. But Gao isn't done yet. He moves on to the result of the royal reagent. This time, Gao's testing it on a Wolf Mountain Sparrow, evolved from the russet sparrow. The creature is known for its speed, fierceness, and sharp teeth. Gao reveals that the Wolf Mountain Sparrow has evolved into an Emperor Wolf Mountain Sparrow using the royal reagent. However, he points out a defect in this reagent. While it can evolve a monster to the perfect grade, it makes it difficult to be promoted to the Lord tier. This surprises both advanced monster breeders, as they don't even consider this a defect. Ji Hunwoo offers Gao access to the necessary materials and the directive to report directly to him. He instructs the breeders to begin mass production of regions for sale to the public, except for the royal region, which holds more value. As the breeders leave, Shu remarks that Gao isn't far behind him, and Deng takes pride in having a new companion in their work. On the other hand, Gao believes that staying in the laboratory is just a way to enjoy air conditioning and pass the time since he doesn't even need to carry out experiments. Gao then inquires about any expeditions organized by their company. Ji Hunwoo asks if he wants to become a world hunter, and Gao counters by asking if his grandpa doesn't think world hunters are cool. He elaborates on the significance of world hunters in the monster trainer community and how they are explorers of the world and warriors of the wilderness. Nearly half of the areas humans have explored have been scouted by world hunters. Gao gets excited about the idea, and Ji Hunwoo mentions that his grandson has always been adventurous. However, he reminds Gao that he can't venture into the wild without his permission or he will face consequences. Gao thinks about the shifting constellations technique, which means his grandfather would have to break his familiar's legs to keep him from going. Ji Hunwoo schedules special training for Gao's familiars at 6 o'clock the next morning, and Gao arrives promptly, receiving a reward of 30 push-ups from his grandfather for being punctual. Gao is perplexed, wondering how humans can compete with familiars that provide protection and combat power. This frustration upsets Ji Hunwoo, who channels his anger into an act of strength, kicking a nearby tree and breaking it in half. Because why discuss emotions when you can display dominance, right? Gao is stunned by this display, and his grandfather scolds him, emphasizing the importance of physical stamina for human survival. Ji Hunwoo explains that a monster trainer's life is of utmost importance, as they can influence the outcome of a battle as long as they're alive. He further clarifies that the power gained through the familiar's feedback is directly related to the familiar's levels. Ji Hunwoo says that he had only used 30% of his strength during his previous display, and even his white dragon is aware that he's showing off to his grandson. Ji Hunwoo calls upon his familiar, Thunder God, to give Dazi a nudge. It is a level 39 Thunder God snail with an epic grade, which Ji Hunwoo found in the ocean. He describes Thunder God as not being particularly strong but having a gentle character. Gao instructs Dazi to listen to Thunder God, as it's the centipede's senior. When Dazi hesitates, Gao employs Dumby to hold it in place and accuses the centipede of cowardice. Dazi retorts that it learned cowardice from its master. Gao then asks Thunder God to train his disobedient familiar without holding back. He inquires about his other familiars. Ji Hunwoo mentions that Flamey will train with Dazi and asks about Gao's plans for developing Stripey. Gao expresses his desire for it to focus on defense and control, so Ji Hunwoo decides to train the spider in control and counterattack abilities. He calls upon the White Dragon and assigns it the task of training Dumby and Stripey. Silly becomes unconscious upon seeing the White Dragon, mistaking it for a big fish. Ji Hunwoo confidently declares the start of their training. The training is in full swing, and Dumby and Stripey are struggling to keep up with the White Dragon. Stripey attempts a tactical move, getting a hold to hide, but it fails as the White Dragon catches and tosses it aside. Two bad dragons aren't fooled by amateur archaeology. Stripey becomes agitated, much to Gao's concern. The spider makes an attacking move, but once again, it's swiftly thrown away. Dumby, on the other hand, attacks Ji Hunwoo's familiar, although it's quickly defeated. However, it manages to land a hit on the White Dragon, showing signs of progress. Simultaneously, Ji Hunwoo is personally training Gao. Dazi and Flamey are training with the Thunder God snail. The snail gently encourages the centipede, showcasing its remarkable abilities. The Thunder God snail humbly describes its talents as natural, much like Dazi's ability to walk on many legs, which Flamey cannot do. This upsets Flamey, but the Thunder God snail tries to motivate the bird as well. Dazi becomes inspired to unleash its hidden power, but instead of a powerful electric display, it farts, leading to some laughter and a bit of disappointment. Silly, however, remains fearful of the White Dragon. Half a month passes, and Dumby becomes significantly more powerful, engaging in a fierce battle with the White Dragon. Even Ji Hunwoo's familiar acknowledges Dumby's improvement, noting that its reflexes and speed now meet qualifying standards. The dragon advises Stripey to endure the attacks. Flaming has also become skillful at controlling fire, but Dazi still requires more training. Meanwhile, Silly has reached the commander tier, and its portable space has expanded significantly. With the achievement of the training objectives set by Ji Hunwoo, Gao is now ready for his wilderness expedition. Ji Hunwoo provides him with a map, a tablet, and a compass. emphasizing their importance in the wilderness. He boosts Gao's confidence, noting that having a flying-type familiar gives him an advantage. Chi Hunwu assures his grandson that he'll always have his back, which deeply moves Gao, who promises to return soon. Gao reaches a jungle just outside Yuzhou City, consulting his map marked with red spots denoting the presence of lower-tier monsters. To elevate Stripey to an epic grade, it needs to consume an Earth Spirit core. The system pinpoints the core's location for Gao, allowing him to focus and identify materials' positions. Flamey spots large mosquitoes and readies to attack, but Gao wisely restrains it, cautious of potential hidden threats. Instead, he retrieves a sack of mosquito repellent from Silly. Stripey displays the bag, and as the mosquitoes encounter the scent, they drop dead. Gao's familiars are genuinely impressed by this effective display. Continuing their journey, the group faces an assault from a storm panther. Yet Dumby successfully shields them while Stripey retaliates. The panther flees and Flamey is eager to chase it, but Gao insists on caution, recognizing the danger. Suddenly, a level 29 golden palm tree spirit attempts to attack Gao. This time, he instructs Dazi and Flamey to engage the monster, showcasing their strength and thwarting the spirit. Gao acquires its core, marking their current location on the map. While seeking shelter in a mountain cave, a croaking duck inside captures their attention. Gao tries to hush it, but is astounded to find that the duck, despite its unimpressive croaking, possesses an epic grade status. He asks the duck to quack properly, choosing to leave the cave and continue toward their destination. As they progress, Dazi begins to feel hungry and expresses a desire to eat the duck. They engage in playful banter, with Gao teasing Dazi for riding Dumby, and Dazi returning the jest about Gao riding Stripey. However, Flamey suddenly stops them, relaying the duck's call to Gao. The falcon informs him that the duck is asking them to wait. Despite Flamey's plea to halt, Gao urges Stripey to proceed faster, leaving the duck behind. The little duck tries to chase them but stumbles. Overwhelmed by sadness at feeling unwanted, it cries. Gao reaches down to lift the duck, instantly brightening its spirits. Flamey speculates that the young duck might have been abandoned by its parents and inquires if they plan to leave it behind. Gao decides to take the duck with them, recognizing the value of having an epic grade familiar. All of Gao's familiars commit to protecting the little duck. Gao reaches a cave within the stone forest, a promising location for Earth Spirit cores. He instructs Dazi to enter the cave and inspect it. Suddenly, a level 11 rock scorpion emerges. Eager to assess the duck's combat abilities, Gao commands it to face the scorpion. As 10 minutes pass, Gao observes that both the duck and the scorpion are engaged in a shouting match, which frustrates him. Annoyed by the lack of progress, he orders Dumby to chase the scorpion away, pondering how the duck managed to survive in the forest. At this moment, Dazi returns from the cave with a small Earth Spirit core held in its mouth. Gao is slightly apprehensive due to its size but proceeds to a suitable area for testing. He gives the core to Stripey and instructs it to burrow into the ground and sleep with the core. During the night, the guardian of the location, a gray centipede, returns and encounters the duck blocking its house's entrance. The centipede bites the duck, awakening it. Enraged, the duck undergoes a significant size increase. However, the centipede targets the duck's eyes, causing it pain. In response, the duck further enlarges. The commotion awakens Gao, who is astonished by the duck's transformation. The centipede retreats in fear, leaving Gao in awe of the duck's seemingly divine ability. Intrigued, he decides to attempt forming a blood contract with the duck. Gao delves into the duck's mindscape, initially encountering a bright and cheerful environment filled with trees, flowers, and grass, each bearing eyes and mouths. Gao is captivated by this rich mindscape. However, the mood suddenly shifts, darkening the once happy mindscape. Even the duck has mood swings. The duck begins to recall its early days when it was born with 5 toes, causing its own parents and siblings to view it as a monster. The duck's siblings mistreated it, and during a moment when they were hitting it, the bird experienced a transformation, growing in size. This change angered its parents, leading them to cast the duck out. Understanding the duck's history, Gao realizes why it didn't know how to quack and became attached to him. The duck had been rejected by its own family, leaving it in need of companionship. Gao reassures the duck and they proceed to form a blood contract. He names the duck Goldie due to its yellow feathers. During this time, Stripey's evolution is successfully completed, and it now stands as an Earth Shield Spider, classified as an epic grade and commander tier creature, reaching level 25. Stripey has gained a new skill that allows it to create an Earth elemental armor around itself. After accomplishing their mission, Gao decides to return home. Following his arrival at the Yuzhou mansion, he discovers a note left by his grandfather. It contains images of Xihai Lake, where a shiny object has been discovered, attracting massive schools of giant carps. This object is the forbidden magic stone Gao previously mentioned to Ji Hunwu, which is required for Goldie's evolution. He is eager to obtain the stone to awaken a second skill in the duck. Shortly after, Gao receives a call from his grandfather, who informs him that someone will be dispatched to retrieve the magic stone for him. Gao is taken aback, feeling that he should be the one striving for the prize, but nonetheless, he is filled with happiness. Meanwhile, at Xihai Lake, multiple ships are present, trying to secure the forbidden stone. Some men aboard a ship discuss the reward offered by the Blackgate Group, 300 million Alliance dollars and 3 Commander-tier monster core crystals. The group realizes they need a flying-type familiar for the mission. However, their attention is diverted when they spot the Golden Goose King, along with its followers, prompting them to leave the scene. In the depths of Xihai Lake, a carp is attempting to consume the forbidden stone, believing it to be a powerful fruit capable of producing many purple-backed carps. 2 other carps accompany it, and one of them senses an approaching presence. Suddenly, a massive carp emerges, leading the smaller carps to realize that it is the sub-chief of the giant carp, causing shock and tension among them. Underwater reality TV, anyone? The purple-backed carps cautions the sub-chief carp not to advance, as the chief's daughter is positioned behind them. However, the sub-chief carp, undeterred, reveals that their chief had mercilessly killed many of its kind, and now it's time for revenge. Worried for their chief's daughter, the purple-backed carps advise her to swim to safety while they attempt to stall the sub-chief. Desperately, they try to trap the sub-chief using water currents. Their efforts briefly detain the sub-chief, but it manages to break free, killing the purple-backed carps. The sub-chief consumes the forbidden stone, and as it does, the Golden Goose King intervenes, injuring the carp before it flees. On land, some men attempt to capture the carp and continue their pursuit. The sub-chief carp manages to escape its pursuers and passes the forbidden stone to another carp. Meanwhile, a group of men, including a retrieval team, is ready to claim the stone. They successfully secure the forbidden stone, revealing that a boy within their team possesses the ability to control monsters, while other groups continue their quest to locate the stone. The men who secured it depart. Back at Ji Hunwu's mansion in Gao's laboratory, preparations are underway to initiate the duck's evolution process. Ji Hunwu is apprehensive, considering that no one has ever promoted a monster to the legendary grade, which Gao aims to achieve. Despite his concerns, he encourages his grandson, knowing that they now possess the forbidden stone. Gao initiates the transformation process, and the stone takes on a sky blue hue, indicating a successful outcome. He administers a blue reagent to the duck, which subsequently falls unconscious. A remarkable transformation unfolds as the duck begins to shed all its feathers, leaving it entirely bald. However, this marks the successful promotion of the forbidden adamantine duck to legendary grade, a historic achievement. Mao knows that the grade beyond legendary is mythical, yet he's uncertain if the necessary ingredients can be found on Earth. Eager to share the results of his experiment, he presents them to his grandfather. Ji Hunwu takes pride in his grandson's unprecedented achievement, but he emphasizes the importance of keeping it a secret. After this, Ji Hunwu departs, leaving Gao with the responsibility of further promoting his familiars. Goldie awakens, feeling notably powerful, and Gao praises its appearance. However, when the duck gazes into a mirror, it erupts into a fit of laughter. Commenting on the duck's unattractiveness, realizing the reflection to be itself, Goldie berates Gao, leading Flamey to give the duck a thwack to encourage better manners. Goldie's evolution grants it 2 significant effects: enhanced resistance to elemental attacks and the ability to create an element-free sphere around itself. In the days that follow, Gao embarks on a journey to the Yuzhou University Branch Campus College Town. His mission is to register for the Monster Trainer Major. Upon reaching the registration counter, Gao discovers that monster breeders are now highly regarded. The student assisting him is astounded when he finds that Gao holds the 11th rank in the Hua-Xia region and is the highest scorer in a large base city. He guides Gao to his dorm and takes the opportunity to inform him about the nicknames bestowed upon the top monster trainers. Gao learns that there are 4 exceptional monster trainers among all the universities in Yuzhou, with 2 of them, Suming and Lin Xinrui, hailing from Yuzhou University. As they arrive at the student dormitory, Gao comes to know about its luxurious features, donated by the university's chairman, Mr. Ji. The boy points out a statue of Ji Hunwu, the man responsible for safeguarding Yuzhou City from numerous monsters. He expresses his gratitude for Ji Hunwoo's protective efforts, a sentiment that swells Gao with pride for his grandfather. Can someone get in this, Grandpa? Outside the confines of Yuzhou City, a group of men is exploring the nearby mountains. Suddenly, their leader halts as his familiar cat, Bei Bei, exhibits unusual behavior. A memory resurfaces. The last time Bei Bei acted this way was when a Lord-tier monster flew above them. Their concern mounts as the ground begins to tremble. Gao has returned to Ji Hunwoo's villa amidst the mountain crisis in the Yuzhou City mountains. The city has declared a level 5 martial law due to numerous missing monster hunters. Ji Hunwoo, just back from helping Tong Tong with the evolution of the Shadow Japalura to Lord tier, informs Gao that even the Thundershell Lord is now at the peak of the Commander tier. He shares that the evolution of the Shadow Japalura was a success, resulting in significant changes. Concerned about the martial law, Gao inquires about the situation, and Ji Hunwoo reveals that it involves a new type of monster. This revelation shocks Gao, as he realizes that there are undiscovered creatures out there. Ji Hunwoo explains that global changes are happening, leading scholars to delve into ancient myths. He shows Gao a photograph of a mountain, revealing it as the monster they've named the Mountain Spirit. These monsters may not be massive or swift, but their surface is deadly. Ji Hunwoo reassures Gao that they can negotiate with these mountain spirit monsters or resort to more forceful measures if necessary. However, Gao is hesitant to be a hero, recognizing the inherent danger. Ji Hunwoo then mentions the delivery of the Wanzai Moon Gold that Gao requested, leaving him feeling somewhat inadequate as he watches his grandfather take charge. Sorry, Gao, Grandpa knows best. Several days later, Gao returns to his university. He overhears fellow students discussing the reagents he developed, which their company has already started selling. When its class ends, Gao receives a message from his grandfather containing a picture of a mountain spirit monster, a level 48 Lord-tier creature. Gao becomes increasingly concerned as it becomes apparent that there isn't just one of these mountain spirit monsters. Ji Hunwoo initiates a video call, but the signal quality is poor due to his high altitude. He advises Gao to return home, then abruptly ends the call and proceeds to destroy the mountain spirit monster. The military personnel collect its core and report back to their superior. Observers of the situation express satisfaction that Ji Hunwoo has demonstrated humanity's willingness to negotiate but not to yield. The military commander orders additional forces to show the monsters who is in control. At the Southern Sky open-air testing site, a researcher informs Ji Hunwoo that the results of the sampling from the mountain spirit will be available soon. He reveals that the military has established a temporary peace treaty with the monsters. Ji Hunwoo expresses his belief that once the mountain spirits recognize the potential to cause harm, communication may become impossible. Negotiation may only become possible when the mountain spirits realize that their own kind has fallen. The researcher admires Ji Hunwoo's strong perspective on the situation. Following this conversation, the researcher proudly presents Chairman Ji with the Royal Mountain Wolf Bird Army they have trained. Ji Hunwoo expresses his desire to assess their combat effectiveness. The researcher credits the success of the royal reagent for making this achievement possible and arranges for the leader of the Royal Mountain Wolf Bird Army to engage in combat with the Commander-tier swine-type monster. The battle begins, and the wolf bird emerges as the clear victor. The researcher continues to sing praises for the creator of the royal reagent. Ji Hunwoo, in turn, feels a sense of pride in Gao and speculates that his grandson must have begun work on creating other regents. Meanwhile, Gao is preparing for Dumby's evolution. He holds the Wanzai Moon Gold and senses its coolness just by touching it. Gao gives the Moon Gold to Dumby for ingestion. Suddenly, a white bone stele materializes where Dumby stands, and various shadowy figures begin to appear, resembling subjects worshipping their king. Dumby's evolution is a success, transforming it into a level 30 legendary grade skeleton tyrant. This evolution grants it a summoning ability that requires a corpse and a skill for absorbing the energy of resurrected undead. All hail the skeleton tyrant. Curious about the strength of Dumby's newly enhanced bones, Gao asks Dazi to bite its thigh bone. Regrettably, Dazi's tooth breaks in the process. Overcome with sadness, it cries and runs away, feeling weaker than the other familiars. Gao's familiars have now reached epic and legendary grades, except for Dazi and Silly. While Silly lacks the motivation for growth, Dazi is determined to become stronger. However, Gao is aware that he lacks the necessary materials to promote the centipede. Gao reassures Dazi of its significance and then asks Dumby to demonstrate its summoning ability. He provides Dumby with a dead wolf to resurrect, but the soul that Dumby summons appears to be that of a husky. Gao expresses his intention to search for materials for Dazi's evolution. Ji Hunwoo warns his grandson to be careful, especially given the unpredictable nature of the mountain spirits. He suggests that Gao take Tong Tong with him and proceeds to call her. She arrives swiftly, accompanied by her familiars. Gao observes the transformation of her phantom Japalura into a lower-tier creature, resembling a giant dragon from mythology. Gao, time to step up your familiar game. Goldie is intrigued by Tong Tong's blood-eyed bearded vulture. Gao notices that she has become even more beautiful since their last encounter. However, Tong Tong swiftly shifts their focus to their mission and places Gao on her vulture. Shadow Japalura carries Dumby and Silly, while Gao's other familiars are left behind with the assurance that they'll return soon. In just half an hour, they reach their destination near a lake, impressing Gao with Tong Tong's speed. She inquires about the lightning moths found around the lake, and Gao explains that they tend to reside in dark, damp areas, indicating the presence of an electricity source nearby. He regrets not bringing Dazi, who could detect electric elements. Gao offers a clue to Dumby, which then resurrects many fish skeletons from the water. Gao instructs it to ask the fish to collect any items from the lake bottom with high spiritual energy. Tong Tong is amazed by this newfound ability, but puzzled by Dumby's diverse skill set. Gao clarifies that reaching legendary grade was his primary goal, and Dumby's skills have limitless potential, even capable of causing a zombie apocalypse. Numerous fish return from the depths, bringing various items, including the water spirit stone having a high water element. Gao deduces the presence of a water spirit stone vein at the lake's bottom. He instructs Dumby to let the fish rest, and in doing so, Dumby's level increases to 31. Gao is astonished by the remarkable effectiveness of absorbing energy from resurrected skeletons. Suddenly, the ground begins to shake, and Tong Tong suggests that a mountain spirit may be nearby. She tosses Gao onto her vulture familiar once again. As they depart, Gao catches sight of the living mountain spirit monster and is deeply unsettled by its appearance. Gao then hears the monster utter something and informs Tong Tong that it appears to be interested in negotiation. The mountain spirit monster proposes a deal, offering information about the lightning bell pine, which can enable Dazi's evolution into a flying creature. In exchange, the monster requests the blood of some other monsters. Gao follows the location provided by the mountain spirit and discovers a level 32 armadillo hidden in a cavity. He's astounded that armadillos might be a vulnerability for the mountain spirit. Gao acknowledges that they can freely navigate underground and have likely grown more formidable. However, he remains skeptical that armadillos could be the mountain spirit monster's true weakness. Maybe it's tired of the same old monster diet. Tong Tong instructs her vulture familiar to smoke out the armadillo, and it successfully captures the creature, which they present to the mountain spirit monster. After the armadillo is dispatched, Gao asks for the lightning bell pine. However, the monster insists on more armadillos in exchange. Tong Tong, prioritizing the location of the material, learns from the mountain spirit that it is located to the east. Despite their initial reluctance, they agree to hunt more monsters. However, the armadillos go underground. Tong Tong joins Gao on her vulture and instructs Shadow Japalura to complete the task. With more armadillos provided to the monster, it reveals the location of the lightning bell pine, which is located on a cliff to the east, spanning 5 mountains. Tong Tong tasks Shadow Japalura with retrieving the pine, and 10 minutes later, it returns with the lightning bell pine. Satisfied with their trade with the mountain spirit, they begin their journey back. Tong Tong inquires about why a Lord-tier monster would desire Commander-tier creatures. Gao speculates that the mountain spirit was apparently satisfying its hunger, but it is possible that the monster sought to keep armadillos away from something hidden beneath the ground. Tong Tong suggests claiming the hidden item for themselves, but Gao advises against excessive greed, thinking that there will be future opportunities. The end, for now. After a long-awaited reunion with his beloved grandfather, Gao Peng has moved to Yuzhou City. Here, he spends his days strengthening his familiars with the old man's near unlimited resources and tinkering in the lab that's been built for him. On top of that, his evolutionary reagents have become a famous product of their Southern Sky Group, and Gao has gained a new familiar in the form of an overly buffed duck. Yeah, it's been a weird few weeks. Gao Peng and his grandfather Ji Hunwoo meet up with one of Ji's employees in the industrial area outside Yuzhou City. Here, Gao Peng is shown the facility where they process monster bones to turn them into nutrient-rich bone powder for familiars. Internally, Gao is disappointed by how thoroughly the bones are crushed, since Dumby's revival ability requires 3/4 of the bones to be intact. When Gao Peng moves to ask about this, Ji Hunwoo instantly issues an order for the integrity of all bones to be maintained going forward. W. Gramps. Turning to Dumby, Gao Peng asks him to start coming to this factory every day from now on to spam his revival ability and absorb the power it generates. Grandpa G is bewildered by the fact that Dumby can level up with just that, but accepts it when Gao reassures him. Before leaving the factory, he tells Gao Peng that the ingredients for Dazi's evolution will arrive tomorrow. As the two walk to their helicopter, they discuss Gao Peng's plans to evolve a Dazi into a flying familiar. Sorry, we're just gonna gloss over the personal helicopter. How rich is Grandpa? The next day, Gao Peng heads to the laboratory G set up for him with Dazi and the ingredients in tow. For the first step of the process, he has to prepare a solution using a bunch of golden-winged cicadas. Right as he's regretting not requesting an assistant for this task, one shows up. Talk about convenient. Evidently Gramps is psychic too. The lady, Su Qingji, is the niece of Professor Xu from the company's research facility and is currently a student working here for experience. Deciding to give her a chance, Gao Peng delegates the task of de-winging the cicadas. Though she's unfamiliar to him, Gao is sure his grandpa wouldn't send someone here who isn't trustworthy. Funnily enough, the second she's done, he congratulates her on a good job and tells her to beat it. Next, he puts the wings into a pre-prepared solution and adds fruit from the lightning bell pine he recovered with Tong Tong earlier. Once the vat is full of a solution crackling with electricity, he has Dazi hop right in. Outside, Su Qingji is wishing misfortune upon Gao Peng for his rudeness when a sudden explosion of power occurs. Inside the lab, Dazi emerges from a cloud of smoke, his evolution a complete success. Now a six-winged thunder centipede. He's a fair bit more impressive than before with the potential for his wings to permanently become thunder wings. While the centipede basks in the glory of his new form, Gao Peng's thoughts shift to Dumby and how he must be doing at the factory right now. Over at said factory, Dumby is, as expected, doing what Gao Peng instructed him to. As he keeps reviving and reabsorbing monster corpses, the factory manager instructs security to wipe all records of the day's footage and keep Dumby's activities secret. Once the ghoul monster is finished with his current batch of monsters, he clicks a button that informs the workers to bring him a new batch. Pretty efficient as far as level grinding goes. Meanwhile, at Yuzhou University, Gao Peng is contemplating over Dazi and Dumby's recent growth while walking across campus. Here, he runs into none other than his fellow participant from the Young Monster Trainers competition, Jun Mo Yi. She tells him that the Students' Association has just found a new monster type and invites him to come take a look. His curiosity piqued, Gao Peng confirms that it won't be a problem since he's not a member of the association. Once she explains that it won't be, Gao is instantly ready to get going. The scene shifts to a buffet restaurant near the university. Here, a meeting is taking place between the association and a haggard-looking man who made the discovery. This man is Li Yu, an alumnus of Yuzhou University. He explains that he's been unable to return to his own home because of what's been going on for about a month now. When the strange sounds first started, he'd assumed it was just his upstairs neighbors bickering and even found amusement in it. However, after a few days of it continuing, he realized something quite concerning. He doesn't have any upstairs neighbors. Him. Alright, I'm not saying he's stupid, but that's pretty stupid. Li Yu went upstairs to the roof to check on the sounds with his earthen golden retriever, but when he got there, he found absolutely nothing. After hearing him out, the association members assure him that with all their familiars, they'll be able to find the source of this trouble even if it is a ghost. Gao, on the other hand, tells Goldie to grab him and run out the second something seems off. Yeah, see, that's a normal response. A little bit later, the group have arrived at Li Yu's apartment building. As they're about to enter, he asks Jun Mo Yi where her black anaconda familiar is since that's the one he knows of. She explains that the snake is way too big for Yuzhou City's narrow streets right as they start entering the building. As soon as they reach Li Yu's apartment, they instantly know something's off. The whole place is filled with the stench of a rotting corpse. Horrified, Li Yu instantly rushes in and bursts into a back room, calling for his golden retriever. Still standing in the doorway, the association members start discussing the potential danger, though they think the monster responsible must be low level since it's hiding. Gao Peng knows better though and only sighs in exasperation. Just then, the lights go off and Li Yu comes scrambling out of the room, begging to be saved. Looking towards him in confusion, Gao Peng's eyes go wide as he sees a ghostly hand reaching out to Li from the shadows. The members of the Student Association are all terrified by the ghoulish being that steps out of the shadows. A monster called a Green Haunt with a level 1 illusion skill and the ability to feed off fear according to the system. As it uses its illusion skill to create a white fog, The association leader mistakes it for a commander-tier monster and calls out for everyone to run while he holds it off. Thanks to his hysterical reaction, though, the monster transforms into an even more terrifying visage, feeding off all their fear. As everyone else runs for their lives, Gao Peng calmly walks toward it instead with Goldie at his side. At Junmo's question, he asks her what there is to be scared of. After all, this thing's just a monster, which means it has a weakness and can be beaten. With that, he sends Goldie forth to attack the creature. Seeing this, the association head yells out for him to stop since that thing's a commander tier. Dude, just shut up. You're embarrassing yourself. Ignoring him, Goldie leaps at the monster with a flying kick and activates his Forbidden Domain ability. With this, both the monster and the white fog are blown away and the illusion is dispelled. The real monster, a little goblin-looking fella, is spotted near the window. Before anyone can do anything else, Goldie leaps at the thing and Spartan kicks it straight out the window into its death. Gao is exasperated at this since he wanted to take the thing home and raise it, but there's no way it survived that fall. Suddenly, Junmo steps up next to him, startling Gao with her totally silent appearance. Meanwhile, she sent her familiar downstairs to apprehend a man who was trying to steal a monster's corpse. Gao decides to go ahead and leave since the police are on their way and they'll confiscate the corpse anyway so he won't be able to study it. As he leaves, he overhears the thief claiming he was just passing by and feels suspicious of his timing. Yeah, that's a little too convenient for Baldy there. Gao and Goldie walk away from the building as he calls for a taxi and ponders on the promising future ahead of Goldie based on tonight's display alone. In just seconds, a car pulls up to pick him up, confusing Gao since that was way too fast. Deciding to check it out, he steps in and instructs the driver to take him to the Southern Sky Group. However, it's not long before Gao realizes this isn't a cab at all, and the driver is trying to take him somewhere else. Wasting no time, he tells Goldie to beat him up. Catch these wings, fool. With a proper smack upside the head, the car is stopped and Gao gets out before demanding to know who sent him. The man claims this is a misunderstanding, to which Gao responds with a blank look. Just then, out of the trunk of the car, a massive white gorilla jumps out and leaps at Gao. The gorilla comes down on Gao's head with an axe handle attack that should completely pulverize his skull. Much to the other man and the gorilla's shock though, Gao shrugs it off with nothing more than a complaint of how it stings. Gao quickly scans the gorilla and sees it's a level 20 frost corpse monkey. With the undead theme going on, he figures these guys are here to avenge the defeat of the green haunt from earlier. Suddenly, the corpse monkey reaches for Gao's crotch with another attack. Oh nah, he just broke the code. Give him death. Luckily, Goldie leaps in just in time to grab the monkey's arm and force it off with brute force since he's grown to a massive size. Gao smirks at this as he realizes their tactic worked. Thanks to his damage transfer ability, he can tank some solid hits and pass the damage onto Goldie, who only benefits since this activates his passive ability to increase in size and strength. Chucking off his feathery jacket, Goldie Fly kicks the crap out of the corpse monkey in his full bald and buff glory. From behind, the driver tries to attack Gao with a metal pipe in a rage. Thanks to his training with his grandpa though, Gao has a few tricks up his own sleeve now too. Turning on the spot, he knocks the pipe out of his hand and uppercuts the man hard enough to knock some teeth out. From there, Gao contacts a number his grandpa gave him in case of emergencies since he has no clue where the drivers brought him. After briefly explaining the situation, the person on the other end of the call tells him they'll be with him shortly. Just moments later, a group of stealth choppers show up at Gao's location and a bunch of men in uniform descend from them. Their leader, Huangya, explains that they're essentially Chairman Ji's personal Black Ops squad. God, that's so damn cool. Once Gao explains the situation, one of the agents identifies the driver as a member of a lowly criminal group with just 2 commander-tier monsters in their ranks. Hearing that they're not the big shots he suspected, Gao tells them they can just handle this how they see fit. Before they leave, he tells them it'd be best if they could capture the 2 commander-tiers alive but to put their safety first. Not even a full 2 hours later, Huang Yao's squad has subjugated the group's leader and brought back the commander-tier familiars to Gao Peng. The young trainer is impressed with both their efficiency and the red blood war horse that is Huang's familiar. Under its hooves is a level 27 commander-tier Night Terror Ghost. More noticeable, however, is the level 23 commander-tier G Spirit, one of the 24 mythical spirits of old. Gao Peng can't help but be interested in this since it's one of his first times seeing a monster from an actual legend. Seeing his expression, Huang Ya asks Gao if he's interested in this ghost child. Gao responds that he'd like to keep the G Spirit with him to study it. As thanks for his hard work, Gao asks Huang if he'd like to visit Gao's laboratory. Knowing just how talented he is and how effective his methods are, Huang excitedly answers in the affirmative. Silently, he urges his warhorse not to act too haughty in front of Gao since he can help him evolve. Unfortunately, said warhorse is a little too hopped up on a certain warlord's biography to heed that warning. Seeing this, Gao decides to have some fun and totally shatters the horse's image of manliness with the super tasty smelling evolution reagent in his pocket. After Huang and his horse leave, Grandpa G arrives and the pair have a talk about Gao's familiars and their progress. Da Zi and Streppy are both at level 30 in epic grade now, while Dumby is level 39, close to promotion to Lord Tier. With just 1 week left before the World Youth Trainer Championship, Grandpa G tells Gao that he must have at least one Lord Tier familiar before then if he's to be accepted as a referee. Gao is slightly worried about how he'll get Dumby all the way up there in just a week. That, however, is washed away by excitement when he learns that G's aquatic dragon will be undergoing his breakthrough to the infamous King Tier tonight. Later that night, despite Grandpa G's advice to just go to sleep, Gao can't help but stand at attention by the lakeside, looking forward to the dragon's breakthrough. Strangely enough, after he sees signs of the evolution beginning, Gao sees that the system already recognizes the dragon as level 51, which means the breakthrough has already occurred. So then why is the beast howling? In the background, the military officials are at an impasse amongst each other as some believe Ji Hunwoo is getting too powerful, while others believe him to be a generous ally. While the senior official puts the matter to rest, one man still has sinister plans running through his mind. Back at the lakeside villa, a formidable-looking tiger beast is on the prowl for Ji's dragon, fully convinced it can defeat it while it's undergoing its breakthrough. As it rushes to the dragon's location, the tiger is suddenly pierced by 2 massive claws and brought up to the mouth of none other than the white aquatic dragon. Fool just got rick-rolled IRL. The next day, Chairman Ji is on call with a man named Suhi T, who is informing him of spies that have been found inside the company. At Ji's instruction, Su begins making moves to clean the trash up. Over in the company's technology department, Su breaks down a door with the help of his yoked-out kangaroo familiar to search the department head's office. No, seriously, that thing has muscles on top of its muscles. As expected, a bunch of sensitive documents are missing along with the man himself. At Su's instruction, Oriate, his kangaroo, heads down to the basement parking lot to find department head Zhao. Down in the basement, Zhao can be seen trying to escape with the documents as an offering to a rival company so he can get a high station there. It turns out he's the one who sent the tiger after Ji's aquatic dragon, but the whole thing was a trap and the dragon had already evolved long before. Right as he leaves the building, Oriate appears and crushes his car before capturing him. Later, Gao Peng is introduced to Xu He-ti as Grandpa Ji's right-hand man, Su Qingji's dad and old researcher Xu's son. More interesting than him, though, is his familiar, a golden dazzling light boxing champion kangaroo. So back to the ridiculous names it is then. Gao is quite interested in the ability shown by the system called Extraordinary Sixth Sense, something that's invaluable for a close-range fighter like Oriate. While he's checking out the kangaroo, Zhao is brought before Chairman Ji to have his fate decided. Between his blatant betrayal of them for the Sky River Group and all that Ji has done for him in the past, he has no chance when Ji asks Gao what should be done with him. Gao Peng hesitates but answers resolutely that he should be made an example of. With that, Zhao is dragged away kicking and screaming for mercy. Kinda late for that man, should have been better. Later that night, Gao Peng is watching over the aquatic dragon in deep thought when Ji approaches him. He admits to thinking of the consequences if they had let Zhao live. But people have seen that as weakness. When others have followed in his footsteps, Ji tells him he would have preferred not to involve him in the darker side of things, but as his successor, that can't be helped. For now, he'll have White Dragon catch some high-level monsters for Dumby's level grinding. A few days later at the Imperial Airport, Jun Mo-yi is being dropped off for her flight to the Young Monster Trainers Championship final round. While saying their goodbyes, her group spots none other than Gao Peng and wonder what he's doing here since he withdrew from the championship after the last round. Oh, if only you guys knew. While those guys stew over what a waste Gao's withdrawal was, the man himself is waiting for the person from the capital his grandpa said would be here to pick him up. Much to his chagrin, though, the person ends up being a whole bus and security detail that make him stick out like a sore thumb in front of everyone. After reaching his destination, Gao Peng meets Zhou Tianmin, one of the 12 elders of the Monster Trainer League and the former chairman of the Nine Mountain Group. After introductions are out of the way, Zhou tells Gao that while his grandpa's word is good enough for him, old Peng Jiyan of the 12 Elders doesn't approve of someone as young as Gao being a referee. Some people are taken up with him and are arguing against Gao's appointment, so Joe would like him to take a test and shut them all up. Funnily enough, this just puts a sinister smirk on Gao Peng's face. Boy, they don't know what's about to hit them. Inexperienced my ass. Joe takes Gao to the training room where he introduces his granddaughter Meng. After revealing to her why Gao is here, Meng is shocked that someone so young is to be a referee. Joe tells her that's exactly why the old geezers want him tested. Joe guides Gao to the testing room and tells him that if he even has 2 commander tier familiars, he can manage to settle things. However, after hearing that, Gao realizes he's far above the threshold even Joe believes him to be. With a grin on his face, he tells Joe that the test won't be necessary at all and tells Dumby to give a demonstration. As Dumby takes off the cloak he's always shrouded in, it's revealed that the skeleton tyrant is now a level 41 Lord tier familiar. Both Joes are totally floored. Meng even more so, though she only has 1 commander tier familiar after 3 years of being a trainer. On the other hand, her grandfather is practically giddy at the reaction they'll get from the others when they see this. Fast forward a bit, there is now half an hour left before the beginning of the championship and the contestants are taking their places. With the reveal of Gao Peng as a referee for the championship, there's an uproar in the crowd over how something isn't right. Over at the Hun family's estate, one of the contestants' father is outraged that Gao Peng is part of the championship in any capacity since he tried to pay him off. He desperately tries to contact the Monster Trainer Lee and speak to Gao Peng, but is dismissed instantly, infuriating him. Over in the championship arena, Gao Peng is grinning at the hold-up who gave him that fit. Dude's totally dripped out right now. Gao Peng addresses everyone in the stadium and the broadcast and announces that he is indeed a referee and is only 18 years old. Instantly, without any delay, the previous uproar boils over into all-out chaos as people practically call for his head. Unbothered by all of it, Gao simply snaps his fingers and has Dumby reveal himself in his full Lord tier glory. Within a single moment, everyone is silenced and murmurs start back up, but in the opposite vein this time. Everyone is shocked and awed by his capability and decides to back off. With that taken care of, Gao Peng announces the rules of the championship matches and declares the beginning of the first one. As soon as the match begins, Gao can already tell that contestant Han's skeletal rhino will lose. Though it's a ghoul type, it has no special skills yet, so it has no way to damage the swamp monster it's up against. Despite this, contestant Hun keeps yelling at the rhino to fight and win. Eventually, Gao goes up to Hun Lei and advises him to admit defeat now. Hun claims Gao is just jealous since he can't compete, but the referee completely dismisses that notion. Right now, he's only speaking out of concern for the rhino's life since the swamp monster is corroding it to hell and back. Unfortunately, Hun Lei is too wrapped up in his greed and desire to win and forces the rhino to keep fighting. Loyal to its master before all else, the rhino gets up despite being in a miserable condition and puts its last bit of strength into an all-out attack. Gao is shocked by the power behind the attack considering the rhino was only commander tier, but realizes that it sacrificed itself to do that. Even still, the swamp monster is unharmed and Hun Lei's opponent, Lucas, is declared the winner. Laying on the ground, the rhino calls out for its master, but Hun Lei completely ignores it and tells it to die for being useless. Jesus, how much of a scumbag can one guy be? While Gao congratulates Lucas, he shows more concern for the rhino than its own master. Gao reassures him though that he'll take care of it from here. Going up to the rhino, Gao pets its depressed form and praises it for being a good familiar that deserves better. Meanwhile, Union News' front page now features Gao Peng as the hottest topic of the tournament. At least they used a good picture, I guess. After that, the matches breeze by for the most part. Gao Peng is the referee assigned to match number 32 of the day, which is also the last match of this elimination round. Huaxia Region's Yuji is on one side with his level 32 black-scaled tiger. On the other end is the Yingli region's Brandy with his level 30 wailing serpent tree. As the match begins, Gao notes that while the wailing serpent is a couple of levels lower than the tiger, it is of a higher grade. Despite its flaw of restricted mobility as a plant-type familiar, the wailing serpent has a skill that slowly turns the tide in its favor, the corrosive effect of the acidic sap on its vines. While the tiger's been attacking it uncontested, it's been getting doused with more and more of the stuff. Eventually, Yuji is forced to forfeit to protect his familiar. Well, thank hell some of these guys care about their partners. After congratulating Brandy on his win, Gao Peng goes to speak to you. He tells the boy that he has a business proposal for his mother, the leader of the Shadow Blood Monster Hunter Association. Additionally, he tells you that the reason for his loss was his tiger's low grade and offers to evolve it if you approaches him after the tournament. I'm totally sure there won't be any strings attached there. Later in the referee waiting room, a conversation with the other refs for the championship teaches Gao about the downright cruel practices in the Southeast Asian region. After all the major Southeast Asian countries were combined into one region, children orphaned by the cataclysm were placed in government training camps and given their own familiars when they turned 18. Then, they would be pitted against each other in a free-for-all deathmatch where only the strongest would survive. That's why any young trainers from that region are especially capable. Despite the cruelty of this practice, Gao can't help but feel that it would be a good idea to create training camps of their own, just without the brutality and the deathmatch parts. Kids like Li Junzong would surely benefit greatly from such a thing and gain a chance to survive in the dangerous place their world has become. Moving on from that, Gao gives Dazi a figurative kick in the butt back home where he's been slacking off and relaxing ever since Gao left. Thanks to some cameras, he's been watching him and takes the chance now to get him back into the swing of his training routine. Once the break ends, Gao Peng moves to referee his latest match. Right before he leaves, one of the other refs gives him a somewhat ominous warning. He claims that if any more contestants from the Huaxia region are to lose under his watch, there could be more than a little trouble. Yeah, that's not a blatant threat at all. Outside, Gao Peng referees the third match of the second round. On one side is Muan of Korea with his silverback gorilla and swamp monster. On the other is Gangmu of Africa with what Gao recognizes as a giant tarsier and a rainforest scorpion. He's a little confused about the tarsier, which has incredible psychic abilities, since they're native to the southeast region and would die if removed from their habitat normally. Right as he's thinking about this, he notices Gangmu referring to it as mom and realizes what's going on. This is a product of a special training method where a young child is paired with a tarsier that's lost its child. This way, the tarsier becomes attached to the child as if it's their own and is willing to sign a blood contract. Look, I'm no expert, but every bit of that sounds messed up as hell. As soon as the match begins, Muan sends his swamp monster forward, only for it to get crushed by the rainforest scorpion. When Muan tries to have his gorilla strike at the opening that's been made, Gangmu's tarsier uses mind control to freeze it. Then, in a particularly sick and twisted move, Gangmu tells his mom that the gorilla is evil and gets her to kill it. Before Muan can even process the loss of his companion, Gangmu tries to make the tarsier attack him as well. Luckily, Yao has Dumby on standby to deal with exactly that kind of thing, and the tarsier is knocked back. While Gao gives him a warning for breaking the rules by going after his opponent directly, Muan announces that he surrenders. After the match, while Gao Peng is being brown-nosed by some guys, he realizes something. He might not be able to make bets on these matches as a referee, but nothing in the rules says a familiar can't. And it would be a real shame to waste this opportunity since he can see clear as day which contestants will win their matches. I guess that's not technically cheating. I don't know Manga that bag. Back home, Goldie is busy climbing up a fence wall for the noble purpose of peeping. The duck is peeping. What has the world come to? Luckily for the lady, Goldie's phone goes off just in time to alert her and send him running for his life. Once he picks up, Gao tells him that he needs him to place a couple of bets. In return, he'll increase his daily amount of fish for a whole month. After making his way to a branch of the Happy Lottery chain, Goldie goes up to the cashier and holds up his phone. The screen has a message displayed on it that tells the cashier what bet he wants to place. Zhang Yi of the Huaxia region is his pick despite this being a very unpopular bet because of his opponent. Regardless, Goldie follows Go's instructions and coughs up over 5,000 alliance credits to bet on the guy. After taking his lottery ticket, the little guy leaves the place while the cashier goes to the back room. Right as he's cracking a joke to his coworkers about some sap who bet on Zhang Yi, the TV they're watching announces the victory of Zhang Yi in his match. Later that day, Gao returns to his mountain villa where he's greeted by an overly excitable Goldie. The bald duck starts spouting praises of Gao for getting him a winning bet, but simultaneously refuses to share any of the winnings. What the hell's up with that? Greedy SOB. On top of that, Goldie then demands more inside information from Gao. The trainer tries to make him understand that today's bet was just for fun and to get him some lunch money, but gambling is a terrible habit to get addicted to. As you can see from his face, Goldie is not impressed. The panel where Gao picks up his phone. Unnoticed by Gao, Goldie overhears him on the phone when he's talking about a contestant with decent potential named Zheng Xiao. That's all Goldie needs to hear to feed his newly found addiction. The next day, Zhang Yi wins the first match of the third round and thanks his lucky stars Gao Peng wasn't his referee. The rumors of Gao being biased against contestants from Huaxia are running rampant as of late. To Zhang Yi's horror, his current referee does in fact hand over the reins to Gao for his next match. Seeing Zhang's fear, Gao can only wonder how people can buy such a ridiculous rumor. Putting that aside, He takes a look at the matchups for today. A British contestant named Daisy with her Sea Dragon familiar catches his eye. Based on the schedule, Gao's suspects shall be facing Zhang Yi's Skyfire Hound eventually. Though the environment may not favor it, the Sea Dragon will still have the size and attribute advantage, so there's no telling if Zhang Yi will be able to win or not. Shortly after, the rankings for the most part have been set. Gao Leshi in 11th place, Long Bingyu in 7th, and Jun Mo Yi in 5th are a few. The final match of the day will be between Zhang Yi and Daisy for the number 1 spot as Gao predicted. Before the match, Gao decides to check up on Goldie and sees that he's slacking off on training just like Da Zi. When he tries to offer an incentive of extra lunch money if he does his sets properly, Goldie starts bragging about how he placed an all-in bet that'll make him rich. That is, a bet on Zheng Xiao. Unfortunately for him, Gao informs the bald duck that Zheng Xiao lost this morning, so Goldie's money is all down the drain. Let that be a lesson, kids. Quit while you're ahead. Oh, and don't gamble, I guess. I dunno. Gao Peng does his best to console Goldie by promising him 300,000 alliance credits and raises if he gains 7 levels in a month. Goldie, however, has a different goal in mind. All he wants is to know who beat Zheng Xiao and made him lose the bet to teach him a lesson. Gao puts a stop to that at once, though, and tells Goldie that Zheng Xiao's opponent beat him fair and square. As he's consoling Goldie again, one of the other referees comes up to Gao and asks him if he really isn't going to referee the final match. Gao tells him there's no way he's going to take that risk. People are slandering him enough for his supposed unfairness. If Zhang Yi loses while he's refereeing, it'll only give those people even more fuel. Man, even in a fictional world, cancel culture can't be beaten. Out on the field, the long-awaited final of the World Youth Monster Trainer Championship is beginning. Zhang Yi is present with his 3 familiars: a golden-back wild boar, the Skyfire Hound, and the Blackthorn Opium Poppy. From his spot at a spectating table, Gao notes that the Blackthorn Poppy has a pretty interesting skill. It can release a gas that makes any creature that inhales it go into a hyperactive state and lose its sense of pain. Using that on his other familiars is pretty clever, but it'll be a problem if they get addicted to the gas. Say no to drugs, kids. On the other end, Daisy is present with her Sea Dragon along with 2 Earth and River Otters that are around the same level. Gao notes that the Sea Dragon isn't just powerful, but also apparently a diplocoric variant, meaning its vision is greatly enhanced. Gao can only hope that Zhang Yi wins, or else people may still find a way to blame him for it. On the field, Chan has his Blackthorn Poppy release its gas the second the match begins. After inhaling it, the golden-back boar bum rushes the otters, only for them to bring up a shield wall made of the arena material. The Skyfire Hound tries leaping above the wall, but Daisy's Sea Dragon smashes clean through the thick wall and slashes the boar with its claws. The boar remains standing, though, thanks to the Poppy's gas. Now the Hound and boar have the Sea Dragon surrounded. Unfortunately for them, the Sea Dragon unleashes a skill that changes the whole terrain into a sea temporarily. With the boar slowed down, the dragon focuses on breaking the Hound's momentum with some water pillars. Meanwhile, its body travels under the water secretly and strikes up to give the boar a lethal bite. Enraged by the death of his familiar, Zhang Yi loses his cool and orders his Hound to focus on getting revenge by killing one of the otters. The Sea Dragon is having none of that, though, and one swift move cuts down the Hound. As Zhang Yi surrenders and the stadium erupts in cheers for Daisy, some sketchy individuals have a murmured conversation. Rather than reporting that Zhang Yi lost, they're going to put out news about Gao Peng. Throw the blame for this on him. But he wasn't even the referee for this match. How the hell does that make sense? From his place at the spectator table, Gao watches the media slandering him out of nowhere in real time. To his confusion, Goldie shows up in front of him all of a sudden. This gives him an idea that could fix his whole problem, though. During the awards ceremony where Daisy is being announced the winner of the World Youth Trainer Championship, Gao Peng shows up with Goldie in tow. Up at the judges' table, the chief referee tells the chairman that the Southern Sky Group has sent an unusual request. Luckily, the chairman decides to let things play out. W old geezer. While Goldie rants at Daisy for making him lose his money, Gao uses his microphone to make an announcement to everyone in the stadium. He congratulates Daisy for becoming champion before stating that his little friend, that is to say Goldie, has a problem with her. He makes a show of presenting Goldie as a disobedient peasant duck from the countryside that's only at mid-commander tier. Turning to Daisy, he asks her to teach Goldie a lesson. Between the public announcement of Goldie's supposed weakness and the judges being silent, Daisy has no choice but to accept lest she appear weak. Just like that, the agreement is set and Goldie faces off against Sea Dragon in a performance competition between the year's champion and a duck. That sounds way too weird when I say it like that, Sea Dragon instantly uses its terrain-changing move to make the arena into a sea. Goldie, however, simply dashes right through the water which parts around him due to his ability. Leaping forward, the bulked-up bird punches the stuffing out of Sea Dragon's jaw. Sea Dragon proceeds to swat Goldie away before beginning a game of cat and mouse where it keeps chasing and doing damage to the duck. Daisy notices, though, that the light around Goldie is only getting brighter and stranger the more damage he takes. Eventually, Goldie kicks Sea Dragon in the throat and gets rewarded with a slam. Despite the strangeness, Daisy is certain this is a victory for her. However, as soon as the dust clears, she and everyone else are shocked by what they see. An absolutely massive, unreasonably buff, bald Goldie holding back Sea Dragon's claw with just one hand. Goldie proceeds to throw Sea Dragon into the air before hitting it with what he dubs the ultimate fist of destruction. As the dragon collapses and Goldie roars in victory, Daisy surrenders and the crowd goes absolutely backcrap insane with excitement and praise for Gao Peng. Just like that, all the bad press and rumors are blown away. Gao assures Daisy that her dragon will be fine in a few days and offers a ticket to his lab as an apology for what he had to do. Daisy is still reeling from the embarrassment though and brushes him off, claiming that someone from a rich family like her has no reason to go to some rando's lab. That suits Gao Peng just fine though. His lab is headed towards being one of the world's leading ones in just 5 years. Daisy will regret her choice soon enough. Ice cold. I love it. While preparing a bunch of Gao Peng's favorite sweets, Ji Hunwoo receives a call from the military requesting his help with a major issue. The things in the mausoleum of the first emperor have come to life. There's no way I read that right. It's a horror story now? A few moments ago. In the suburbs of the Lingtong district to the northeast of Chang'an City, the army is watching over the tomb of China's first emperor, which has a strange glow covering it. All of a sudden, the whole place begins shaking with tremors and the ground starts collapsing in on itself. From inside the opening in the ground, an army of terracotta begin climbing out, somehow having been brought to life. As they're marching and chanting a strange chant, the main mausoleum collapses and a coffin coated in a strange green energy is flown out, tied to 2 ghostly-looking beasts. Fortunately for everyone, the legendary white aquatic dragon and its master appear in the skies above and all everyone presented to stopping. The army makes an announcement addressing the coffin and offering a truce, stunned by the appearance of an honest-to-God dragon. The coffin agrees to this. Man, this keeps getting weirder and weirder. What have I just said? Before leaving to go back home, Ji Hunwoo tells his military contact to be careful since that thing in the tomb gives off an evil vibe. Back at the lakeside villa, Gao Peng is thinking about the arrangement between his grandpa and the alliance government. He's not sure what exactly it is, but clearly they need his help from time to time, and that allows the Southern Sky Group certain benefits. However, Gao isn't happy with the fact his grandfather has to face threats. What if he comes up against one that's too much one day? To this end, Gao decides to train a trustworthy Lord-tier monster trainer who can act in Ji's place and reduce the number of times he has to be sent out. Since he needs someone who's totally loyal to his grandpa for this, there's really only one person that comes to mind. Later, Huang Ya can be seen entering Gao Peng's laboratory with his warhorse at his side. As he reports to Gao Peng, his warhorse instantly goes to get pet by him. Smile in place, Gao Peng wastes no time and instantly asks Huang Ya if he wants a Lord-tier familiar. Well, that escalated quickly. Gao tells Huang Ya that he can give him a Lord-tier familiar. When he instantly answers that he would like that, Gao starts giving him a short speech about what'll then be expected of him as Southern Sky Group's new hero and how, with great power, comes great responsibility. I see someone's been binging Spider-Man content. Huang Ya answers that he understands. Hearing this, Gao Peng leads him further into the lab. Gao leads Huang Ya to the area where the semi-evolved female spider monster has been captured and held since way back when. Using Stripey as a translator, he tells the female spider that he has a way for her to finish her evolution. In response, the female spider tells him she'll forgive him for capturing her and refrain from eating him if he goes ahead with that. Annoyed by the beast's audacity, Gao summons Dumby to his side. The skeleton tyrant appears in an instant, ready in his full combat stance to intimidate the crap out of the female spider. Hell, that scared me a bit, and I'm just reading this. Gao issues an ultimatum to the spider. She can either comply with them or continue to resist and end up becoming a trophy. Sufficiently cowed, the spider agrees to sign a blood contract at Gao's instruction. Huang Ya moves to form the contract but finds that there's still resistance from the spider. Instantly, Gao has Streppy beat the spider into submission and the contract is finally signed. I'm not sure how I feel about that one. Little scummy for my taste. After the contract is signed and Gao has administered the evolutionary agent, the female spider begins the process of evolving by becoming wrapped in earth. Since this will take some time, Gao steps away and tells Huang that he's free to stay with the spider if he wishes. Meanwhile, a trio of strange individuals are up to no good in the mountains on the outskirts of Yuzhou City. These three are there in search of the mountain spirits mentioned in their Bible. When the third, most fanatical of the group, steps into the conversation, they decide it's time to have a talk with the mountain spirit. Back in Gao's lab, the evolution has finally concluded. Having seen this from his security feed, Gao goes back to where Huang is and asks how it is. Looking at the system pop-up, Gao sees it's now called a horrifying murderous female spider. Holy balls, why did they make her hot? Anyways. As Huang Ya practically sparkles with joy over having a Lord-tier familiar, Gao smiles and tells him to train well. If he wants, he should take it on a walk around the city to show off. Afterwards, Gao is wrapped up in the lab when he receives a phone call from Su Qingji. She tells him about a friend from the monster trainer department who wants to meet him. According to Qingji, she's known as one of the 4 stars of Yuzhou. Gao instantly recognizes the title and asks if the person is Lin Xinru, surprising Qingji. Xinru is a world hunter who travels into uncharted mountains and explores unknown wastelands on a daily basis. Gao agrees to meet her with thoughts of recruiting her to the Southern Sky Group on his mind. About 20 minutes later, Qingji and Xinru are waiting for Gao downtown when what looks to be a meteor comes shooting down from the sky. Luckily, it's not quite the dangerous space rocket seemed like. Gao Peng and Flamey have just crash-landed because the bird lost its balance midair. How does that even happen? Flamey apologizes repeatedly, while Gao decides to keep quiet about the truth to avoid an earful. He's pretty sure the reason for Flamey being off is that he's used Dumby's new soul chain ability on himself and Flamey to strengthen them. Quickly, Gao Peng heads inside the cafe they agree to meet at and greets the 2 ladies. As soon as they sit down, Gao gets right to the point and asks Xinru what she wants. The woman asks him if he knows about the Platinum Hands. This is a notorious extremist group based in Jinsha and made up of fanatic followers of the Holy Luo Tian, regularly using tactics like human shields and suicide bombing. They have little to no regard for innocent lives. Xinru tells Gao that some members were recently spotted near the mountain spirits outside Yuzhou. Considering that each mountain spirit has the strength of a Lord tier, and there are a ton of them present at the moment, they can't afford the Platinum Hands agitating them. The fallout from such a thing would most likely end up steamrolling all of Yuzhou City. Though he's concerned by this, Gao Peng's question still stands. What does she want with him specifically? Xinru admits that while she wants the Platinum Hands gone from here, she'd rather not face them herself. As such, she hopes that the Southern Sky Group will take up the mantle of protector of Yuzhou. Hearing this, Gao mentally berates himself for being suspicious that she wanted to get her familiars upgraded. Without wasting any time, he tells her that the Southern Sky Group accepts her request. Additionally, he'd like to advise her to join the group herself. With their lab already being at the world level, he'll give her the chance to promote all her familiars for free if she joins. Weary but interested, Xinru asks what she needs to offer in return. Gao admits that her being one of only 3 world hunters in Yuzhou makes her a valuable asset. As such, he's fine with signing a temporary contract first and seeing where things go from there. After concluding the meeting, Gao decides to go check out the Platinum Hands to gauge their power level. He calls Huang and asks him to bring Dumby, Strikeby, Flamey, and Goldie to meet him at the North Road exit. Dazi goes ballistic over being left behind, but Gao gives him the cold hard truth that he's not as strong as the others since he keeps slacking off on his training. As he is, he'll only be in danger if he comes with them. Yikes, that's harsh. Pretty fair though. Later, Gao and Huang are riding their respective familiars over the jungle outside Yuzhou City. When they finally reach the location where the mountain spirits were previously spotted though, they're both shocked. The only thing there is a massive empty crater. Knowing that mountain spirits never move of their own will, Gao decides to give chase since this could be the Platinum Hands' doing. First and foremost, for the purpose of surveillance and reconnaissance, he sends Flamey up to alert them if he finds any traces at all of the spirits or humans. After flying some distance away, Flamey contacts Gao through their bond to tell him it can see an absolute crap ton of mountain spirits all gathered in one spot. Gao is deeply concerned by the fact that the Platinum Hands do indeed have a way of directing the mountain spirits. For now, he instructs Flame to act like he's just a wild monster and pretend to fall from the sky in fear of the spirits. What follows is truly Oscar-worthy acting. Down below, the trio from Platinum Hands take note of Flamey, but their leader chooses to ignore it. Right now, their goal here is about to be achieved. The mountain spirits suddenly start acting agitated, and the leader starts a strange chant about being blessed by the holy Luo Tian. In the midst of this, he discovers the presence of Gao and Huang through a familiar that was acting as a security measure. Instantly, he redirects his attention to this new problem and sends his winged thunder ape to attack. Back with Gao, Flamey is just moments away from getting back to him when he's shot with a massive plasma fireball. Despite his best attempts, Flamey is unable to hold it back and ends up getting burned before Huang puts up an elemental shield as well. Flamey survives thanks to Huang's spider, but his feathers are all but gone. Goldie gives the bird his jacket to cover himself before he's forced to tank another plasma ball. Despite his activation of the Forbidden Domain, Goldie is sent flying into a tree with immense force. Before Gao can do anything but check on Goldie, a new beast appears. A level 44 wood peacock that's a healing and support type. The Platinum Hands member commanding it introduces himself as the Order's greatest bishop, Bishop Garou, and claims he'll send them to St. Luo Tian. Duty's up. We get it already, you're a cultist. Standing beside him, Huang tells Gao that he'll have his warhorse contact Chairman Ji through their contract bond, since this situation seems like a bit too much for them. Enraged over the loss of his feathers, Flamey attacks Garou, but his Thunder Ape swats the fireballs away like nothing. And now, equally enraged, Garou sends the Thunder Ape forth to kill them all. From the other side, Gao and Huang send Dumby and the horrifying murderous female spider to meet this charge. Dumby and the spider try to double-team the ape, but the wood peacock refuses to allow that. Through its continuous use of vines and manipulating the nearby greenery, it holds Dumby back from joining the fight. Worse still, Gao can't get to Garou either since he's hiding behind the peacock. Suddenly, Gao has the idea to take away the peacock's environmental advantage by burning down the forest. He instructs Flamey to set the whole place ablaze, but Garou simply has his peacock flame the burning trees at Huang, though he's able to shield at the last second. Huang is injured and sent to the ground. With both their familiars occupied, Garou reveals that he's not alone. The rest of his cultist comrades reveal themselves and their several familiars, pushing the two into a corner. Over in the Southern Sky Group's conference room, Chairman Ji is in the middle of a meeting when Huang's warhorse bursts in and goes right for him. As soon as Ji recognizes the horse as Huang's, he realizes something is wrong, remembering that he's out with Gao today. Back at the spot of the battle, if it can even be called one, Gao and Huang are pinned with nowhere to go. Huang tells Gao to escape when he gets the chance and just lay these people's heads on his grave so he can rest without regrets. Alright, that was the hardest bar I've heard in a while. Gao Peng assures him it won't come to that though. Right as he says this, his secret weapon comes onto the scene. Goldie in all his buffed up, gigantfied glory is here to save the day. Thanks to the fire from Flamey earlier, he was able to drag Goldie away under the chaos and activate his passive. Now, as the cultists send their familiars to attack him, Gao points out how they're insulting Goldie for his baldness. Triggered to the maximum, the buff duck beats the crap out of several familiars. Unfortunately, he is eventually trapped when some spider familiars shoot their silk at him. With no more defenses open to them, a glass mantis is sent forth to kill Gao and Huang. At the last moment though, Gao grins and thinks this is just in time before shoving Huang out of the way. Huang can only scream in despair as Gao takes the full brunt of the attack in his place. Luckily, this was just part of Gao's plan to buff up Goldie even more. He himself has escaped with no damage while Goldie's grown bigger than ever. Garou is regretting his decision to not bring more familiars now when everyone's focus is drawn to something else. The mountain spirits are putting on a massive and ominous display of some sort. Garou starts ranting about how the mountain spirit king is about to be born and will help them conquer the world. Turning to it, Gao is met with the sight of the spirits merging together to form one massive mountain spirit king that's halfway through the evolution process. This was their plan all along, a whole new tier. Garou commands the mountain spirit king to trap them all, only to flop spectacularly. Turns out he can't control the beast for crap and it traps everyone in the area instead. As the beast's walls engulf them all, darkness overtakes the area. Moments later, Gao lights up a bunch of glow sticks and helps Huang up from the ground. Studying the walls around them, he concludes that they're completely sealed inside the mountain spirit king itself. He takes stock of his surroundings. The Platinum Hands are arguing with each other and a single hole in the wall keeps radiating heat. For now, all they have to do is hold out until Grandpa G gets here. Speaking of the devil, he's currently at the exit of Yuzhou City that Gao and Huang used. Though there's no way to fully pinpoint their location, the old man is fueled by righteous fury at the thought of his grandson being harmed and he takes off a top white aquatic dragon to find him. Grandpas in fiction are always so damn cool, man. Back with Gao and the others, the Platinum Hands keep failing to make even a dent in the walls despite the best efforts of their familiars. Gao tells Flamey to keep pecking at Goldie slightly just in case they need him to be buffed up at any time. Just then, Guru approaches him and offers a truce until they can get out of here. He explains that the hole in the wall leads straight to the Spirit Mountain King's core and they can buy more time by offering a sacrifice. That is to say, the beast needs insane amounts of energy to fuel its evolution right now. If they send in a sacrifice for the core to consume, it'll stop emitting heat until it finishes its meal. Though Gao is confused as to where they'll even get a sacrifice at first, he quickly comes to the horrific revelation that Garu's talking about their familiars. The insane fanatic even sends one of his own in without a second thought before demanding that Gao do the same. Naturally, the young man refuses to ever do such a thing to his family. Unfortunately, Stripey has other plans. Without giving Gao a chance to stop him, he races into the hole and tells Gao that he'll do whatever's needed to help his master. One of the cultists mocks Gao for what she believes is hypocrisy, prompting an unseen rage in Gao. Turning on his heel, he slams a fist right in the woman's face before threatening to rip her apart if she spouts such nonsense again. Instantly switching gears, he races into the hole after Stripey with Goldie at his side, determined to save the spider. Before he can get anywhere close though, one of the walls is absolutely devastated and crashes apart. From outside, Gao spots the arm of Grandpa G's White Dragon. With the arrival of White Dragon and his grandpa, Gao Peng's hopes for Stripey are even higher than before. With White Dragon's help, the wall around the hole is crushed, only to reveal another hole further down. Even worse, when he calls out for Stripey, all he receives is a yawned-out declaration of how tired and sleepy he is. Gao yells out for Stripey to come back, practically begging for his survival, but there's still no reply. For now, Gao can see that he'll only get in the way and should rely on White Dragon's strength instead, as he's loading Huang's injured form onto the dragon. He notices the members of Platinum Hand planning to escape. Unwilling to have that, he tells White Dragon and G about them, and the group are crushed to death with a single slam of the dragon's arm. Seeing this, Gao Peng realizes that his approach to monster training has been flawed recently. He's been so focused on grades that he hasn't given enough attention to leveling up. He thought that by just being higher grade, his familiars could beat anyone, but the fact is that tiers make the biggest difference of all. Suddenly, the Mountain Spirit King's evolution comes to a halt, and its vitality begins growing weaker, taking Stripey's along with it. With White Dragon's help, Gao manages to secure some Mountain Spirit cores to feed the king and keep it alive alongside Stripey. Unfortunately, an error occurs in the evolution process and the system tells him a whole new life form is about to be born. Gao Peng can feel the intense desire for survival of this new life and suspects it to be Stripey. All Gao can do is stand there feeling helpless and stewing in anger at himself for not being better. Grandpa G does his best to comfort him and promises Gao that they'll save Stripey together. But for now, they should go back and think of their next move. As they leave, Gao Peng vows that if Stripey dies, he'll kill every last mountain spirit in Yuzhou to avenge him. About half a month later, Yao can be seen observing his familiars as they train themselves to the brink. Ever since losing Stripey, they've thrown themselves into the pursuit of strength harder than ever. None are more determined than Da Zi, who's the first to start and the last to stop every day. As for Stripey himself, Gao knows he's alive thanks to their blood contract, but the team assigned to scan the Mountain Spirit King's body has been unable to locate him so far. Right as he's thinking about this, Gao suddenly feels a well of power rising within him. Out of nowhere, he's been granted immense power and extraordinary senses. Even stranger, he suddenly hears Stripey's voice calling out to him. Elated to finally hear from him, Gao deduces Stripey must have absorbed the Mountain Spirit King instead of the other way around, which explains the sudden power boost. Based on Stripey's words, Gao is pretty sure he knows where he is. Turning to his other familiars, he tells them they're going to get Stripey back. Additionally, he decides to test out his new abilities and challenges Da Zi to a race. The centipede cockily accepts, only for what happens next to leave it shocked and confused. Gao Peng, with Silly still clinging to his back, dashes off with enough speed to leave the grass beneath his feet ripped to shreds. After arriving at their intended location, Gao and his familiars are treated to the sight of an absolutely colossal beast that dwarfs anything else they've ever seen. Even the Mountain Spirit King that trapped them pales in comparison to this thing. And as fate would have it, this is what has become of Stripey, who is now level 51, King Tier, Epic Grade, Disaster Mountain Spider. The rise in Stripey's power is absolutely ridiculous in how large it is, but thanks to his new size, he can't really travel around with them anymore. Regardless, Gao is just happy to have him back safe and sound. In an absolutely crushing moment, Stripey expresses his desire to hold his master like he used to but knows he can't anymore. Just rip my heart out, why don't ya? Rather than what he said though, Gao is more focused on the fact that he just said it, with his own voice instead of telepathy. After getting over his shock, Gao comforts Stripey and tells him that from now on, he is the ruler of the mountains, something Stripey takes quite well too based on the bellowing declaration he then makes. Probably woke up all of Yujo with that one. Back in Grandpa G's office, the two men talk about Stripey and how news about him can't really be stopped from getting out. Even so, it's not like anyone can really do anything about it. G goes on to speak about how the strong will always prey on the weak. Back when he first returned after the cataclysm, the Seven Sky Group was in shambles and he was ambushed by all sorts of assassination attempts within his first 24 hours. But the very next day, he took White Dragon and executed every one of those responsible in a bloodbath. Point being that Gao needs to be prepared for the same, and judging by how much he's grown up, she believes he doesn't even need the old man anymore. Right as Gao's teasing his grandpa about how dramatic that is, Huang comes in to tell him they've secured the two familiar corpses he wanted. Before Gao goes to join him, Grandpa G takes a sudden swing at him, only for Gao to put his full force into successfully defending himself. She just praises him for getting stronger and tells him to go on, all the while hiding the pain in his arm. He can only be happy though. With this, he can finally let go of his worries. Gao Peng has the strength to protect himself. That night, Huang shows Gao the remains of the winged thunder ape and the wood peacock that Garu used. Gao summons Dumby and has him use his ability on both familiars, only to find that it won't work on the peacock. Gao theorizes that Dumby can only revive familiars below his level since the peacock is one level above him. This theory is proven when the thunder ape that's below his level is revived without any trouble. While reviving the ape, Dumby decides there are too many memories lingering in the soul to deal with and just burns them all away. Left in their stead is a subordinate for the skeletal tyrant, a winged skeletal ape. Gao notes that though the revived ape is pretty strong, it's a full level and grade lower than when it was alive. Unfortunately, revived familiars just can't access the full spectrum of their pre-death power. Regardless, for now he just asks Dumby to have him gently move the wood peacock's body to the lab. Back in the lab, Gao Peng uses one of the surveillance drones to check up on Stripey, only to find that Da Zi has pranked him by planting tangerine trees on his head. These folks have a wild definition of prank, as those three are messing around. Gao receives a call from Huang to tell him the school he had set up is complete. The first batch of orphans to be enrolled has been arranged and the school is near the Seven Sky Group for its protection. With this, orphans of the Cataclysm will be able to lead better lives and grow into successful adults one day. All that's required in return is a little loyalty. Yeah, not sure I like how his eyes got when he said that. Once the call's done, Gao meets Lin Xinru, who has finally decided to visit his lab. The familiar she wishes to promote is a level 40 gold-tailed divine shrimp with about 6 different evolutionary paths. Unfortunately, it'll take a while to gather the required materials, so Gao asks Xinru to give him a week. She simply says that she understands and that she believes in him before leaving. Meanwhile, in an area known as the Adamantium Bridge District, an investigation into some random murders has revealed something shocking. Apparently, the victims have been killed by a living statue which has now made its way to another commercial district. Over in the Magnet Mouth Commercial District, Gao Peng is out with Silly and Da Zi to look for the materials he needs. Unfortunately, he still hasn't been able to get everything he needs. Just as he's considering venturing into the black market, Gao Peng spots something familiar. A statue of ancient Chinese General Guangong. As he's wondering why it's suddenly here, a cistern window appears and identifies it as a Lord Tier Level 41 animated bronze statue. The hell? While studying the statue from afar, Gao Peng wonders how exactly it could have come to life and contacts his grandpa about it. Over a video call, she tells him that it's strange that the government didn't alert him to this, but they figure it's probably just to keep the situation quiet. Before ending the call, Ji tells Gao that he'll be sending Thunder God to help out. While waiting in place, Gao can't help but draw a connection between this and those terracotta that came to life at the first Emperor's mausoleum. He can only hope it's not actually connected. Just then, a secret government unit that Gao recognizes as the Black Flags shows up to the scene. Along with them are about 50 obsidian hounds of Commander Tier. Together, they attempt fighting the statue but quickly find that they can't hold a candle to a Lord Tier monster. In just moments, the statue devastates so many of the hounds that the chief is forced to make his team stand down. Just then, the earth beneath them starts quaking and makes them all stumble a bit. From the ground, Thunder God makes his appearance as he drills his way to the surface and greets Gao Peng. The monster trainer in question goes up to the Black Flags, who level their weapons at him and demand identification. When Gao gives his name and says that Thunder God is his grandpa's familiar, the chief is able to work out exactly who he is and implores him to help stop the statue. Without waiting for anything further, Thunder God gets to work and shoots enough attacks to force the statue into running away. That's not going to work though, as Thunder God captures and paralyzes it in electrical bindings with ease, as electricity is its weakness. Gao notices that the Chief Luo, is berating one of the soldiers for trying to claim credit for the statue's defeat and decides he can work with this guy in the future. With everything taken care of, Gao loads up Thunder God and the statue into a truck and leaves. Before he does though, he tells Chief Luo that he can take the credit for defeating the Lord Tier monster. Gao Peng and his squad are now at the mountain behind his villa. Here, he allows Thunder God to rest up since he got to use quite a bit of energy on the statue. Just then, said statue escapes its bindings and swings its sword at Gao Peng. The monster trainer refuses to back down though and simply catches the dull blade with a single hand. Guess Grandpa's badassery genes are finally kicking in. Before the statue can react, Stripey shows himself standing behind it and traps the statue in a nearly 60-meter wide ball of rock. Gao decides to leave the statue in Stripey's care while he attends a call from Huang. The man tells him about how the recent development of statues coming to life appears to be a problem all over the world instead of a local thing. Gao realizes the Allied government is slowly losing its prestige and control thanks to how quickly the world is evolving. Regardless, he refuses to back down. If the world wants to keep evolving, then he'll just have to do the same with his familiars. After ending the call, Gao Peng decides to test out the weakness listed in the statue's status window, Power of Impurity. None of Gao's tests yield any results though. From bird doo-doo to dog blood, nothing affects the statue. Gao has to wonder if he'll need some kind of undiscovered material for this. Turning to Stripey, he asks him to talk to the statue when he's bored and try to get some info. In the meantime, he has some stuff to attend to. Over the course of just a few minutes, Stripey bombards the statue with so much excited chattering that it gives in and admits it killed its victims because they were hooligans causing trouble. How about that? Stripey knows the talk no jutsu. At a later point in time, Gao Peng and his familiars ride Stripey all the way to the forest outside Yuzhou City, only to regret that choice. Thanks to Stripey's new body, he exudes black smoke that's ridiculously hot whenever he moves now. Back to the matter at hand though, Gao Peng has had an idea. Taking into consideration the rapid pace of mutations and evolutionary developments lately, it stands to reason that the amount of undiscovered monsters and treasure should be quite high in the mountains too. Normally, hunter teams can't travel far enough to explore the deeper parts of the wilderness since there are no safe resting places out there. However, if Gao can get the mountain spirits to cooperate, it'll be possible to use them as moving outposts of sorts and go as far into the wilderness as desired. And all Gao Peng needs to do is charge a boatload of money as the provider of this service, and he'll end up making a gargantuan profit. About a month later, Gao can be seen riding atop Stripey as he pursues his quest of recruiting mountain spirits. So far, he's managed to get 10 of them on board and even created outposts with 4 of them. On top of that, Flamey, Goldie, and Da Zi are all just a level or 2 away from becoming Lord Tier. Things are really looking up for Gao Peng. What could possibly go wrong now? Crap, I jinxed it, didn't I? Suddenly, Gao Peng senses something coming from the side. As he turns to check it out, he sees a swarm of mutated bees heading straight his way. Yeah, my bad. Based on the information given by the system, these are lion blade bees with poison stingers so potent that a single sting can completely immobilize its victim. Fortunately, Gao has just the counter for a swarm. Stripey's new skill after becoming what he is now, Disaster Cloud. In a single, massive eruption, the entire swarm is hit with an explosion of lava, killing all of them in one go. Gao flies down to the ground with Flamey to start gathering their quark crystals, only to find Flamey loves eating the bees. I mean, I'm more of a chicken guy, but to each their own, I guess. While Flamey enjoys some more bees, Gao has Dumby revive some of them. He quickly learns, though, that the lack of skeletal structure in them prevents Dumby from reviving them. Instead, he revives all the beings that have been buried in the soil here. Sensing something in the bushes, Dumby sends the ghouls forth to catch whatever it is. This turns out to be a mouse, which Gao instantly tells his familiars to capture upon seeing its status window. Flamey guides its path with a quick burst of fire, and Dumby traces its path to catch the little guy in his fist. Gao rechecks the system and confirms that the mouse isn't anything special itself, but its rare mystic attribute makes it worth keeping. After handing it over to Stripey for now, Gao has Dumby's ghouls gather all the bees in the area into one spot. Then his flamey burn the bodies away, leaving just their core crystals behind. Finally, he has Dumby's ghouls carry the crystals onto Stripey's back. Despite their low levels, the sheer amount of core crystals here should net him an easy 10,000 Alliance credits. The end, for now. Since the last time, Gao Peng has successfully refereed the Youth Trainer Championship, beaten some heinous allegations, evolved Dumby to Lord Tier, defeated a cult called the Platinum Hands, and in a strange turn of events, Stripey has evolved into a Lord Tier Rock Mountain. Also, statues across the world are gaining sentience, and he has to work on defeating them. And to top it all off, Gao is working on an agreement with Yuzhou's mountain spirits to use them as outposts for world hunters. Yeah, the Southern Sky Group's heir just cannot catch a break, it seems. After getting back from his latest outing to recruit some mountain spirits, Gao Peng is confused to find a whole new pond at the Villa Lakeside. All of a sudden, a large crocodile monster leaps out of the water, shocking both Gao and his familiars. As he calms Flamey down, Grandpa G shows up and explains the crocodile is his newest familiar. Really, old man? Ya didn't already have enough. Being a level 46 Lord Tier monster with a Berserker Blood ability, the croc excites Gao Peng greatly. Grandpa G points out that his familiars are pretty great too, and asks about Flamey being close to evolving. Gao tells him that's indeed the case, and they're just looking for a place to evolve him right now. That aside, they found a whopping total of 168 mountain spirits and have managed to get all of their cooperation for their endeavor. While that was convenient, Gao asks his grandpa to advise him on where to go from this point. The old man tells him his most valuable asset in this case is Stripey, as nobody will threaten him with him by Gao's side. Additionally, the hunters who will use these outposts will be the ones to bring them the most value, so they need to be gathered. Taking his grandpa's words into consideration, Gao Peng decides to form a union with the mountain spirits as their flagship offering. Union members will get a 50% discount and a 10% discount on company products. Other than that, they'll share a portion of profits with the Yuzhou government as well to smooth their operation and foster goodwill. Gao Peng even considers a year-end bonus for union members based on their performances. Once this initial venture takes off fully, he plans to go for global expansion. Who knows, maybe he'll even find a rare creature in one of the more mysterious locations of the world. Finally, he settles on a name, the Explorers Union. Sometime later, Gao Peng in his lab outfit grabs Da Zi out of nowhere and dumps him in a vat of clear liquid with electricity running through it. He tells Da Zi this is a special formula created just for him and to be a good boy and evolve in there. Then, he moves to study the money-grubbing mouse he grabbed in his latest outing for its mythic attribute. Its lack of evolutionary pathways makes Gao question how much potential it really has, though. After convincing it to sign a blood contract and plopping it into some evolution stew, the mouse turns into an ugly little treasure-sniffing rodent. Now there are two more pathways, one to strengthen its treasure-sniffing ability and one to make it capable of consuming treasures to activate other skills. Naturally, Gao Peng picks the option that'll make him richer and picks the former. All he's missing is some king-tier blood. Next thing he knows, Gao Peng is getting some of that from G's White Dragon when he gets a call from Director Feng. The older man explains how the Shatu Oman man-eating earthworm lord ended up partnering with the desert ruler instead of fighting to the death like they wanted. Feng tells him they want Gao to stall the desert ruler while the golden deity descends to deal with the Shatu Oman earthworm. Once they've handled that, they'll all take down the desert ruler together. Gao agrees to this plan on the outside, but within him is a raging fire of fury. You can see right through this shallow attempt to use him as bait to draw out his grandpa and get his help as well. This will not stand. Oh boy, they're really in for it now. Gao Peng decides to apply some pressure to find out what the story is here and ends up learning something interesting. One of the heads of the military region has a grandson who was killed by the desert ruler not long ago. Gao Peng can tell he must have died of his own greed, since Lord-tier monsters generally stay away from humans unless provoked. The military head, however, is claiming the man was killed in the line of duty and is launching this whole operation to avenge him. They really just put anyone into power, don't they? Gao was just thinking about how he would have even helped if not for the fact they're using him to get to his grandpa when Whitey taps him. The blood bucket is ready. Sometime later, Da Zi has gone up to Lord Tier. The mouse has been promoted to perfect grade and Flamey is on the verge of evolving. As he and G discuss the statue he beat being used as a guard for his school, the skies darken and start thundering. It's time for Flamey to evolve. How did the Aggies been in? A great flaming beast emerges, finally looking as majestic as its name implies. I dunno, man. Kinda just looks like an ostrich on fire. To Gao Peng's surprise, his grandfather advises taking up the military's request, if only to look around and assess the situation himself. Realizing there must be something more there if he is suggesting this, Gao agrees. After arriving in Chang'an City, Gao tries to get a travel agency to take him to the Dali Desert but learns that it's currently off limits. Apparently, people have been dying there a lot recently. Since this complicates matters, Gao backs off. Instead, he spots a broker of sorts and goes to speak to him. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's just a money-hungry smuggler. After entering a private room, Gao tells the man he needs to go to the Dali Desert today and shows him a bag full of cash. Shoot, for that much, I'll do it, man. Standing atop a rocky cliff, Gao watches as the military operation in the desert is launched. Well, alright, guess that smuggler dude pulled through. With the recent evacuation of civilians, it's clear they can't hold this off any longer. Sure enough, right as he thinks that, the desert ruler makes its appearance. Hot damn, that thing looks menacing. The king's sandworm is draped across its shoulders. The very next moment, the ruler lets its Lord Aura loose, transforming even the nearby forest into sand, to be able to expand its territory even further for environmental damage. Gao can't help but be impressed. From there, things don't look great for the military. Every one of their attacks on the monster are practically shrugged off like nothing. Luckily, when it goes to counterattack, the golden deity finally comes onto the scene in a magnificent display of light and blasts the desert ruler. The humans think they're finally up, but the ruler silences them when they realize it's completely unharmed. Gao notes that the monster is capable of dispersing any part of its body at a moment's notice to avoid damage. It uses incredibly quick reaction and analyzing speed to accomplish this. Oh, so it's kinda just like Obito then. Despite the golden deity's stats and abilities, the desert ruler has the home field advantage and eventually breaks through its defense with a single blow, driving it into the ground. The military is at a loss about what to do as well, since they can't risk launching an attack and harming the golden deity in the crossfire. After all, that beast is Chang'an City's symbol of hope. The commander on location instructs his men to wait for the deity to back off and fire their missiles the second they see an opening. This isn't to be, however, as the next thing they know they're being ambushed. The Sand King giant earthworm has shown itself, and dozens of giant man-eating earthworms have erupted from the sand right in the middle of their formation. As the commander orders for their tanks to scatter and familiars to move in, a team of giant chickens burst onto the scene and bite into the earthworms. Flashback time, folks. We're going to see exactly how Gao Peng ended up getting to the desert. The smuggler, shady as he seems, isn't much of a threat. All Gao Peng needs to do is glare at his hidden familiar to terrify the thing and make him weary enough that he doesn't try anything. At least not for the moment. He leads Gao to a supposed gathering place and tells him they'll depart at 10 p.m. Later, inside a hotel room in the Dali Desert, Gao wakes up and comments on how riding in a truck all day yesterday really messed up his back. Getting up and moving to the window gives him a view of the last outpost before fully entering the Dali Desert. A lot of specialty materials are sold here, as seen in the stalls all over the place. What the hell is an exploding cactus? The most sold items are said cactus, along with sand-type monster core crystals and sand soul stones. A little bit later, Gao is sitting in a restaurant for a meal when he overhears a group of hunters talking about the military and its hobbying of the desert. Based on what he can hear, the military is locking down the desert and forbidding anyone from entering, which implies something pretty big is going to happen. Yeah, we already saw the brawl of the beasts. Later, the Gao and his familiars are trudging through the desert, a difficult task for Dumby in particular due to his size and weight. After Dazi teases him for a bit, the flying familiars come together to help him move. As they're doing so, Dumby comments to Gao that the sand here is very angry. Supposedly, when a Lord-tier monster has been in the same place long enough, it affects the environment surrounding it, even the air itself. Gao thinks of the White Dragon's Lake and realizes this is quite accurate. Suddenly, Flamey senses a fight up ahead and leads the others towards it. After arriving on the scene, Gao observes from higher ground as a group of hunters fight some cliché sand minion things. As the fight goes on, Gao observes something interesting. The sand monster's core crystal seems to act as a heart. With that being the case, he decides to use Dumby's ability for an experiment. Unfortunately, while Dumby's ability does cause all the monsters to seemingly explode, it does not actually damage their sand core crystals in any way. Between their resistance to electric and fire types, Dazi and Flamey are both practically useless against them, and Dumby is too restricted by the environment to get an advantageous position on them. If Gao decides to help the military, these elemental disadvantages are really going to suck. Back to the present. As they watch the military being ambushed by the earthworms, Flamey asks Gao if they should intervene. Gao answers in the negative and explains that they wouldn't be able to do much anyways. Plus, if the military came here with the serious intention of taking on Dali Desert, they've surely got something else up their sleeve. Like that thing in the black robe, off of size alone, it's clear isn't human. Gao is frustrated by his inability to view its stats because of the robe, but is distracted by the battle between Desert Ruler and Golden Deity. The sandy monster now has the bird clutched in its fist. Even worse for the military, it just ignores all the deity's attacks and heals thanks to the abundance of sand and its sand core being unharmed. This really isn't their day. Suddenly, the Desert Ruler starts absorbing the sand monsters from across the desert, stunning Gao Peng. Confirming his suspicions, the beast transforms into a much larger threat and crushes the Golden Deity against the sandy ground. Despite his disadvantage here, Gao Peng prepares to intervene for the sake of Chandun City's guardian. Luckily, this isn't necessary though, as just at that moment the robed figure finally jumps into the fray. As it reveals itself, Gao is finally able to see that it's none other than the terracotta soldier of historic General Meng Tian brought to life. The soldier of stone is able to hit the Desert Ruler with enough attacks at a high enough rate that it's forced to let go of the Golden Deity. Though there's still no damage to the Desert Ruler, the objective has been completed. The deity is safe. With their inability to defeat the Desert Ruler right now, the commander orders his forces to retreat. As they're doing that, the commander receives a video call from the general who sent them here. The commander tries to explain the situation, but the spiteful old coot on the other side cares only for revenge. He tells the commander that all he cares about is sending that monster to hell, regardless of what the cost may be. Yikes, that's not very general-like now, is it? Though he's deeply troubled by this and hates to do it, the commander accepts this and obeys the general's orders. At a distance, Yao is talking to his familiars about how they should head out as well since the military is retreating. They'll just have to wait till they have a Lord-tier Ice-type familiar on their side since that's the weakness of the sand monsters. Suddenly, he feels a chill down his spine and all of his familiars move to defend him from an unseen threat. Moments later, a streak of red flies across the sky and impacts the middle of the desert. As it makes contact with the sand, an enormous mushroom cloud rises from the point of contact, showing Gao Peng that it's a nuclear bomb. Luckily, Gao Peng and his familiars were at a decent distance and the damage transfer ability caused the radiation and blast wave to be transferred evenly to his familiars instead of him. With their high physical stats and immunity to radiation, they're all pretty much unharmed. Probably can't say the same for whatever that damn nuke hit though. Turning to the site of the explosion, Gao Peng decides to go check on the state of the Desert Ruler. Gao Peng arrives with his familiars in the depths of the Dali Desert. A nuclear bomb wouldn't normally kill a Lord-tier monster unless they were hit point blank, so he's not sure if the Desert Ruler survived or not. The sand nearby has been heated to the point of becoming glass crystals. Suddenly, the little treasure-sniffing rodent alerts Gao Peng to some nearby treasure. Holy crap, when did the little guy get so adorable? Gao Peng just turns an annoyed expression on the little guy though, citing that he made them dig for treasure for hours the other day, only to end up finding a normal-grade core crystal. The rat insists that it's not a false alarm this time though, and Gao agrees to give him another chance. After digging for quite some time, Gao Peng and Dumby are standing in what's practically a crater. Gao is starting to doubt the mouse's ability, but just then, Dumby's shovel hits something solid. At Gao's instruction, he pulls the object out, which turns out to be some strange bone that hurts Dumby's hand. That in itself is strange, since not even a nuclear explosion was able to hurt him that much. Even stranger, however, is the fact that Gao's stat-reading ability, or rather the system, is unable to recognize the true nature or name of the bone. This must mean his ability can be improved further. Gao praises the little mouse and gets the idea to have Dumby assimilate the bone into himself. When he does this, though, the bone causes a reaction that forces Dumby to drop it and back off. A concerned Gao rushes to him, but he's suddenly hit with a vision of a giant monster in a starry sky. Something he can't even fully fathom. I have no clue what that thing is, but it looks sick. As soon as he's free from that, Gao asks Dumby if he feels any pain. Luckily he doesn't, but a pattern has now appeared on his arm. The very same pattern that's on that strange bone. On top of that, Dumby has suddenly obtained a whole new skill, Level 2 Dark Flame Mastery. Strangely enough, the flame doesn't seem to actually burn anything as it's covering Dumby, but leaving his cloak unharmed. Gao finds this all very interesting and instructs Dumby to take the bone with him. They're going back for now. The next night, Gao is in his hotel room when a state of emergency is declared. Right as he's wondering about that, Some soldiers show up at his door and tell him all monster trainers in the city are to help the government fight off a level 5 threat. After telling them he'll come over ASAP, Gao goes inside to get ready. He can't help but feel uneasy though. The last time a level 5 threat occurred was when the White Dragon was undergoing evolution. Later, Yao is on top of Chang'an City's eastern wall when he sees what's happened. The desert ruler has mutated in order to survive the radiation of the nuke. Instead of dying from it, it can now use radiation to strengthen itself and its nuclear core. Though its hard body is much more brittle now, its defense and elemental resistances have risen greatly. Honestly, Gao isn't sure if this is a good or bad thing. Before Gao can think of a strategy, the golden deity swoops onto the scene and unleashes a powerful skill directly onto the nuclear ruler. Side note, that name is so goddamn cool. Unfortunately, the golden deity's beam barely leaves a scratch on the nuclear ruler. At Gao's instruction, Dumby jumps in to help hold it off. He may have been limited in the desert, but here on solid land, Dumby is more than capable of fighting this thing. As Dumby closes in on the ruler, it fires a beam which he blocks with his arm. Then, he uses his revival ability to call forth the corpse of the Elder King centipede that was slain on this land 6 months ago by the golden deity itself. Dumby uses the centipede to hold the nuclear ruler still while the golden deity fires off a wing slash to decapitate the beast. The nuclear ruler gets hit, but manages to get out of the way enough to get hit in the arm instead. From there, Glass Monster crushes the centipede's skull with a single hit. Gao orders Flaming to support Dumby from the air. The crane lets loose a massive wave of fire onto the nuclear ruler, but that doesn't last long as the monster reveals a new ability, gravity manipulation. With both offense and defense on the monster's side now, things look grim. But when it comes to melee combat, there's nobody better than Dumby. With a single hit, he strikes the nuclear ruler and gets Flamey freed. The nuclear ruler tries to strike back at Dumby, but the undead Tyrant is faster and hits the monster with a punch imbued with his new power, striking the ruler and stunning it just long enough for Flamey and the golden deity to launch a combined attack with all their power. That combination move leaves the nuclear ruler completely fried and beaten, dead on its feet. Afterwards, Gao Peng haggles with the soldiers present over how the corpse of the ruler will be divided. After bluffing them with a demand for 75% of the corpse, Gao Peng backs them into an offer where he gets the nuclear ruler's core crystal and one of the 2 flesh-enhancing tablets that they have in their possession. Back at Gao Peng's lab, Goldie emerges from a metal chamber, buffed up and stronger than ever before as a lower-tier monster. Unfortunately for the bald duck, Gao is quick to shut him down for destroying the chamber's door and tells him he'll have to pay for it himself. The pain of being financially responsible. After that's taken care of, Gao Peng tells Tong Tong that the military has sent over a flesh-enhancing tablet so they can start their experiment. It's time to evolve the blood-eyed, bearded vulture contracted to her. Other monster breeders have thus far failed to evolve it, but Gao Peng assures her he'll be able to do it without any trouble. With that said, Gao gets to work with Silly acting as his assistant. With a few ingredients, he transforms the tablet into a green rock that he instructs the vulture to swallow. As soon as it does this, the monster collapses to the ground as its eyes go red. Near instantly, Gao has Dumby wheel in a trolley loaded with raw meat that was specially prepared for the vulture. With the passing of another few moments, the vulture is fully evolved and Tong Tong's soul strength has increased. He informs his surrogate sister that now the vulture only needs to swallow fresh meat regularly and work hard to get stronger. He also offers to promote its grade if she can find the materials, but Tong Tong tells him that just this is fine for now. With that conversation concluded, Gao answers a call from Huangya. He tells Gao that Yangcheng Broadcasting Station has requested his presence as a guest of honor for one of their programs. While he'd normally decline this kind of request without consideration, Huang tells him they're willing to give him a thunder shell as compensation. Reluctantly, Gao Peng agrees to attend as that's one of the ingredients needed to evolve Grandpa G's Thunder God. With evolution materials for King and Lord tier familiars getting rarer and rarer, he can't let a chance like this pass him up. And so, Gao Peng ends up at Yangcheng Airport, where he's greeted by Wai Muzi, the assistant director of the program he's here for. An eye for talent. Once they're in his car, he tells Gao about all the different materials and monsters they've gathered from the wild. He even shares an information package with Gao and tells him to take a look at it, all the while he's going on about what the program is about. Meanwhile, Gao Peng spots something in the list of rare materials that he's intrigued by. What's listed as a Dalingshan dandelion is clearly labeled by the system as a yin-yang calendula, with the unusual combination of healing and weakening skills. He can't help but want to see it. When he asks Wang to name a price for it, the older man instantly tells him that there's no need to pay for something so small and that he'll have it sent to his room by tonight. Clout digger spotted. Is that a word? Well, it is now. Sure enough. Later that night at the Ji family villa in Yangcheng, the yin-yang calendula arrives at Gao's room. After blowing on it to startle it a bit, Gao calls it out and tells it that he knows the truth. The little guy may be able to fool the program runners, but he can see clear as day that it's a plant-type monster, not a rare material. Gao Peng calls in an elite-grade light-type monster's core crystal and uses it as a way to form a contract with the yin-yang calendula. From there, he just names the little guy Flowery and assigns its safety to Dumby, who now has a new hat in the form of the little flower. Pretty cute, I can't lie. Meanwhile, in an unknown location, some strange eggs are beginning to hatch. Back with Gao, he's absolutely done with this whole program of the Yangcheng Broadcasting Service. Not only is the info on many of their materials outright incorrect, the script for the program sounds highly unnatural. Regardless, for the sake of the Thunder Shell and the Yin-Yang Calendula, he'll put up with even this. Right as he's thinking this, Wang Muzi shows up and apologizes for the show's director being a pampered rich kid. That's why some stuff seems off, as a ton of work has been pushed on him to do by himself. Yikes. So he's not a creep, just really overworked. I feel bad now. Gao Peng reassures him, and the man moves on to some other business. Meanwhile, Gao checks his phone and sees a ton of missed calls, including some from his grandpa. After calling him back to check in, Gao learns that the Yangcheng branch of the Southern Sky Group has been attacked by a wave of monsters. Grandpa Ji wants him to go stabilize the situation. Gao assures him that he'll sort everything out before he even gets here and ends the call. Taking a few things into consideration, Gao works out that the strongest monsters in this attack must only be Lord Tier. Only, he says. With that being the case, the only reason why the military wouldn't be helping right now is if they've already got their hands full with other attacks. Over at the Southern Sky Group's Yangcheng branch, the place has been overrun by what appear to be mutated Kappa monsters. The electric fence is keeping them out of the inner area for now, but that doesn't last long. Before the defenders of the place know it, the Kappas have advanced and are now attacking them directly. One of their familiars, a three-tailed fox, is even brutalized quite badly. Deciding to run with their tails between their legs, the men leave as fast as they can. One of the Kappas moves to attack them, but is hit with a sudden force that blows his head off. That right, there was a Goldie's signature punch. Gao Peng and his familiars are finally on the scene. Standing atop Flamey's back in the air, Gao Peng addresses the fleeing men and tells them he won't accept them as employees of the Southern Sky if word gets out of their cowardice. He admits that they're not all at fault, and he of course doesn't expect them to risk their lives. However, they should at least put an effort that matches the compensation they receive. And that's not even to mention the geographical advantage. Base, hundreds of elite and dozens of commander tiers, weapons and gadgets are supplied with. Can they not even fight off such a basic monster horde even with all that? Are they stupid? Damn bro, he's destroying them right now. Gao tells Dumby and Dazi to head on over to the other gates while he and Goldie take care of things here. Goldie goes on to pulverize every single Kappa in sight, only growing stronger the one time he gets bitten. Gao even calls his grandpa mid-battle and tells him to not bother coming over. Meanwhile, at the west gate, Dazi uses Thunder Wings to paralyze the entire attacking group of monsters in one go. Luckily, the men stationed there seem more competent and take full advantage of this opportunity. Back at the east gate, Goldie has thoroughly crushed all his enemies, causing some of the squad members to look on in jealousy. Gao considers putting some people from the security department into the familiar combat squad and let the real professionals handle genuine battles. It doesn't help that this whole attack is rather suspicious. It's not natural for monsters to go out of their way and enter a city to attack specific locations. Putting that aside for now, he rounds up the men who actually did well in the battle and gives a speech. He commends those who fought well and offers a second chance to those who didn't. All they have to do is catch the rest of the Kappas alive, each of them being worth 1 point. Though the losers are very dismissive at first, some comments from another squad member get them fired up enough to go for it. This relieves Gao, as he doesn't mind giving another chance to people who at least bother to make amends. For those who refuse to change, though, he can only wonder who's going to be playing bad cop. Who? Ominous. I love it. Once the Kappas have all been captured, Gao notes that the system is showing their evolutionary pathways with much more detail than usual. This may be due to his increasing soul strength. As he's pondering this, a man comes up to tell him his orders have been carried out. The captured monsters are all here, at Gao's instruction. He prepares to sell the dead Kappas and keep the live ones for the Southern Sky, since they don't sell particularly well. Next are the 6-legged antler turtles from the gate Dazi went to. since their antlers seem to regenerate and can be used for various purposes. Gao instructs the man to have them raised and their antlers harvested regularly. Finally, the rewards have been sent to those who actively participated in the monster wave, while those who didn't have been penalized. 4 men in particular have been fired and their familiars confiscated. Serves them right, bunch of spineless losers. Unlike those specific troublemakers, the rest of the men who fooled will only have their pay docked for 3 months. Additionally, those who lost their lives in the battle will have their families taken care of by the Southern Sky Group. With all those matters dealt with, Gao Peng mounts Flamey and takes off towards Nanny Village. It's time to find out where these monsters came from to begin with. Once he gets there, the sight of indiscriminate destruction reminds Gao of when the cataclysm occurred 4 years ago. Sensing something in the rubble, he sends Dazi after it. The centipede returns to him with a level 8 land Kama shrimp. Well, that's more than a little underwhelming. Gao Peng tells Dazi to let the little guy go, but when he does, the shrimp flops onto the ground, appearing dead. Gao Peng can see right through it thanks to the system though and realizes the shrimp is plain dead. Intrigued, he pretends to leave it there and head off somewhere else, only to have Flamey mark it with his scent. Now they can track it and see just what's going on. There's no way a monster that weak survived the destruction of this village by itself. Gao flies atop the sea with Flamey where they track the shrimp to when the scent suddenly disappears. Gao realizes a Commander Tier must have caught on to their plan and the mastermind behind the monster wave may be closer than they think. Mona's after he tells Flamey to fly higher for safety. A giant monster bursts out of the sea in a massive eruption of water and attacks them. Dazi hits it with a massive blast, but it has armor beneath its scales that make his electricity useless. That doesn't stop the centipede though. In a burst of speed, he slashes straight through the monster's scales and electrocutes it from the inside. Damn son, that's raw as hell. As the monster retreats back into the water, Gao is able to glimpse its stat window. The monster is a level 46 Lord tier gloaming oceanic manta ray. Gao praises Dazi but notes that this thing doesn't look strong enough to be the one they're looking for. Curious and eager to figure out just what's going on, Gao as Flamey shoot a burst of fire at the ocean's surface. What he sees, however, is far more than he bargained for. Right under the surface of the ocean lies a massive something. It's hard to make out exactly, but something's definitely not right. As such, Gao instantly has his group fall back. That does not bode well, does it? Over at the Yangcheng Military's Division 3 office, the commander is bored out of his mind when an alarm suddenly goes off. When he goes to check what's happened, he learns that their radar has detected a high-energy reaction under the sea, and it's only increasing with every second too. After sending out their drones to investigate, the matter only gets more serious. If their readings are right, whatever's down there is at least 300 square kilometers in size. This unknown monster is able to suppress 2 Lord tiers by itself at the same time. Quick to react, the commander orders his men to bomb this monster wave to hell and back in hopes of driving it away. Outside Chang'an City, the sea is being blown to Kingdom Come while the military brings in hundreds of flying-type familiars to help. From his position below, Gao Peng observes all this while noting that a tsunami is a possible issue if the monsters create one. Luckily, the military upgraded the embankment so that hopefully won't be a problem. As the familiars charge in, Gao tells Dazi to move in with Flamey. Just then, a clash between the sea monsters and the military causes a several meters tall wave to come his way. From inside that wave, a large aquatic monster leaps out at Gao, but Goldie jumps in just in time, and he's striking a pose. He's been watching anime, hasn't he? After using what is supposedly called the secret pattern elemental vacuum domain, Goldie punches the crap out of the fish and sends it flying. Right, super secret pattern that was. With a further exertion of energy, Goldie sends out a blast that hurts a massive number of fish in a straight path from his position. Well, never mind then. Following Goldie's attack, one of the big bads of this monster wave shows itself. A level 43 Lord tier Sea King electric eel. As it clashes with the bald duck, Dumby rushes in to offer support, summoning forth a spectral sword. He jams it in the eel's head, causing it to push him off and into Goldie. With the eel thrown off, Goldie takes the opening to pummel it with his explosive duck punch combo. Enraged, the eel fires off some electricity at Goldie, but he uses his ability to nullify it and follows up with a punch to the face. As the eel falls back into the water, the sea level suddenly starts rising dramatically. Before their eyes, the absolutely gargantuan creature that initially triggered everyone's radars finally shows itself. The level 51 King Tier Sea Coral King. Oh wow, that's pretty damn big. Gao Peng is instantly switching gears to a defensive position as he realizes they can't beat this thing, especially if it's a living organism. Between its regenerative and communicative abilities, the thing is like an aircraft carrier, but for monsters. If anyone conquers this thing, they could build a whole Dan headquarters on its back and travel the world. Turning towards a couple of professors arguing over what exactly the thing is, Gao tells them to focus on what's important. Right now, they need to hurry and evacuate everyone from the area. If that thing attacks, hope you know surviving it. Talk about terrifying. Though most people have already been evacuated, some scavengers have sneaked into the area to loot monster corpses, not realizing the danger they're in. When the military officer present yells out a warning to them, they quickly rush towards shore, fearing for their lives. One of the men nearly gets killed by a golden sickle fish, but is saved by his canine familiar, Blackie, at the last moment. Unfortunately for them, Blackie ends up sacrificing himself to save his master. As the dog gets torn to shreds by the fish, the man begs his companions to help him, only for them all to shy away. Thankfully, Gao Peng is moved by the dog's loyalty and has Goldie retrieve him. Seeing that the man truly cares for his familiar as well, Yao gets a petal from Flowery and uses it to heal the beast. After that's taken care of, Gao Peng turns to the site of the battle where military forces are being overwhelmed by the monster wave. Gao Peng simply calls out for them all to step back and sends Dummy forward. The skeleton tyrant rushes at the monsters and unleashes the power of his dark flame mastery, piercing right through the head of one of the attacking monsters. Following his initial attack, Dumby uses his revival ability to raise an army consisting of every single monster that has fallen here. Together, this army is able to hold off the monster wave and buy enough time for the generals to start counterattacking. Before they know it, the Coral King has left and the ordeal is finally over. While Gao takes a call from Huang, Goldie goes around scavenging fish corpses to make a quick buck for himself. Never change, you bald, beautiful green bucket of buffness. Huang tells Gao that news of his achievements has already spread and stories of the Lord of the Undead are already in circulation. More importantly though, Huang has news about the unusual phenomenon Gao asked him to keep an eye on. Ghostly soldiers walking the earth have built a base in Bingzhou, Gao Peng's city. Gao wonders if he can find materials there to promote Dumby to legendary grade. For now, he just asks Huang to keep investigating the matter. Later, Gao Peng is in his lab back in Yuzhou City preparing Flowery's evolution process. After giving him a shot, he puts the little guy in a protective case and heads out to meet his grandpa who's just arrived. Outside, he finds his grandpa along with Thunder God who has completed his evolution. He's now a level 45 legendary grade being named Thunder Shell God. The electric element mastery on him is the highest Gao Peng has ever seen for any element. While Gao celebrates this success, Old Man Ji has some internal concerns. Every day Gao shows more and more incredible feats when it comes to familiar breeding. Southern Sky may be peaceful for now, but he'll have to get even stronger to protect his grandson. Gao Peng then asks his grandpa if he remembers where Flamey's birthplace is since he promised to visit it a while ago. She tells him it's a swamp to the west of Jiangnan base city, and Gao tells Flamey they'll go there together the very next day. Flamey doesn't react much outwardly, thinking of his mother back home. The next day, Gao Peng is in Southern Sky's Jiangnan branch getting some info from Manager Chen about the swamp. While he's scrolling through the monsters that reside there, Flamey alerts him to a specific crocodile. This is the one that hurt his mother way back when, as seen on the video feed. It's even terrorizing Flamey's kin to this day. Gao learns from Manager Chen that this swamp is unofficially accepted as Qian family territory. One of the four big families, Zhao, Qian, Sun, and Li. Gao puts his foot down at this and asserts that no one holds any ownership over the wilderness. He then learns that the master of a Lord-tier red-eyed crocodile is the second oldest member of Qian Wu Liang. Without missing a beat, Gao tells Chen to send Wu Liang a formal challenge. He'll be waiting on the city's northern outskirts in 3 days' time. That guy's so screwed. R.I.P. Manager Chen tries his best to talk Gao Peng out of his plan. He tells him that the Qian family are in an alliance with the other three big ones, and this would be like declaring war on them all. Gao Peng is far too clever to let such a simple matter deter him though. Rather than backing down, he tells Chen to send invitations to the other three families for a banquet. By undermining the Qian and then defeating their champion, they'll kick that whole family out of their territory as a whole. Hot damn, he just came up with that on the spot. That evening, the formal challenge is brought to the Qian family's mansion and causes quite a commotion. Though most of the family are hesitant to accept this challenge and risk drawing the attention of Chairman Ji, Wu Liang's ego refuses to let him back down. He claims to fear no one and declares that he'll win without even killing Gao Peng's familiars. Oh boy, you're gonna regret that one. With a highly cliché line about young people being all talk, he sends someone to change their meeting location to the western outskirts. After Wu Liyang leaves, the family's other lower-tier trainer, Xiao Yu, is instructed by his mother to watch out in case his uncle Wu Liyang tries to cheat. Damn, even his family knows he's a scumbag. At some point during the next 3 days, Wu Liyang goes to the crocodile spirit swamp and pleads with it to help out. It appears their contract wasn't mutually agreed upon and the crocodile holds some resentment. Even so, it agrees to help when it hears Gao Peng is the challenger since it holds a grudge against Ji's white dragon. Meanwhile, Gao Peng does some sightseeing and learns that the local Lake Tai is now home to a silverfish prince, resulting in a halt of all silverfish fishing. After that, Gao and his familiars take a group photo like a little family. Soon enough, the day of the challenge arrives and Gao Peng stands at the western outskirts, studying the terrain. More noticeable than that, however, is Flamey's palpable rage at the sight of the crocodile that harmed his parents. Though the terrain is perfect for an amphibious monster like the croc, Flamey's ability to fly should even things out. All of a sudden, Wu Liyang comes up to Gao and puts on a show of being some kind of generous elder. He offers to settle this on good terms without a battle, but Gao Peng makes it clear this isn't an option. Today's fight is between the crane that lost its parents and the one who took them. Gao Peng will not be interfering in the fight to begin with. Everyone present is absolutely shocked by this, not believing that the clearly young crane will even be able to do much. In response to this, Gao Peng just smirks and tells Flamey to show them all what he's got. As soon as the match begins, the crocodile sucks Flamey in with an AoE attack and tries to swat him with its tail. Flamey dodges this with ease by firing a burst of flames to propel himself back. After reading the croc's stat window, Gao calls out to warn Flamey that it has a wind attribute. Wu Liyang tries to offer the croc some guidance as well, but ignores him in favor of raging at the crane blindly. Flamey rains fire down on him continuously, causing the crocodile to enter the water nearby and erect an elemental shield. No shield can stand up to the long-burning blaze of Flamey's fury, however. The crane rains down such an immense amount of scorching hot fire that it evaporates the croc's shield and burns it severely. When Flamey moves to follow up on the attack, the croc manages to hit him with a wind roar attack. This doesn't stop the crane for long though, and he reassures Gao he won't get hit again. Seeing its own death flashing before its eyes at this point, the croc decides to go after Gao. Even Wu Liyang is taken aback by this and screams for his familiar not to attack Gao. Maybe he's not so bad after all. From the shadows, Xiao Yu prepares to jump in, but this proves to be unnecessary. Dumby is at Gao's side and blows the crocodile away with a single superpowered kick. Though the crocodile tries to run away after this, Flamey has already won the challenge. Surprisingly enough, Wu Liyang accepts his loss gracefully, showing his nephew that he didn't mean to be here at all. Thanks to the events of the day, though, he worries that there may no longer be a crocodile king in Jiangnan City. Later that day, Manager Chen reports to Gao that the Qian family is surrendering the crocodile spirit swamp to the southern sky. This includes all the familiars within it, which means Flamey's kin as well. On top of that, they're even paying a compensation amount. Gao Peng stops Chen here though and tells him to return that and pay them accordingly to the market price of what they're giving up. This whole thing was a personal matter between Flamey and the crocodile. There's no need to crush a whole family that's already being cooperative. Additionally, the other 3 families have accepted his partnership agreement, so a local division of their company will establish a branch of the Explorers Union here. Finally, as per Gao's request, personnel will be sent to ensure good living conditions for the flaming red cranes at regular intervals. With everything settled, Gao asks Flamey if he really doesn't want to visit his remaining kin personally. The crane confirms that he's happy to have gotten his revenge and to just know that his kin will live well and perhaps even evolve one day. Out of nowhere, a level 46 perfect grade mystical mirror diviner turtle speeds through the water to Gao Peng's location and grants him a material called an ambergris jade, a ball made of condensation from various dragon species. With that, the turtle leaves. Alright, that was random as hell. What the heck? Confused beyond all belief, Gao Peng figures the jade may have something to do with White Dragon and asks Manager Chen to send it back to him in Yuzhou. In the meantime, Gao has to go on a trip to Chongping Village next. The life of a master trainer never slows down, it seems. Outside Chongping Village in Gao Peng Base City stands a team consisting of Xu Hedi, Lin Xinru, and Su Qingji. The 3 hunters are here on a mission given to them by Gao Peng to retrieve a general's bone and 1,000-year heart of darkness. All 3 of them use ghoul powder to mask their presence and enter the village's surrounding forest without being attacked. While it masks their scent, It doesn't completely make them invisible, though. When Hetty gets too close to a ghoul, it attempts to attack him before Oriate crushes it back into the ground. Kangaroos got moves. As they venture deeper into the forest, the team are met by thousands of ghost soldiers and a strange, gut-looking man. Said man tells them General Zhao wishes to see them and leads the three away. Qingji recognizes that this General Zhou must be the spirit of Zhou Ku, who fought in the Battle of Chongping long ago. The three go along with the man to a shack of sorts, where the general sits on a throne surrounded by ghost soldiers. Things appear to be relatively calm, though, as the general tells them he'll allow them to take what they want if they do something for him in return. Xinru steps forward to tell him what they want. For the general's bone, Zhao tells them he's willing to give up one of his own, but only one. Cool, didn't know he was chill like that. When it comes to the 1,000-year Heart of Darkness, though, he tells them he's never heard of it. Stepping further towards him, Xinru tells him that the 1,000-year Heart of Darkness is his heart. Before anyone can react, she sends her glass mantis forward to attack Jia with enough force to send him through a wall. Instantly, the ghost soldiers surround them. Luckily, Qingji's familiar is able to emit holy light and suppress them for the time being. Looking back at the spot where Zhou was sent flying, Xinru notes that he's absorbing yin energy. She calls for Oriate to kill him now while he's still weakened, and the kangaroo leaps into action. Unfortunately for them, Zhao has already recovered. He strikes out with his blade of stone, slashing clean through one of Oriate's arms. As Zhao exits the hole in the wall made by his body, he fires another energy blast at Oriate before rallying his ghost soldiers. With a terrifying war cry, he has them all move with the sole intent of killing the team. Suhedi sees that the yin energy being gathered by Zhao is forming a blood cloud. If they get caught in that, they'll end up dying of exhaustion while fighting these undead. Hetty has his hairball familiar release a fog of black smoke to cover their retreat. His what now? They really just turn anything into a familiar, don't they? Together, the three escape atop their flying familiar, desperate to get away in time. Suddenly, the sky above them undergoes yet another change. The lightning that's striking down from above is driving away the blood clouds. This is the work of none other than White Dragon. Chairman Ji has arrived. From here, things are pretty easy for the Southern Sky members. Old Man Ji easily bats away General Zhou's attacks and sends him hurtling towards the ground with White Dragon's power. Laying there, defeated and weakened, Zhou can only curse Ji Hunwu. The man in question just tells White Dragon to be gentle with the general and not kill him since his parts are needed. Later, we see Ji unceremoniously dropping Zhou's unconscious body like a sack of potatoes in front of Gao Peng. Back at the lakeside outside their villa, he tells Gao that he didn't know how to extract the bone and heart he needed, so he just brought the whole general. He also brought the dark flames that Lin Xinru collected for him. Gao Peng is astounded internally at how easily he's just gotten yet another material. With this, he only needs one more thing to promote Dumby to legendary grade. Also, he teases White Dragon about that jade thing from before and gets drenched. Before leaving, Ji tells Gao Peng one last thing. There's a spatial rift that's appeared in Baiya district recently. At his level, it shouldn't be much of a threat, so it'll be a good experience for Gao. Not long after that, Gao Peng arrives at the building that holds said spatial rift. Surrounded by a black fog, it's advised to enter at noon when the fog is weakest and visibility is high. Inside are swarms of level 20 black jacket geckos. Since there shouldn't be any Lord tier monsters inside, Gao Peng sends Goldie in alone to check things out. Sure enough, just a few moments later, Goldie has dealt with every single gecko inside the fog. And he's pretending to be a monk now. Somebody take away his internet. With all the monsters cleared out, Yao prepares to enter with the Southern Sky Group forces at his command. Inside, he finds a spatial rift which, interestingly enough, is listed as an item by the system. Gao is considering taking it back with him and setting up a couple of rifts to use as back doors when something suddenly comes out of it. A yellow jacket devil octopus, known for its tendency to mind control its enemies before devouring them to fulfill its sick desires. Gao is frantically trying to figure out what these jacket colors stand for. Perhaps they indicate attributes. Black could be shadow while yellow is mind. He doesn't get far with that train of thought though, as Goldie suddenly punches the crap out of the octopus for copying his look. Never change, Goldie. Never change. Upon asking his forces, Gao learns they've so far been unable to explore the other side of the spatial rift. Gao turns to Dumby and asks him to summon the Sea King eel skeleton and have it check out the rift for them. Once that's done, Dumby conveys that there are only a handful of black jacket geckos on the other side and nothing stronger. He goes in to confirm himself first and then calls out to Gao, telling him it's safe. With that confirmed, Gao, Flamey, Goldie and Dazi head into the rift. That sounds way cooler than it looks. On the other side of the rift, Gao observes that there's nearly no black fog and the walls around them look like a maze. While his forces focus on measuring data and collecting samples, he himself observes the other world as a whole. Suddenly, a giant level 49 Blood Jacket Labyrinth Watcher appears with a weapon in hand. Gao takes this as a sign that this black fog world must have its own civilization. When Flamey tries to take to the skies and attack, he's stopped by an invisible wall in the air. With no other option seeming smart, Gao orders everyone to retreat at once. At Gao's command, Dazi holds off the Watcher, getting some help from Dumby, who devastates the Watcher's me. Once almost everyone else is out and the Watcher is knocked down, Gao asks Dumby to act as a translator between them. The following conversation results in the reveal of not one, not two, not even three, but 7 more Lord-tier Labyrinth Watchers. As if that wasn't bad enough, they have a super recovery skill, as seen by the first Watcher's me healing before their eyes. Luckily, the Watchers aren't hostile. With Dumby acting as translator, they manage to hammer out an agreement where they'll let Gao go home and return at a later date to awaken their master. Whatever that means. In exchange, said master will be happy to trade with him for whatever he wants. Gao also learns that this world once had humans of its own, though they left it decades ago. As he's leaving to return to Earth, Gao ponders over the possible negative outcomes of other versions of humanity. If the power difference turns out to be too large, it could easily open the door to invasion and war. Way to bum everyone out, man. Back at Gao's lab, the yin-yang calendula has reached level 31 thanks to the use of some ridiculously expensive frozen crystal soil. All he's missing to promote Dumby now is the essence of the undying heart, but the search in Chongping turned out to be pointless. The amount of resentment from the 400,000 soldiers who died there simply corrupted it too much. As he's thinking about that, Gao receives a call from the school he opened not long ago. As soon as he answers, the man on the other side worriedly tells him that his second bronze statue has appeared at the school gate. After arriving at the school, Gao Peng sees that there is indeed a whole new bronze statue standing next to the original one. Without a second thought, Gao has Dazi paralyze and bind it so he can carry it away. After having it spend some time with Stripey, he'll bring it back here to act as a second guard. Also, he carries away the statue that weighs tons with just one hand. Soul contracts are awesome. Over in the valley where Stripey is resting, Gao dumps the statue and tells the mountain ruler that it's a new toy for him. Instantly, Stripey crushes its fighting spirit when he literally crushes him for acting aggressive. Then, Stripey pleads with Gao Peng about when he'll be able to leave this place and travel with him again. He misses everyone. Oh Lord, I think I just felt my heart break a little. Gao is hit particularly hard by this and promises Stripey that he'll find a way for them to go on adventures together again. Meanwhile, in the African region of Zambia, Lusaka Base City acts as the home of the Black Badger group, whose leader is desperate to make a name for them. Using instructions from a strange tablet of unknown origin, he sets out on an expedition. Yeah, I'm sure that'll end well. Back in Baya District, Gao Peng has arrived with his own familiars, Suhedi and Tong Tong's Softy at his side. After stepping through the rift, he meets one of the Watchers from before. Using Dumby as a translator again, Gao discreetly confirms that the humans of this world had familiars as well. The Watcher leads them to the location where their master is sealed, a grand hall frozen in time. Also a massive crystal barrier. The Watcher explains that their master sealed himself in there and all that's needed for his awakening is for a monster trainer to enter the hall. That being the case, Gao Peng enters with Goldie at his side. Thanks to an elemental barrier, they make it through the hall without freezing despite the sub-zero temperature. As they close in on the center of the hall though, Gao Peng is frozen by what he sees waiting ahead. Right in front of him, preserved inside a solid block of ice, is the corpse of the Blood Hunter. And just a little ways away, resting atop a throne is a sleeping level 11 desolate Frost Lion. From what little info he has, Gao can deduce that the dead Blood Hunter must be the master the Watchers spoke of, and this little Frost Lion is its murderer. Gao questions why they would ask him to awaken their master if they knew that he was already dead. Right as he realizes this is actually a trap, Flamey's voice calls out to him through their connection and confirms this suspicion. He and the others are being attacked by several monsters. Gao turns to return to their side at once, only stopping for a moment when he notices the Frost Lion has awoken. Though it seems to be showing off, Gao has no time and chooses to ignore it. He and Goldie rush to the hall's entrance where they meet Suhedi. He explains that the Watchers attacked them right after Gao entered the hall, and they were only able to survive because Dumby summoned the Sea King Eel skeleton to seal them inside and block the exit. Flamey in particular is quite hurt due to being hit with a surprise attack. An infuriated Goldie rushes outside, determined to avenge his friends despite Gao yelling for him to not be rash. As if he didn't already have enough on his plate, Gao turns to see that the Frost Lion has followed him all the way here. Through their connection, he suddenly feels Goldie being beaten down by the Watchers and yells out in concern. The Frost Lion keeps trying to get his attention throughout this, annoying Gao. Quickly, he decides to make a contract with the thing so he can understand what it's saying without all this nonsense. I mean, you skipped a few steps, but I guess that works. With the contract signed, Gao senses that the Frost Lion's true, enormous, power is locked away until it swallows an ice-type treasure to restore itself. Of course, the lion itself incessantly brags about this fact, so Gao decides to just brush off his brags and demands a solution to their current situation. In response, the lion tells him they have to run. Oh no goddamn shit, Sherlock. The lion quickly elaborates that he's the one who owns this labyrinth, and he knows some paths that only small monsters like himself and humans can get through. Unwilling to leave any of his familiars behind, Gao tells Hetty to retreat with the lion for now while he saves his family. Using the strength granted to him by his contract with Stripey, Gao blows open one of the walls with a kick. From there, he has Dazi and Dumby use a combination attack to throw off the Watchers while Silly heals Goldie. The Watchers aren't out for long though and come back to attack with even more anger. Unfortunately for them, Goldie's all healed up, and with how much damage they did to him, he instantly grows to a size that matches their own. Angrier than ever, he kicks one of the Watchers away before grabbing its weapon. It's his turn now. Now that he's in his buffed up state, Goldie beats the stuffing out of the Watchers with a barrage of punches. Only 3 of them are able to escape, with the rest reduced to corpses at his feet. Since someone has to stay here to guard the corpses, Gao tells Suhedi to head back home and bring more forces to retrieve them. Gao and his familiars will stay here to stand guard. With Treasure-Sniffing Mouse as his guide and Dumby as his guard, Hetty heads back to where they came from. During their time alone here, Gao probes the Frost Lion for info and learns some interesting things. For one, a familiar's skills can be developed further after awakening them. Second, their world is only in its infancy of evolution, since the cataclysm was a mere 4 years ago. The best treasures and minerals are yet to appear there, and with Gao as one of the strongest, if not the strongest monster trainer around, he'll be able to gather damn near all of them. Man, this is one greedy mouse. I mean, lion. Can't blame me for that. Moving on from that topic, Gao asks the lion if there are any methods for shrinking a monster's body size and shows him an image of Strippy. The lion tells him that one way is to just get a body modification skill, though there's no guaranteed way to obtain it. Another is to form a contract with a space-type monster and use it to transport Stripey in a pocket dimension, but it'd have to be a massive pocket dimension. Yeah, Silly's useless then. Finally, there's a fruit called a guy's fruit that grows in the Black Phoenix Mountain. This fruit allows a monster to shrink down to 1,000th of their usual size, but the second they go into combat mode, its effect wears off. On top of that, the mountain is inhabited by a black-feathered sparrow, a beast that even the lion wouldn't go head-to-head with at his peak. And the plus is 5,000 kilometers away from here. Despite all the dangers and difficulties, Gao decides he has to make this trip since he made a promise to Stripey. Just then, Hetty returns and tells him that the company has received news of their situation. The logistics team will be here pretty soon. When they arrive, they bring some ice-type fruits with them for the Frost Lion. When it tries to act stuck up and look down on them though, Gao just has Silly store them away without another word. It's time now to explore more of the labyrinth. Meanwhile, in another part of the fog world, that group from Zambia arrives at the labyrinth wall thinking that they're the first to find it. Unfortunately for them, the first thing they make contact with is one of the Watchers Goldie beat into fleeing, and it is not feeling merciful. Luckily for them, Gao Peng was passing by that exact part of the labyrinth in his exploration. He sends Goldie forth to rescue the humans and their familiars, which he does with extreme aggression towards the Watcher. Yeah, that's pretty fair. They're buttheads. Gao learns that these humans are from the same world as him, which means there's a spatial rift leading into this world from Lusaka as well. Since the cataclysm caused the world to grow larger and distances between countries to greatly increase, this is a perfect opportunity to establish trade routes that take advantage of the fog world. Ever the businessman, make it rain Gao Peng. Luckily, the men are very receptive to working with Gao Peng since he just saved their lives. As soon as they get home, Gao is planning to have the Explorer Union come develop this area. He's going to become rich all over again. For now though, it's time to go to the Black Phoenix Mountain. About 3 days later, Gao and his familiars have arrived near the mountain. Since the frost lion doesn't know the precise location of the fruit, Gao finds a local golden striped tortoise and shakes it down for info. Once it tells them the fruit is on the eastern side of the mountain range about 5 mountains away from their location, Gao hops onto its shell and asks it to take them there. Once they're at the correct mountain, the tortoise refuses to go any further since the mountain is full of scary monsters. Gao has Flamey fly above the mountain to look for anything unusual in the area. Up above the mountain, Flamey senses a lower tier monster's aura and finds himself under attack by a bug monster of some sort that starts growing to a huge size. More importantly though, the fruit Gao is looking for is right there in the trees. Flamey quickly rushes back to where Gao is while calling out that he found the fruit. Unfortunately, the excitement from that is overshadowed by the giant level 49 white steel-bladed beast chasing after him. Seeing the beast coming at them, Gao instantly orders Da Zi to hit Goldie with lightning to start stacking his passive. The bladed beast manages to get a hit on Flamey that grounds him. So Goldie tells Dumby and Silly to go save him. Goldie will handle this guy himself. What ensues from that point on is nothing short of insanity. Goldie goes after the bladed beast over and over and over again, getting injured worse and worse every time. However, Goldie pulls a little trick where he contracts his muscles just enough to avoid any blood flow, giving the illusion that he's completely unharmed. Eventually, Goldie absorbs so much damage that he's as big as a mountain himself. At that point, it's just a matter of getting the right timing down to grab the bladed beast and crush it in a single fist. With the battle concluded, Gao allows Flowery to go ahead and heal Goldie. Thanks to all the damage he took, that uses up all of Flowery's petals, leaving it feeling ugly. Luckily for Flowery, Dumby's there to make it feel better. Can't lie, that might be the most wholesome thing that's happened so far. After everything that they've been through, Gao is disappointed to find there are only about 4 guys' fruits right now. Instead of settling for just those, he decides to go ahead and rip the whole tree out of the ground to take back with him. And if he's doing that anyways, well, he might as well take the bladed beast's pulverized self back with him too, right? Yeah, the beast in question doesn't like that idea one bit. After returning to the human world, Gao takes the bladed beast to the valley where Stripey is to show him the kind of growth he too could have. Reaching Stripey's level might be unrealistic, but under Gao Peng's leadership, he could easily reach the size of Dumby at least. Though he's reluctant at first, the bladed beast accepts to form a contract with Gao under one condition. If he fails to make him bigger, he won't obey any of his orders regardless of whether or not they have a contract. After settling that, Gao Peng shares the guy's fruit with Stripey, reassuring him that this will allow them to go on adventures together as long as he doesn't get into fights on his own. Stripey's pretty damn big even after the fruit shrinks him, but it's a much more manageable level of big than before. While his familiars bond with the latest addition to their merry band, Gao greets his grandpa. His grandpa, who comes bearing gifts for Goldie at that. A pair of axes that were resized from the ones that were taken off the Labyrinth Watcher's corpses. Great, more fuel for his overly dramatic flair. Moving to more serious matters, Gao Peng discusses his plans for trade with the Lusaka region thanks to the info they gained in the Fog World. Furthermore, Gao plans to travel to Street Jellum City now since that's where the essence of the Undying Heart will most likely be. Since it's the last thing needed to promote Dumby, he'll be much more at ease after getting it. And it certainly doesn't hurt that the path there takes them through the Jinsha region where the headquarters of the Platinum Hands is. Oh, he's going for blood, isn't he? Awesome. Grandpa G tells Gao that he's an adult now and can chart his own path, so he's already loaded Silly's storage with food and equipment for the journey. With his grandfather's blessing, Gao Peng takes off on his latest journey. During said journey, Gao Peng ends up taking a break at a freezing aqua pond at the foot of Mount Everest itself. Shockingly, a single dip in this pond raises Frost Lion up to Lord tier at level 41. And apparently it only works for him since he was already Emperor tier before and has a base to work off of. Later in the journey, the group are in the Golden Sand Desert where they come across a town. Sort of, though it seems to be a town. The place is inhabited by white-spotted herbivorous monkeys who like to dress up as humans. Curious if someone's raising these monkeys here intentionally, Gao moves to investigate the town. Sure enough, he eventually finds a door with someone capable of speech behind it. Evidently, though, the ability to speak doesn't make you intelligent. The person behind the door falls for the most obvious trick ever and Gao Peng destroys the door to reveal a white-furred carnivorous monkey. Or as Gao calls him, a dumb monkey. Kinda harsh, but hey, if the shoe fits. The end, for now.